Hello there. You probably have a few questions. What is this? Where are we? Did you finally finish part 2 of the carried value series you started 6 months ago? Well, not exactly. If you're new here, this is a show where I talk about things in the Proving Ground circuit that I think are interesting. We're going to take a look at some numbers, maybe make some graphs. We'll talk about some important things and some not so important things. All that matters is you have some fun along the way. Maybe learn a thing or two. Oh, and we're sponsored by Unified now. Which reminds me. Much better. Welcome back to Fruit for Thought. Unified's first Proving Ground Circuit qualifier is about to get underway, with 16 of the best teams Amateur has to offer taken to the Rift to try and start Season 12 off on the right foot. With all the new teams and so many roster announcements, it can be difficult to navigate through all the lineups to figure out who is strong and who we can expect to perform well. Where do we start? In traditional sports, one of the main storylines at the beginning of every season always seems to revolve around the reigning champions. What was it about that team that made them so good? And do they have the potential to do it again? This mindset's a bit less popular here in the Amateur League of Legends space. With short contracts and constant promotions to higher levels of play, roster turnover for PGC orgs is often insanely high, with very few players remaining on a team for more than a split, let alone between off-seasons. With none of the main cores of any semi-pro team from last split sticking together, it seems like there would be very little correlation between who's good now and who was good before. But let's take a look anyway. Before we go any further, we have to define who the reigning champions of semi-pro are. The most obvious answer here is Wildcard, whose main roster won all 3 Summer Tier 2 tournaments and finished the highest out of any non-academy team at Proving Grounds. However, another argument can be made for 100 Thieves next. While they didn't perform as well as Wildcard throughout any of the Tier 2 tournaments, they did have 3 of their players promoted up to 100 Thieves Academy mid-season, and with their help, literally won Proving Grounds. Technicalities aside, it's safe to say that both 100 Next and Wildcard sat at the top of the amateur space in their own way this year. Let's see how they did it. At this point, it's important to note that success in semi-pro is defined a little bit differently than at the professional level. While winning tournaments and performing well is obviously important for both the players and the teams, it's also important to develop newer, younger players into academy-level talent. While this is an overarching goal for the entirety of the amateur scene, each team has their own little incentives for developing prospects and getting people promoted. For LCS organizations like 100 Thieves and Evil Geniuses, developing young talent on your amateur team gets you early access to players who have the potential to transform into the region's next resident superstar. For independent organizations such as Wildcard, getting players into Academy is important economically. The LCS awards development fees to teams who get players promoted into Academy or LCS in the next season. This money can serve as a valuable income source for some of these organizations, who thus make it their goal to promote as many players as possible. So, those are the 2 main goals of an amateur roster. Luckily for teams, these 2 concepts seem to work hand in hand at times. If you have really good, solid players to teach your rookies, they'll get better faster. And if your young players are playing better and better, chances are, you win more. Surrounding new talent with veterans is obviously far from a foreign concept. It's commonplace in Academy, LCS, and even traditional sports. But only a few teams at the top of the amateur sphere have gone for this sort of methodology. Can you guess who they are? Here we have the experience levels of every player on Wildcard Red's 2021 summer roster at the time they were acquired. Recorded games played at the professional level are in blue, Academy or Challenger Series games are in red, and amateur and collegiate matches are in yellow. Right away, we see a pretty obvious split between young development pieces and proven experienced veterans. Bradley, Daption, and Winston to an extent were brought in as super high skill ceiling players without that much experience. In contrast, you have Brandini, Dokla, and literal LCS MVP turned player coach Arrow. While they might be more well-known quantities, these players played exceptionally well throughout the season, as well as using their experience to help some of the younger players hone their craft. 100 Thieves next is a really interesting case to look at. After some disappointing finishes with essentially a 5 rookie lineup in the spring split, 100 Thieves decided to bring in Gamsu, who has had storied careers in both League of Legends and Overwatch. Not only was Gamsu able to help 100 Next dramatically improve their standings throughout the Tier 2s, but many of the younger players also saw immense jumps in their play throughout the summer. At the end of the day, not only did Wildcard and 100 Next find success in the summer Proving Ground circuit, but 7 of their players have found themselves on Academy teams at the start of 2022. I'd call that a mission success. This leads us back to our original question. Are the reigning champs of Amateur ready to run it back in 2022? Even though none of the players on either of these teams are coming back to their respective rosters, it seems like both orgs decided to build in a similar way with the hopes of doing well and getting players promoted. On the side of Wildcard, their top side of Alorum and Griffin are 2 of the smartest, most storied players in the scene, with over a decade of experience between them at all 3 levels of play. As for young talent, all eyes will be on Minwei, who showed promise as both a weak side and strong side carry in Wildcard's developmental system in 2021. And make sure to watch out for Strumpus and Rhino, 2 players who did very well in Amateur last year and are looking to take that next step to get back into Academy. Like last year, 100 Next roster has considerably less games than Wildcard's, but the strategy still remains. The big name here is Insanity, who was Immortal's LCS mid laner for the past year and a half. He'll be bringing his experience to a roster full of potential, with amateur superstars Array and Fnatic, a role-swapping sword, and of course, the 15-year-old prodigy General Sniper. Both Wildcard and 100 Thieves Next built rosters that promoted both success and talent development last summer. Going into 2022, these orgs kept to their strategy, forming teams filled with players who could realistically be promoted, and more importantly, can win. The fun's about to begin. Hope you're ready.
Hello and welcome to the Proving Grounds Circuit Qualifier Recap. My name is Orbital and I, alongside Rude Dude, DJ, and Random Minion Caster, will be bringing you up to speed on what you might have missed here in Week 1. We'll be covering all groups that have been played thus far, so let's go ahead and get started with Group A.
100 Thieves Next took game number 1 versus Team Ambition in fairly convincing fashion. But as soon as Anti got his hands on his Zed, it was a different story, invading the jungle from level 1. Forcing Fnatic all the way back to have a really rough start, and this snowballed all the way through with a first blood and some team fights in the mid game. Team Ambition leveled up the scores 1-1, but not before 100 Thieves Next were able to show their class, their caliber that their organization brings, and take the series home 2-1. Radiance and No Team, we had a stomp on either side. Griffin on the Hecarim, Crimson on a Tryndamere, which took us to a game 3, which saw Radiance a little worse for wear after a questionable level 1 misstep. From there on in, it was all a No Team taking fight after fight, kill after kill, and Scooped on his Caitlyn was able to carry the team to success.
The first series in Group B saw Golden Guardians Academy taking on University of California, Irvine. Golden Guardians were shell-shocked by a recurring cinnamon allergy in game number 1 that resulted in a vexing defeat. The pressure of the loss was no match for the cool heads and hands of Ryoma and Stixxay, however, as they led Golden Guardians to comeback victories in Game 2 and 3 for a narrow series win over their collegiate foes. The other half of Group B found Wildcard dueling it out with Bay State College Maroon. Last year's kings of the amateur circuit had their hiccups in both Games 1 and 2, but the diamond hands of their veterans Griffin and Alorum pulled out enough killer tricks to earn their team a 2-0 victory.
That means it's up to Benjani to engage on this one, but it's the responding engagement from Wildcard Gaming that is huge for them. It's going to be a flash over by Benjani to Strompus to get over that Emperor's Divide, and now the fight has been split. It's Rain trying to defend himself and trying to take the aggression away from Serenok.
Immortals AoE versus Winthrop University. All the analysts and casters predicted a simple win for IMT AoE, but Winthrop University had other plans. Avano in the mid lane took over the series, starting with the first kill of the game onto Shochi solo. But Immortals wouldn't be Immortals if they died that easily, and they fired back in game 2 with Animegro and Meech leading the charge, punishing all of Winthrop University, diving them repeatedly. In game 3, things were close, 14 kills apiece at that fateful Baron that could have given IMT AoE a win. Kenji comes in with an incredible steal to deny that, secure the Baron, and bring Winthrop on to the next stage. Dare Gaming versus Supernova. Theoretically, the closest match of Group C. Supernova came out the gate swinging with better macro and rotations, but Dare Gaming wasn't having any of it. They believe in one thing and one thing only, and that is team fighting, finding the one fight they need to turn and end the game. Game 2 had them brawling early and finding a quick lead, but they couldn't quite close the game out. Instead, they had to force Baron over and over again. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. But for Dare Gaming, it wasn't insanity, it was discipline. And eventually they found the catch, which won them the game.
As the opening series of Group D, Evil Genius's Prodigies were slated as favorites to take the series over Taco Gaming. However, things did not go as expected. Game 1 saw Taco Gaming look fairly strong, taking a cheeky victory over EGP thanks to some backdoor shenanigans. EGP fired back in Game 2 with some exceptional zoning quirky packages, as well as an all-star performance from Faisal's Gangplank, who remained unkillable to the very end. However, Taco Gaming completed the upset where in Game 3, Trickster proved too strong and galloped his way to a Game 3 win. Maryville University took what many would say is a clean series over Dinka Never Homeless Again. Evan RL was allowed to shine in game number 1, firing away from the backline and racking up an impressive 12-1-9 scoreline. In Game 2, Get Back and Odd Orange made the game look easy, as both were unkillable throughout the 20 minutes of game. Maryville's impressive play has forced Dinka Never Homeless Again into the lower bracket to face off against Evil Genius's Prodigies for the final seed of the group. And with that, you're all caught up on week number 1. Of course, there's even more matches to be played, so make sure to tune in on Twitch through Unified Live as well as the LCS Academy stream. My name is Orbital, and once again, thank you so much for tuning in to the Proving Grounds Circuit Qualifier Recap.
And we are in it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day number 3 of the Proving Grounds closed qualifiers. Of course, my name is Jolly. I will apparently be your play-by-play, and joining me on this side, is the ever wonderful Beatdown Boulevard. How are you doing today, Beatdown?
Doing excellent, Jolly. Really excited to bring this matchup here to the fans, just with you as well. We did work together. We talked about it once some time ago, but now we finally get to reunite and bring such a great game to fruition here. It's great, too, because this is actually my first time casting 100 Thieves Next ever since I've seen them join the amateur scene, so I'm really amped.
Oh, they are a fun team to cast. This is actually my first time so far in this close qualifier, just because I casted on the 12th, of course. So hey, we get a bunch of new opportunities here, right? And of course, me and Beatdown actually we're gonna be working together quite a bit here in the future. So I'm very excited. So we're gonna lay the groundwork out starting today. But you know what? Speaking of today, let's take a quick look at the breakdown of the teams, the games that are going on right now to start in the group 1. So obviously on twitch.tv/academy, which y'all can have 2 tabs open at the same time, just so you know, it's gonna have GG Academy and Wildcard Gaming going on. And then, of course, right here, twitch.tv/unified live. Of course, we're going to be seeing 100 Thieves Next going up against No Team, which I think is a very exciting prospect for us, not just to be able to see 100 Thieves Next, but a team like No Team has had a lot of popularity in the past and is definitely struggling more this season, I would say for sure, Beatdown.
The interesting thing, too, about No Team, it's that kind of roster where you do have a lot of really strong players who haven't actually found their way to, the more traditional amateur roster. I say traditional, but teams like this are also very normal here in amateur. But I mean teams more like, Wild Card, your Supernovas and stuff like that. But if you look at the roster, these are players who have all been around the amateur scene for the most part for quite some time. And they definitely have a lot of skill to boot. So far from what we've seen in the team, they have looked pretty good in previous matches. And I mean, this is a good time to just go ahead and look at last week's result as a whole, just to get an idea on how we got to this point here today. And you can see it, the matches from all of the groups here. No Team, of course, 2-1ing Radiance, which is another roster that one we're going to see today, and one you should look out for as well. Beating them out, I think, is a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a team that we're going to keep eyes on. But we can see that there are very few 2-0s. I think that's one of the biggest things that I've come to recognize here. And, we're actually not that far out from playoffs, right? So to consider that we already have these matches, these very close ones in these best of 3s, going out to a full 3 matches is very, very exciting. We had the opportunity to do that with, I think I did get to see one of these blowouts, unfortunately, between Wildcard and Bay State previously, but still some really, really good games that we've had in the past. And of course, moving forward for today, we are starting out with a fantastic one. And we already talked about it in 100 Thieves X, I think is the one that really everyone's been looking at, right? We're talking about 100 Thieves X, Radiance Academy being the only Academy labeled team in this matchup. But these guys have really had much trouble. I will say that. This is a team that has not come to struggle. And you know what? Let's actually, as I'm saying, 100 Thieves is the team, no struggles, nobody doubts them. Let's pull up the predictions. All right, because it's not as though there are any doubts in 100 Thieves. But I got to root for the underdogs on this one.
I was about to say, the one saying no doubts is the literal singular doubter. That is, oh man, you're something, Jolly. But you know what? I respect the underdog story. I respect the attempt. I respect being right as much as possible. Currently tied for first place. You love to see it. Let's go.
Here's the thing I'm most excited about, Beatdown, is actually, if we look at us, the only place that we agree here in today's matches is Golden Guardians versus Wildcard.
Hey, yeah,
which,
right.
of course, we've got a few other members who have gone with Wildcard. But yeah, you and I, in both of the matches that we get to broadcast, both of these best of threes we get to cast on air today, we have differing predictions. Of course, I'm the only differing one in this first matchup. But you know what? That's fine. I like to kind of rock the boat a little bit, okay? This is the fun part of it. I'm not in this to win for numbers. I already won in I won last season, the end of last season. I tied, actually. I think it was Magical. So,
oh my God, that's true. I don't know. But
yep, I tied. Yeah. So, I could go in this for the wins, but I also like to go in it for the yucks and the supports for the underdogs. So, not only do we have that, of course, we do have, within this bracket. Let me triple check. Yes, excellent. All right, just making sure that everything that I have is locked down properly.
Trust yourself, Jolly.
We're pulling up pages. Let's look at the group overview as well that we have going on for, the rest of this bracket. As we can see Group A and Group B over here. Honestly, it's hard to, to even say A, B, 1, 2 on these teams. We can see that no team just did recently go down to Radiance here, take down Radiance, but they have been really putting up a strong fight. And I know you were talking about the fact that I think it was Bay State took down UCI previously already.
Yesterday.
So this is a bit of a matchup. Yeah, just yesterday. So this is a bit of a rematch. And of course, you opted to vote for Bay State. I've got my faith in the UCI. It's really the anteater that gets me. All right.
Right. We're gonna see how that plays out later on here, because you guys might hear a little bit of bragging depending on who's right by the end of the day. But overall, just talking about today's match as well. The first one we're doing 100 Thieves next versus no team is for that chance to just automatically qualify into next week. You don't have to play, or rather qualify for playoffs immediately. But on the other hand, for the loser, they do have to go and face the winner next week on, I believe it's next Monday, facing the winner of our second match of the day, which is going to be Radiance versus, I believe, Team Ambition.
Yes, Radiance and Team Ambition, both of whom have had their kind of ups and downs so far already in this bracket. And both of them, honestly, I think I'm really excited for that one. As good as this one is going to be with watching 100 Thieves next, and with so much on the line, so much contention here, as you were talking about for this qualification later on. I sincerely think that is going to be one of those where you've got these really hungry teams who are trying to work their way up as close to the top of the bracket as they possibly can before going into this one. But you know what? Let's, I guess, talk about the teams that we've got here. I think we have actually got the rosters for these two teams. We can get that pulled up as well, so we can kind of talk about these players, because that's what our job is, right, Beatdown? Is to talk up these incredible players. As we take a look, we can see, of course, no team is going to be starting on the blue side. 100 Thieves X is going to be starting on the red side. And you know what, Beatdown? I'm going to let you kind of take the reins here and talk about any particular players you want to, and then I can highlight my own individuals if I feel like you were a little lackluster on something.
So there's no pressure. I'm just being tested at the moment here. Honestly, Jolly, 100%. When I look at these players, I want to talk about all of them. Like, we have the thing that's so exciting too is that despite all the changes, despite all the promotions, there's still a lot of young talent with potential here in the amateur scene, and there even talent who's been around for some time who still have a lot of potential. It's really exciting to see. We talked about no team a little bit here, and players we should definitely be looking out for. Griffin and Blaze certainly one, especially with Griffin being so young. I think he's 15 or maybe 16 years old. But let's talk about 100 next a little bit. Let's talk about these players. I mean, speaking about 15-year-old players, we have General Sniper, one of the most, I think the most hyped player probably in amateur just with how much excitement has been coming through, with how good this, I think he's challenger when he was like 13 or 14 or something absurd like that. And so far from what we've seen, he is as good as advertised. And it's so exciting to see him live up to that potential. And especially because him still being so young, he still has so much further to go, Jolly. And if you look at the rest of that roster too, I think I want to just talk about Fnatic and Array as well, because they came from a team together previously on Resolve, and so there is the bit of synergy there, and I think both of them actually performed really well. Fnatic particularly good when he's playing those enabler jungles who are more for the playmaking. When you think about champs like Xin, Lee Sin, he does an excellent job there, and I think that's part of how 100 Thieves have been liking to play things out. Array, before this year, thought to be one of the best AD carries outside of the academy scene. So looking to see if he's going to be able to keep up that level of play. And the one that's also interesting to me is Donbray in the support role, subbing in for Sword. And the fact that he's just coming in as a sub, just covering for Sword last minute here, he's actually been playing really well so far for this roster. I think to the surprise of some, even though I always thought he was a good player, I think he's fitting really well for the moment here, and that really bodes well for him.
Yeah, those are big shoes to fill, right? Like Sword is definitely not one where you are going in you know, I mean, this is big shoes to fill. It's big shoes to fill. We are going to be starting the draft, of course, very, very quickly here. So don't worry, guys. You won't have to look at our faces too much longer. And those are all the stats that we have for you, right? That's all the fun stuff that we like to go through. But, you know, the big stand-up for 100 Thieves X, and probably because I have been involved in the collegiate scene so much, I love Array. I love the fact that, you know, you've got to highlight Array as a play. 7.0 overall KD currently out of the 3 days that we have had for these teams to play, which is, I mean, you know, all right, you're looking at an ADC, you're going to say, okay, they're supposed to have a high KDA, but in the current style of the game, it's a lot less about that lower half of the map, right? We're doing a lot of focus on like bruisers, on how some of these heavy initiators that are a little bit towards the top side of the map, try to get the real burst damage coming from those mages or whoever you decide to really go through with in the mid lane. And the bottom lane is kind of like, all right, well, if you guys do poorly, hopefully we can provide some recovery. If you do well, hopefully you can take that into the late game. But it's definitely not the game used to be a few years ago where it was feed the ADC, right? This is the carry. In fact, you know, I mean, Riot has even try from the term ADC and just try to call them the bottom laner specifically because of this, to give more opportunities to, you know, having the mentality of a carry in other positions. But I think Array, I mean, I could watch Array play now and I would think it was League of Legends several years ago, right? It's the time of ADCs when all of the crit items first got reworked and redone. This is a player that is constantly taken in some of the champions that I either love to play, I could play better. And when I think of certain champions, when I think of recently Xayah, when I think of Kai'Sa, I think of Array as a player involved in these. So that's, you know, that's all the coverage I'm going to give for Array because I already talked about this player enough, especially when it comes.
I could tell.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the Xayah, because this was, I've always been a big advocate for Xayah. I've always said since she came out that her kit is busted, and Array was one of the first ones to really consistently start taking her in, you know, in the middle of the last season, really. So exciting to see. I do, you know, no team. Griffin, of course, very strong, as you were saying, as we are heading into game number 1. This is a best of 3, of course, between No Team and 100 Thieves X, but this is just kicking the day off for us because we are going to be having another best of 3 right after this beatdown.
That's right, and we have so many matches, we have so many games to see on the night. It's all starting off right here, and we're already going through this pick and ban phase. We've already pretty much gone through the first wave, and it's worth noting too, the Hecarim ban especially is a nice one. It is something, if Hecarim's available more often than not, No Team will grab it for Griffin. They love to play that funnel composition just to put as much resources as they can into that part of the map, allow him and Blase to do very well into the later parts of the game. And you can see it, the Xin and Trundle have been traded right away. Fnatic's definitely putting a lot of time on this champion as well, and I like Trundle overall just because of, one, the early playmaking is just as good, but I think overall as time goes on, he really does better into a lot of these melees like Xin Zhao, Viego, and stuff like that.
Yeah. He hasn't actually had, you know, a high Phillies has a high pick rate. This Trundle has been a very, very high pick rate on the other side. We have a lot of players who really, really favor this Trundle. It absolutely means that you can do these early invades too. You're capable of really just navigating your way and invading into the enemy jungle early on and just saying, all right, even if I get kind of taken down, I have the ability to speed myself up, have the ability to get myself out of these situations, or potentially at least stall out until one of the other members is able to come support. And of course, we are going to see the LB come through. This has been another one with a very high ban rate. Actually, this is the first game I think I've seen LeBlanc show up in a place other than in the bans.
Right, and it's a nice pick too. It fits into what Blase likes to do in that mid lane. He plays a lot of very aggressive picks, like things like Vex, the LeBlanc especially, and a lot of it is to facilitate their jungler. Again, Griffin, who in this early game is going to be looking to fight a lot, skirmish a lot, so this LeBlanc ends up working with it really well. I like the Karma pickup as well because we haven't seen the ADC come through just yet, but I think Jhin would be pretty nice AD if it doesn't get banned out for No Team to grab to the later parts of the game. The Malzahar, however, is really scary for Insanity, just because as LeBlanc, it's not a good time. Anytime you try to go in, you will get hit by that Nethergrass post 6, and it makes it very difficult to do what you want to do. Instead, it is going to be the Nautilus. even though Thresh is available. And I think that I actually like that pivot there for Donbray, just because a lot of the games he's been doing a good job on, he has been playing the Nautilus. And at this point, like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Let him keep playing it.
Yeah, and for Donbray too, it has in the past, I would say the past couple of days, been more of one of those where, all right, you're kind of forced onto something like the Nautilus. The Nautilus has been a good pick. I like the confidence in this tier of, all right, we've got a Karma on the bottom lane, right? That's what we're looking to go into. So if that's something where you can lock him down, you could throw out the anchor and then apply your passive. You just walk away with the E popped, and hopefully at that point, if Velios is able to provide so much damage in the early game already, that should be a secured kill. And, you know, at this point now too, having banned out both Caitlyn and Jinx, and then locking in the Aphelios, you do have the Jhin. It's probably the next option, but we can already see that Ezreal is going to be the next ban here. For all we know, they're going to finalize it with the Jhin ban. That was the expectation, and that really narrows things down for no team.
Yeah, we're really kind of digging deep into this AD carry pool. I think the ADC has seen, 4 bans so far, and at Jhin, Karma is really oppressive in the 2v2, so it makes sense that you want to get rid of that one. And we'll see what Scoop is going to take into that bottom lane. And it's interesting too, because when you think about bot lanes and the 2v2, Array, Donbray have been very good so far. Array in general is a strong AD carry that we already highlighted, but Scooped and Jashuka, it's worth noting, have actually been playing together for quite some time. And for their previous team, Revival, they played through most of last year in the Proving Ground circuit, playing together. And I think overall, Scooped, I think when we saw a lot of good things from them, it was during the time where Kai'Sa was really strong. I don't think we're going to see the Kai'Sa come out here, just because she hasn't been as good lately, despite the growth of that crown build that I don't like. But things like Misfortune would be fine. I think things like Tristana would be okay too. Ashe would be an interesting one because you do offer a lot of setup for the rest of the team, facilitating that aggression I was highlighting earlier for no team. But either way, there's a lot of options still they could go for clearly, and they like to show that to us just with all the hovers we're seeing in the champ select.
All right, we get it, Scooped. You have a deep champion.
Oh.
Okay, you own a lot of champions. You know what? I'm really surprised that of all the champions that were hovered there, it is the lock-in on the Varus. There's a lot of opportunity with all the long-range damage that is in the kit right now already for 100 Thieves, as well as to having something like a Trundle, you know, where you have just a lot of potential initiation here. It's going to be pretty difficult if Scooped gets a little bit behind in this, you know, early part of the game, which is really the expectation here. They're going to have to play it really, really slow, because Varus does not supply a ton of damage early on. The best that you're getting is the piercing arrow, but it takes so much mana, and the cooldown is so long in the early stages of the game that Aphelios is just going to be able to kind of pick and choose where he wants to initiate and engage.
Right.
And that kind of scares me, especially based on the rest of the initiation that 100 Thieves has. Just, I mean, across
that's a
the board. That's insane.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, when you think about the Varus' ultimate, that Chains of Corruption, being able to start off team fights, I mean, even early on, the cooldown is not terribly or oppressively long. So I think that is what no team are leading towards for some of these setups, these pickoffs, these range damages from those piercing arrows and the Karma poke. And also, they have ways to potentially go for this all-in with Griffin on the Xin Zhao. So I'm looking for this early game for the mid jungle of no team to really get aggressive and try to make plays early on, especially because if you look at the other hand, you have Trundle and Victor as the mid jungle for 100 Thieves. Trundle can do a lot early on, but I think Insanity is going to be waiting just a little bit until he can get some farm, upgrade the Hex Core a little bit so he can actually get some wave push, do some more damage here. One thing we did not get to highlight though just yet was that the Akali was last picked over here for 100 Thieves next. So General Sniper, the player we keep hyping up for nutty mechanics, is going to be playing a really flashy assassin.
Flashy assassin and able to, you know, really one of his favorites as well, and get a bit of a counter pick in here. Now, Gwen is one of those that even if she kind of falls behind, she really has a big opportunity for her survivability, and her damage can come in late game because she only needs those 2 fully built items to actually be very, very aggressive. And then, you know, you throw a Zhonya's on top of that, and that's kind of the trifecta for this champion to be able to survive these engagements. But there is just a lot of burst. I mean, the amount of potential for the tankiest member here in being Griffin on the Xin Zhao, which, you know, is certainly not the one that you really want as your initial frontliner. He's going into, I mean, so much burst that I can't imagine survival of longer than a second if there's an initiation in the later game, if a couple of items are picked up. And the other thing that I'm seeing really from this 100 Thieves X team is if they get the ball rolling early, there is no stopping them with the composition that no team currently has lined up.
I think I agree with you there. 100 Thieves next, definitely when it comes to the front to back, the way they're going to want to team fight as time goes on and how strong they're going to be with the itemization later on. I think they're going to be in a good spot. Even if they go even in the laning phase, not a whole lot of exciting things happen. That's why I think, at least for No Team, they're going to have to play that aggressive early game. Again, leaning on the mid jungle like I was highlighting and hoping that they can be able to, when you have that kind of aggression, when you have that threat from that LeBlanc, you will have the opportunity to potentially assassinate some carries. Array and Sanity especially are going to, and even Sniper, to be honest, are going to have to worry about where this LeBlanc is going to be, especially if she picks up an early lead. And because of this, even though it's hard to execute, No Team have this sort of multi-threat composition from different angles. Of course, you have the front line from the Xin and Scooped playing this Varus and the poke with the piercing arrows, but you're also going to have Blaze coming from across the wall, from these flank angles, and it's going to have to force 100 Thieves, if they do end up falling behind, to be very careful about how they approach objectives, because this is a big thing they need to worry about.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, you got to worry about LeBlanc all the time, but then my anticipation for this is that 100 Thieves is going to say, all right, cool. Well, we'll just send Fnatic down into the mid lane a couple of times. We'll find a couple of good pinches. Or, I mean, when you're saying, or when you know, you're kind of looking at a team and the opportunity kind of lies within somebody like LeBlanc, who, while yes, is able to burst down a ton, you know, obviously one of the better late game champions. If that's your saving grace, and they're as squishy as they are, and you have as much of this, you know, having Fnatic on this trundle, having the pillar just in existence, being able to really quickly get into these, and of course having you know, not the most range of any mage, but still a decent amount of range, at least on the death beam that you're getting from the Victor there. That's the scary thing, and I think 100 Thieves is more than capable of knocking that out of the park.
Sure.
I mean, this is something that's basic, right? On the levels of like what 100 Thieves has shown us that they're more than capable of. So I think No Team kind of has to think ahead on that one. You've either got Blaze sitting way far back, right, and not able to get ahead at all, which is terrifying to think about, or you just kind of have to have Griffin really very carefully watching exactly where Fnatic is, and also just keeping an eye on Blaze to ensure, okay, you good, baby, I'll come back, I'll check on you here soon.
Yeah, it's basically the jungler. It's why they always like to be that you are basically the babysitter for the rest of the team. But yeah, of course, keeping an eye on Fnatic early game, getting that early information is going to be important. Avoiding some of those plays he's going to want to make is going to be just as big a deal for No Team as the aggression that they're going to need to put through in the earlier parts of the game. On the 100X side, of course, because of the trundle, they do have a lot of play options too. And one thing I want to highlight too is I want to talk about Insanity just a little bit, since he was the only player, actually, I think so far in this lobby we haven't really just taken a second to talk about too. And he's an interesting case for me just because he's a player who last summer was playing for Immortals, LCS team, and now he is here in Amateur because, I mean, the dude wants to compete. It seems like he wasn't able to get the opportunities that he was looking for, but he wants to play the game. Even if it's an LCS affiliate team, the fact that he's playing in Amateur really just proves that. And I actually am like really impressed with that.
Yeah, I am too. I like to see that resilience and, all right, you know what, I might have been taken down a peg by not being signed with an actual org this season, but I'm not going to allow that to take me out of the running for other potentials. And same thing, you know, with Academy, I think a lot of players are like, well, if I can't get Academy, then I might as well be out of it. But I think the amateur scene, there have been so many players picked up to be either brought into Academy or even straight into LCS potentially for a lot of these teams from Amateur. And there's also just been so much of a highlight on Amateur in general because it does kind of encompass, you know, it includes collegiate, it includes some Academy, depending on whether or not the Academy teams are actually, you know, able to be a part of the scene in the season, as we are heading into game number 1. That's right, folks. Y'all don't have to look at us any longer, at least until the game ends, or if we have any issues in the middle of it. Fingers crossed. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. I didn't just cause anything. Don't worry.
I don't know. I didn't hear you knocking on anything, Jolly. You can't just say it.
I did.
Okay, fine. All right, I'll trust you. I'm just making sure because it's very important that things are fine at this moment. I'm actually gonna do a quick little touch wood myself as we get into the game. Yeah. Okay. See.
All right, I guess my knocks aren't very loud. We do have No Team, of course, on the blue side. 100 Thieves next on the red side. It looks like nothing is going to be too crazy. We have seen some of these teams making some really sneaky plays, 5-man invades to start the game out, just to try to, even at the last second, to try to take the buff. But these teams, they're going to walk forward with a little bit of trepidation. They're going to show some respect.
right? And I mean, we're already seeing a bit of the vision game play out in the early parts of the game. Some defensive vision for 100 Next, just watching for the invade. Excuse me, if Griffin might try to go ahead and try and steal Fnatic's Raptors. We're already seeing a lot of pings come through here. My God.
That is a lot of pings. And you know what? It's good to just have that awareness early. Sure, while maybe that number of pings is a little unnecessary here, it's good to get yourself in the habit in the first minute and a half of the game by just spam pinging and saying, I'm going to continue to do this as the game goes on. I'm not going to forget to ping and vocalize everything that I see, because this game, it is really, really important for no team to kind of make that presence. It's 100 Thieves, though, that are really putting out all of these pings in the first place. And at that point, you got to wonder, all right, are they just having fun?
Well, for the moment, because of the leash, Fnatic's whereabouts will be known. Where he's starting is going to be known to no team. However, Griffin will just go ahead and go for the solo, as I don't think anyone will be able to know where he will be. So maybe he can use that, get the drop on potentially Insanity in the mid lane. I don't know if diving bot anytime soon is going to be an option there. So we're going to have to see. I expect him to maybe full clear and then see what he can find on the map.
Yeah, diving bot, you know, we've seen it happen in the early parts of the game occasionally, but it's not nearly as good in the current meta as it is to get your top laner or to get your mid laner ahead. As soon as you have the ability to roam down into that duo lane in the bottom, you get a lot more opportunity, and also opportunity for players like Jashuka and Dawnbray to do some roaming of their own, because that is still a massive part of the current meta, is getting the support roam as early as possible. But obviously, you don't want to leave behind your ADC if they're in a dangerous position. And so by having somebody like a Fed top or a Fed mid come in and assist Scooped or Array, that gives the opportunity for these supports to find roam of their own.
Right, and we already talked about how good Dawnbray has been so far with affecting the map in the games we've seen, especially when he is on this Nautilus pick that he's playing right now. So I expect him to do the same thing this game. And we talked a lot about the backline access that Blaze is going to have because of things like the Blanc. And I think we got to stress Sniper is going to have something similar because of this Akali. And I'm curious what the build is going to be as well, because I know you and I talked about it just a little bit before we went live today. There's a new Akali build that has become quite popular, the Turbo Chem tank with the Demonic Embrace, where you are quite tanky, and you still end up doing a lot of damage with your full combo. And with the amount of squishies on the side of no team, that's looking like a pretty juicy option.
And you're zooming too.
You got
to consider that as well with the activatable on that chem tank. It offers exactly what 100 Thieves want for going into this composition, is not really having to worry about accessing the backline, right? That little bit of frontline that they do have in both Dragoon and Griffin is not going to be nearly enough if you have Sniper running something like that. Of course, if that's not the case, if he decides to go a different direction, I'm not going to be super surprised about it either, because if he decides to instead just kind of go pure assassin style, standard assassin style with her, it makes sense as well for this. Blaze is going to go in, and it's going to be first blood from Insanity. Not even the opportunity for Griffin to partake in that fight.
Oh, Blaze is going in a little bit too soon, hoping he can tenderize it just a little bit for his jungler to come help. But fortunately, that was not the play. And also, we have another play top.
The flash in, and that means that Dragoon is not going to find themselves in a good situation. Sniper is going to be the one to pick that up. And this is what I'm talking about for the standard jungle rotation, as we take a quick look at that fight one more time.
Right, and here it is. Like it's actually a pretty nice view of how it's going down. Like, you're just gonna see Insanity. He's been landing those lasers, I think pretty much every single one of them. So the poke has been insane onto Blaze. Any minute now, we're actually just gonna come back to live as we see Array and Dawnbray do manage to get a wave shove, and they can go ahead and recall here. I think overall, the thing I want to highlight is the top play was nice, because the thing with top laners, when they don't take flash, you do want to try and abuse that as much as you can, especially champions like Gwen, who are going to be a nightmare if you manage to let her free farm. Trying to get gold advantages however you can in that place is probably a good thing here, especially because of the fact that Dragoon has been farming better than Sniper, but the kill will probably even them up.
Yeah, and you know, some of that has to do with the fact that Sniper was leashing Fnatic at the early, right? So Dragoon got one or two free creep But then you also have Sniper, keep in mind, decided not to use the teleport here already. So it's decided to keep that available in the pockets in case there is a play elsewhere on the map. And, you know, particularly considering that the Dragon as well is going to be a point of contention here. We can already see some vision coming through on that. And potentially a fight also as Dombre ends up using that Hex Splash. The piercing arrow does not hit, but Griffin is still going to be able to pick the one up. And now Griffin will go down. It's Dombre that picks up the kill. The passive from Dombre is applied
Insanity's
to Shuka,
here.
who is trying to figure out how to get out of here. The ultimate coming out of Insanity, and the Chaos Storm is now targeting Scooped, who has to run away. But all it takes is a quick hook from Donfrey, and 100 Thieves find themselves another 2 to 3 kills.
And it was a really nice move here for Insanity to put in that DPS, and now 100 Thieves bot lane, even though it was Dombre who picked up the kill instead of Array, overall, you get scooped out of lane, you're able to push in another wave unencumbered, and that means you could even potentially threaten some of these third plates here. But Griffin knows that, that's why he's already making his way back to this part of the map, either hoping for a play to come back in their favor, or, wait a second.
Oh no, that's not a good place to be, Jashuka. Tries to flash out of that one, ends up getting the tether with the Mother King. Griffin find the one. No, Fnatic will pick up the kill. Griffin will go down immediately after returning to this lane. Jashuka is going to apply, or to get that passive applied from Nautilus. Honestly, I think that's one of the most busted parts of his kit, is just his darn passive.
Yeah, the fact that you can root on autos once every 6 seconds onto the same target is pretty insane. But overall, nice for Fnatic to be able to make his way back to the bottom side of the map. And we're going to take a look at a replay just to see how everything went down. The thing, too, is I like the bait ultimately from Jashuka because the Mantra W gives you a nice chunk of healing at the start and end of the channel. So you're hoping that's enough time. It is. The problem is Fnatic also comes to join the play here. And ultimately, Griffin doesn't even get that kill. That is indeed feels bad. And pretty much ultimately what we didn't want to happen for no team is happening here, Jolly. 100 Thieves next are the ones finding their stride in this early game.
Is what I was worried about. And that's going to give an opportunity now for Dombre to find a hook. He's not going to find the hook, but he's going to find the follow-up route, and that means the Scoop is not even going to get a chance to get out of this. The Chains of Corruption came out, but to no avail.
And I love that, punishing the fact that Scoop doesn't have Flash. Fnatic's just going to keep on showing up at this side of the map here, and it's going to mean an easy Dragon number 1 for 100 Thieves next. Already, such a commanding lead here, 3,000 gold at this 8-minute mark, and it's happening in all the places you wanted to. Sniper.
That's huge. Out comes the needlework, and it's so much damage that Dragoon is taking, even though they're dealing a decent amount in response to Sniper. Both of the ignites did come out there. Neither teleport available, and I appreciate the attempt maybe at no team trying to go in for that, but they decide to go for the Rift Herald instead.
And they might go for a dive here on the side of 100 Thieves. Oh my god, leave this man alone.
It is going to be Scoop who's targeted here, but that gives Ray some damage, as it is going to be Dombre who has to take the aggro. What an aggro swap there. Dombre hovering around the outside edge. In the meantime, Sniper on the top side is going to be able to pick up the kill with the ultimate there. No success for no team aside from picking up this Rift Herald.
Oh, 100 Thieves winning all across the map here, Jolly. Insane play coming out from Sniper. He's going to be able to shove this wave, and maybe he collected that turret play, but actually no, he's already recalled and head back to base. But the fact that Isakali is now 2-0, he is going for that build that we were discussing, the Turbo Chem Tank, which is going to be pretty insane. And now we're going to see a replay of how this top play happened. It's just Sniper doing Sniper things, man. And Dragoon did want to see if he could get this wave shove, but at half HP, it was easy enough for Sniper to be able to take this one down.
Yep. Quick and easy peasy, especially for somebody like Sniper who plays so incredibly aggressively as it is. This is a common champion that we see. You're going to be picking up a Kali. You are not going to be playing, you're not going to hold back. That's just not a thing that you do. And Sniper is not a player that holds back by any means, so this combination is perfect for him. And going into Dragoon, the fact that you're now sitting at 0-2-0, sure, you're ahead in creep still because you have had some movement around the map by Sniper, as we saw, towards the bottom side. They're totally okay with that. You're looking at 4,000, 4,500 plus at 10 minutes in. That's absolutely nutty here, Beatdown.
And it's just a nice spread as we can take a look at the gold stats here. You do have Griffin here. Actually, hold that thought. I think Sniper could be in trouble.
Oh, man, not when you got a Shroud. Griffin coming in just a little bit too late. Sniper giving himself a lot of space there. In the meantime, Fnatic is going to come in. Out goes the Pillar. Sniper is going to try to follow it up with some damage. It's going to be responded to. Here's the needlework comes out, but it's not going to be enough there. Griffin manages to escape. but it's still another kill for 100 Thieves next.
Oh, Griffin might look for this 1v1. Yeah. Oh, but he misses. Okay.
Oh, the thumbs up coming out of Sniper. No way, Sniper, you gotta leave it at this point, and he's gonna turn it around for the kill. You don't see the thumbs up from Sniper and expect that he's not gonna win it, even at a sliver of health. And now Array is all alone. Finally, Donbray has been taken out. The ultimate used by Scoop the heal to follow it up to stay alive. They're trying to look for a follow-up, but Array has a lot of damage. The Ignite goes down. Is there enough coming from Tashuka? Yes, it will be. And it's a shutdown onto 2 bottom members here of 100 Thieves next.
Oh, I mean, ultimately, this is pretty rough for Scoops. He is going through the blender right now, Jolly. The fact that he's not able to pick up a lot of these kills is really making it harder for him to come back into the game here. Yes, it's nice. We are shutting down Array. We are sending him back to the fountain, but I mean, Karma with a bunch of kills isn't going to do as much as maybe a Varus. So you need, and if you look conversely on 100 Thieves side, all the gold, Jolly, it's in all the right places. Your carries, Insanity, Sniper, and Array all have such a commanding gold lead over their opponents here, and are just dominating this game 1.
And, you know, the only other kill that is not one of the 2 that has been picked up there by Jashugo, which great job for at least being able to salvage something, is Griffin, right? Who's also sitting at 1-3-0. So even the members that have found success here, it's partially not the members that you want that success to really be passed on to, but at the same time, they've also gone down a lot themselves and missed out on a lot of experience, a lot of gold elsewhere on the map. And so Griffin still does have a lead, but how much of Fnatic have we seen with successful ganks? And you know, is that slight lead and creep worth it? I would say absolutely not.
Now, this time around, no team will bring 3 to the top side instead of 2. Sniper will unfortunately have to respect that, as the first turret will go down. And that's actually a nice chunk of gold into Dragoon's pocket for someone who I think so far is only slightly behind just because of the extra CS he's gotten for himself here. Now, Sniper,
maybe getting caught out here. The needlework is going to come out. It's going to be another charge as well coming out of that Rift Herald. But man, it's just, Akali's just too slippery.
Yeah.
Even with the pressure here, you can kind of see why I was anticipating maybe Griffin spending more time on
He's going?
maybe even Scooped, and it's going to be these 3 members. Might as well here as Fnatic decides to put down the Frozen Domain. Try to get some more movement here. Griffin is the target. Out comes the Ignite onto Griffin. That should be the easy pickup. Will Sniper go down in the meantime? The Ignite goes on response, but it's not enough to pick up the kill on a Sniper. And Fnatic cleans up the mess.
Most hyped player in amateur for a reason, Jolly. Look at Sniper and how he navigated that fight. Of course, his teammates came just in time, but for him to live with such a sliver, I'm scared. I didn't look at what the HP was. I actually don't want to know. And now you have Insanity in the top lane just picking up these turret plates here too. All this extra gold, all this farm denied from Dragoon. God, what a surgical game from 100 Thieves next.
It really is. And this is just what we were talking about, Beatdown, before the game started, is if 100 Thieves gets the ball rolling early, I think I mentioned I don't think I see an opportunity with the composition that no team currently has to make a recovery, and that was so close for Donbray to find their host initiation. They did not see Insanity, and already look at the amount of damage taking here, moving into the mid lane, and it's going to be some pressure down as well as they navigate to the Mountain Dragon here for 100 Thieves next. We do have a quick pause right now, guys, so sorry about this. Of course, we want everybody to be able to play at 100%. The last thing you want is somebody to be saying, you know, that team fight, had we not lost that team fight, maybe we could have won the game in the overall, and had I not had that lag spike, or had I not had my monitor do that weird thing, we potentially could have won that. So hopefully it's not an issue on the side of the players, and hopefully that is something that we can resolve very quickly, because this game, you know, is gonna end soon. I can safely say that. I mean, I feel like, all right, we've kind of put down these stipulations, right, of these win conditions, I guess, for both of these teams. 100 Thieves has hit theirs. No team has missed theirs, you know, has kind of gone past the point of really being able to recover or go for the win condition of getting Blaze leveled up high, getting scooped, some of these kills, so this experience and this gold. And so, you know, it sucks to say something like that at only 13 and a half, 14 minutes of the game, but I do feel pretty confident in the amount of gold that 100 Thieves has over no team currently, and the fact that their composition is focused towards, if we can get to the late game, we're going to be on top of things. They've forced the late game early by just getting so many kills. There's been 1 or 2 shutdowns, sure, that no team has gotten, but unless 100 Thieves literally throw this game away, I really don't see much of an opportunity or a chance for no team to take this back. Now, I don't know, Beatdown, if you have a situation or an opportunity where you kind of see them finding some recoverability here.
It'll be hard. I mean, the fact that they've added objective bounties this season is going to be a big thing to look for, to see if they're going to be able to pick that up on the side of no team. But I talked about it in draft. This comp is going to be a little hard for them to execute, especially now that they're behind. And I think a lot of credit goes to this. Look, we can talk about all of 100 Thieves next and how good they've been playing this game. But I think I got to put a lot of highlight onto Insanity in the mid lane. I think if we just talk about that isolated 1v1, early on, I don't recall Fnatic going there even one time. And usually a matchup where early on LeBlanc is usually pretty good at getting the push and allowing her to move around the map until Victor starts getting the itemization going. Fact is, Blaze was getting run down, Jolly, and all that pressure meant that Blaze wasn't able to do what LeBlanc likes to do in this early part of the game. And now, because of that and what it allowed 100 Thieves to do across the rest of the map, we now know it's a Cloud Soul. 100 Thieves next are halfway to that very same soul. Now, Dawnbray, oh, he's in trouble.
That's a nice lockdown by Scoop to get Dawnbray there with the ultimate, but immediately has to flash away, and it's going to be Sniper that finds a kill. Decides to move over to Dashuka. In the meantime, the rest of the team is able to find out Griffin as well, and now it's just a little fight here between Sniper and Dashuka, and what? Oh my goodness, what a shuriken right there. I love you see the double thumbs up. Sniper saying, all right, you know what? You made it. Dragoon saying, oh my goodness, I made it.
Yeah, that is pretty accurate here, but ultimately it's still a very successful fight. You can see it, Dawnbray finding these angles with the Hex Flash, being able to set up these plays. We're going to see it here in this replay just any second now, where he manages to, even though he can't, once we actually get to this point, he misses the initial hook. All he has to do is press his outskill button, just R onto Scoop, the depth charge. The fact that he is ulted Dawnbray on the turret doesn't really matter. And at this point, it's very easy for Mr. Sniper to do his sniping.
Yeah, and we can see how low Dawnbray did get there. That's a situation Dawnbray's not going to put himself in unless he's confident the team can take people down, even if he does get locked down, right? It was an ultimate that came out of Scooped there. All right, hey, I'll take the Chains of Corruption for nothing in return. Aside from, I mean, Scooped surviving an extra second.
His life. Well, ultimately, yeah, Scooped 0-5 at the moment here. To be fair, a lot of pressure given by Fnatic and the rest of 100 Thieves next. Soon as Scoop lost his flash in that early game, he was just the focus of so much of their attention. And since then, it's been hard for him to come online. We know he's going on hit virus. You know, it takes until 2 to 3 items for him to really have the impact that he's probably looking for. Oh, okay, he gets out.
There it is. Out comes the second Rift Herald of the game. 16 and a half minutes less than. So very quickly, 100 Thieves next has been focusing and moving down these objectives. And while no team was able to pick up that first tower, you had Dragoon getting several plates off of that. They got 2 charges off of Shelly, but now we can see that it is 4 towers. 100 Thieves next absolutely could have gotten this next one. They decided, hey, you know what? Let's go back. We have a ton of gold in our pockets, and whatever we lose here, whatever no team can gain is something that we're willing to give up.
We're going to see what happened here in this replay, where they do manage to dive Victor. Pretty easy to take him down, despite the well-placed gravity field. It doesn't end up doing much. And being able to get that shut down, that is certainly something to be happy about, Jolly. Hopefully, it's the start of something for no team to be able to try and catch themselves back up to this game. But at the moment, we're looking at 6K. Ray isn't going to walk into some unknown territory, but ultimately, no team. They need to hope for stuff like that to happen. See if they can catch people out, especially when no objectives are on the board. That's the big thing, because before this Baron comes up for 20 minutes, no team do have a bit of an opportunity to try and make these overload plays in a particular lane with little risk. And maybe that's how they manage to narrow this goal lead just a little bit, reach some of those spikes that they're looking for. Worth noting, Blaze, once he gets the Ludens, will still be able to, has a good shot at blowing up people like Array. I wouldn't say easily, but the opportunity will be there.
It will be there, yeah, as long as, you know, you don't have Dawnbray immediately in the wing. That's the big concern, because the second Dawnbray gets the lockdown with how well 100 Thieves next have been, you know, working in a cohesive manner, sticking together, allowing Sniper to potentially be caught out individually. And as we say that here, Insanity is going to find 2, gets ignited, and makes it out alive. This is one of those players that, hey, you know what, you say, you might go down, but you also might stay alive and take 2 with them.
That's an insane thing, too, especially after the last 2v1 he ended up falling to. He said, okay, that's how it is? Bring as many as you want. I got it. Done and dusted. And he manages to live at the cost of his flash. Now, though, just turret after turret is being lost. 100 Thieves are up 4 turrets to no team. And that's a nice thing at least, because there are some turrets they can easily be able to take if they can get these waves pushed out. And what that'll mean is, again, objective bounties on top of the fact that it's just standing gold on the map. No team could grab for themselves here. Man, it's, Jolly, I won't lie to you. It's not looking good. And I'm usually the positive one.
Right, yeah, hey, you know what, I tried to be positive here by saying, all right, no team, you got this.
Yeah.
But now, yeah, we are now looking at 8.5k gold at almost 19 minutes. That is massive. Again, you're talking about 4k at 10 minutes, which, you know, people think, oh, that's not that big of a deal. At 10 minutes, that is insane. And looking at the kills, you know, you never want to say, oh, well, that's clearly the obvious reason, but all you have to do is look up and see 4 to 18, 6 towers to 2 towers, both of the dragons, and then one of the 2 rift heralds all going over to 100 Thieves. And it's very obvious as to why they feel comfortable going into situations where they might be 2v1, 3v1. You can see one of those right here is let's engage on all it takes is a second, and Griffin is going to be the next one here. Sure, you got Jashuka in the wings, but how much can you offer when you are just a low little Karma sitting at 2-2-1? Sniper is now on the run. That Cloud Soul coming into effect here on the stage. Jashuka going to flash over the wall. Out comes the Shuriken in the opposite direction. Now can Sniper get out of this one? The needlework comes through, but it's going to be a shutdown. And finally, Scoop gets the first kill of his for the game.
Can he walk away, though, is the question. The answer will be yes, and that is a nice pickup. 850 gold in favor of the 80 carry for no team. Problem is, they lost a lot of people for that shutdown. Jolly, 100 Thieves next are starting the Baron, and, I mean, why not? You're so strong, you have numbers, and your Baron take has got to be something absurd.
Oh, yeah. Even with Sniper being, you know, that really, really bursty one that we're looking at. I guess, of course, there's a ton of bursts coming out of this team, but this is what's hard to get looking at. Even with him being down, we can see just how quickly I couldn't even finish my sentence. Maybe that was the point. Before 100 Thieves next picks it up. So 4 members do have that buff. Griffin is going to be the target as there is an engagement. It's a flash away here by Fnatic, who might end up going down, and it will. The Ignite, thanks to Dragoon, will pick up the one. Array takes down Scoop. In the meantime, Blaze, Griffin are very low and have to get out of this one. Sniper thinks they found Blaze. Luckily for Blaze just here. It is going to be a nice little route onto Sniper, meaning 2 members make it out alive from no team. But 100 Thieves next take everything and more.
Everything meaning the Baron. We are going to see a replay now of the last couple of seconds of what went down here. And you can see it, like the fact that they are just melting this Baron so very quickly. It's why that call makes a lot of sense. And no team, they're trying to do what they can to interfere. Problem is, they just don't have the time, Jolly. They don't have the ability to get there and actually have the impact. And now they want to see if they can make a big play here. They want to stop these backs at the very least, but they have Blaze TPing in. Problem is, the damage on the Griffin is just too strong. They are too fed on the side of 100 Thieves. Even though you get that shutdown, ultimately, again, much like before, it always costs you so much because of how much you have to invest on that one person while the rest of 100 Thieves next. Look at these HP bars. They're all pretty full. They're doing a lot of damage. Dragoon pops like a balloon.
Yeah, and actually, you know, I do have to say, I'm really, I can't even say what I want to say. The needlework is coming out, not Rogues. Griffin and Dragoon actually doing a great job. It's going to be Insanity who goes down here. Griffin is the next one. Array picking up that kill. Now, Fnatic is taking a lot of the damage, but another root on a Fnatic means there's a possibility for more damage. It is Ignite. Will it be enough to take down? Just barely, no, and it's a triple kill for Array to save the lad.
Oh man, Baron buff. We're looking 30 seconds on a lot of people in no team. They could potentially try and close this one out if they want to. At the very least, inhibitors will fall on the side of no team, and that will mean a lot of gold XP if they can hold on. That's going to be the big question, Jolly, if. But it's looking like 100 Thieves next are not going to take any risks here. They're going to be plenty happy to take that top inhibitor. Top lane will be pushing automatically for the next 5 minutes. And that means when this Dragon Soul comes up, that's something no team will answer, and 100 Thieves next should have an easy time picking up the soul.
Yeah, and hopefully for No Team, they won't also have an easy time picking up No Team because, you know, you're in the situation. It is just a Cloud Soul, but it is yet another resource that 100 Thieves is padding their pockets with. And so it is very helpful for them as a team, especially when they're trying to continue these initiations on. It's going to be Sniper that's jumped on here. Griffin starting that one out. Blaze trying to get as much burst damage down, but actually missing the chains right there. Now is on the run himself. Takes a big chunk from Insanity on the top side. It looks like we got a nice root and array. Before I even get the opportunity to see that it's Jashuka up there, just melts that player. And now it is just Dragoon, not even waiting the minute left for this dragon to come up. They say, hey, you know what? We've still the pressure that we need. We can end the game right here, right now.
They have a wave. Timers are long on No Team. Long enough for this to close out here. 100 Thieves, a dominating first game here for a team we have such high expectations for.
Oh, yes, and they are absolutely going to clean this one. Incredibly well done. You know what I gotta say here in this game number one is 100 Thieves takes it pretty definitively in just 24 minutes. I do have to say that there were some really good plays coming out of No Team, right? I think in particular, I got to point out how well Dragoon has done in some of these initiations, actually getting into the back. We saw the first takedown onto, or I think it was the second overall takedown onto Insanity in that fight right after the Baron was taken. And it was thanks to, you know, Dragoon following up off of Griffin's attempted play. You know, Griffin tried to get out of there. There was a pillar placed in front of him. He said, okay, I can't. I'll go in. I'll crescent guard. I'll do what I can. And they made target acquisition there. And so I think that's still good from No Team. My biggest problem with this last game that we just saw was really the composition in and the composition that they were facing against 100 Thieves. I want to see a little more survivability. I really liked the Gwen. I would have actually preferred to see somebody like the Viego, maybe somebody a little bit tankier as well in the bottom lane for that support. If Dombray's going to get something like the Nautilus, hey, you know what? You have an opportunity to do something like a Thresh. You have an opportunity to go a little bit tankier. If you really want to go heavy initiation, you can still go with the Leona. She's still very viable for your team to either engage or disengage. So I think a little bit of an adjustment in this comp, but keeping the mentality of, hey, you know what, still making plays where plays were necessary, even though No Team kind of knew going into things like the Baron fight, we're probably not going to win this, but if we can take something, it's still a bit of a W, right?
Right, and I mean, like, I think I agree with you about the draft being kind of, I think, what made it very difficult for No Team to play this game. Because the thing is, with Enchanters coming up, or coming back up in the meta at the moment here, the way I always see things in draft is that you still need, I like it when teams have a very solid, consistent way to start off team fights. And that's why I said this comp was hard to execute. By no means was it unwinnable. There were ways that No Team, they had win cons. There were ways they could win this game. The problem is they were so hard to execute because of really good laning as well from 100 Thieves next side. They didn't get to do what they wanted to do, and they didn't really have any win cons that they could fall back on. And I think that ultimately was their downfall, just because it made it that much easier for 100 Thieves next to go for the snowball here.
Yeah. And you know, it's a situation too where, hey, it's the best of three, right? They have an opportunity now to kind of clean things up. They get the chance to pick their side. It's usually higher seed and 100 Thieves having picked the side to start things off in red for the counter picks. And yeah, you know, now it might be No Team's turn to say, hey, all right, you make your first picks. We get a little bit more of an opportunity to counter that. But in the meantime, we are going to take a very quick break here in between games 1 and 2. This is our first best of 3 between 100 Thieves, X, and No Team. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with some more Proving Grounds close qualifiers. Thank you guys for sticking with us. Of course, we are in between games 1 and 2 right now with 100 Thieves next, and of course, no team. And my bold prediction is so far not really working out. But you know what? Let's we can talk about 100 Thieves and what they did right all day, right? Beatdown. So let's kind of talk about no team. Maybe what we saw we liked, as my camera freaks out again. What we saw we liked, and then possibly what we would like to see that we know that they have had success with in the past, that they execute really well, or maybe some adjustments to their composition.
So I think what I'm going to expect from no teams, or what is kind of a change up in the draft. What I want to see from them is, again, more reliable engages. I think just easier to execute front to back comps, especially in situations like these, are a lot of teams' bread and butter, this early into the season. And I mean, if we just talk about the draft like as a whole and how things went on, because of the fact that they ended up holding off on the AD carry pick until the second round, where because of how much priority they put on the karma, it ended up kind of hurting them just a little bit with how the 80 carry pool for scoops ended up getting pinched out. I think we saw 4 or 5 80 carry bans, and then at that point and then you end up seeing I mean, if we talk about Varus, he's honestly like a step under a lot of the very common, maybe 2, depending on who you ask, compared to other 80 carries like Jhin, Jinx, Caitlyn, etc., etc. So I think that also hurt them, and just the fact that they didn't have an easy way to play this game, it was really difficult. So I think going into this next one, probably just a more cohesive team composition focused on team fighting. You can still run no team the way they like to play, having Griffin on these enabler junglers. You can still put him back on Xin. Maybe he gets Viego or Lee Sin or something along those lines too. And you can still play this early aggressive style. You just need something to kind of fall back on in the later parts of the game.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that, we had that with Blaze being a big part of this, and we had that really early initiation in by Blaze to just get, instantly melted by Insanity before Griffin could even be there. Knowing that Griffin likes to play these big initiators, I would like to see a little bit more of that initiation follow-up, right? We know that Griffin is going to be playing this style of champion and this style of jungle. So to kind of facilitate that a little bit more, I liked the Gwen, one of those champions where if you do fall behind, you have recoverability. It adds a little bit of a secondary win con, but I would like to see not really just a singular win con, that if it kind of goes out the window, like we saw really with the LeBlanc here, because the expectation is very well in this matchup, right? Even with the karma, it's one of those where you're going to need a lot of focus from your jungle. So I liked parts of this for sure. I can see kind of what they were going for, but you're absolutely right, Beatdown. In terms of the cohesion, it's not quite there. It's kind of like there are different ideas kind of going across the map, and it's good to have multiple win cons, but the idea is more that you have one win con. It's like plan A, plan B, plan C, right? You do prioritize these win conditions and what you actually want to excel at early on. And I don't think there was really, we barely saw any pressure for Blaze. We saw that one attempt, but It was Blaze going in way too hard, Insanity melting Blaze. Griffin didn't even get the chance to be there, ended up just cleaning up a little bit of the over minions and then the cannon. So I would also like to see Griffin with a little bit of an earlier initiation. Somebody like Trundle and Fnatic in general, but Trundle in particular has this ability to say, I'm okay with giving up a bunch of experience here because I am so good at facilitating a game with the pillar, really in particular. It's got such a long range. It provides so much of a disruption and that little bit of crowd control enough for the rest of the team to move in. I would like to see this player kind of go back and play in the style of Hecarim, maybe even without having the Hecarim in the early parts.
Right. I think there are still other ways that they can, like I was saying, no team can play that style that they very much want to. I think you're going to have to deny at least some power picks away from the side of 100 Thieves next. Like I think the Victor probably is something you cannot go for. I think Vex, who didn't actually end up being banned or picked in that draft, is definitely an option because it's
second phase.
Okay, she was banned because that's something Blaze definitely
it was
has
no
put it
team
on. Yes.
that banned it though. So
because I think at that point they already had what they wanted solidified here, but we'll see how things shake up in this next round overall. I think being able to get scooped and one of the better 80 carries early on will probably be an important one too, just considering this bot lane matchup from what we expected going into this series and also after what we saw into game one. Maybe if he can manage to get himself something like the Ezreal, which is definitely a safer one, it will be a lot harder to just bully him the way Fnatic and the rest of 100 Thieves next did in game one.
Yeah, and if that's a situation where they're banning out 4 ADCs because they recognize how far back that can put a team, take care of it early on, right? Just nip that one in the bud. Don't even make it so you are narrowed down to like literally 3 ADCs left that are even somewhat viable. And then I think the biggest part was we both were really surprised when it was the Varus that was locked in after the Misfortune was hovered, after the Ashe was hovered. And it was the Varus lock-in. So 100 Thieves is going to start the same way. They're saying, okay, hey, you know what? That bottom lane is really what helps pressure us forward. Because I do have to say, Jashuka played very, very well, right? The Karma was actually done very well. I think that the player was 2-2 and 3 by the time they actually ended up going like negative in the game. So a lot of potential for, as long as you get just a better ADC currently in the meta, somebody who's able to provide more, like the Jhin, yourself up for a lot more of an opportunity to find success in that bottom lane. And I love it. They're going to lock in the Nautilus on top of for Jashuka. And this can be a pretty nasty combination.
There's a lot of lockdown potential here, not with just Nautilus's whole kit, but of course that follow-up with the Deadly Flourish. A very aggressive bot lane, and you also kind of... It's twofold here. You get it for yourself, you get a really aggressive bot lane that you can fight with early, and you also take away that Nautilus from Dawnbreak because the dude was lights out in game 1. Thresh is still on the table, however. Instead, they're going to go for the Leona. Dawnbreak, again, he's just going to be looking for these angles to get in there, Jolly, because that's what he's been doing so well for this roster so far since he started subbing for Sword, who's playing on 100 Thieves Academy.
I do really like this. I like the, obviously I like the Viego. I mentioned that I would have liked to see the Viego in the last game. That was, of course, for no team, but they are going to see the Viego and say, hey, you know what, we got the Trundle, and I really, really do hope. I think Trundle is probably top 1 or 2 in terms of being able to provide sufficient ganks and being capable of, like I said just earlier, of kind of abandoning the jungle in the early parts of the game and saying, hey, this is recoverable, right? I can spend as much time as I want in the jungle later on as long as I get the ball rolling in favor of the rest, at least the important parts of the team. And I think focusing on some of these win conditions, already we see it right here, that, this bottom lane is definitely one of them. If they can get the, if they can get scooped here with a lot of damage on top of the range that you have to offer with the Jhin, as well as the roaming potential and the initiation with Jashuka here for the Nautilus, already just with 3 picks locked in, I'm so comfortable and confident in the selections that have been made here. And now it's to turn towards the top side bans, right? We're looking at Aurelia and Akali, and no team does not want to see that again for Sniper. And then we've got the Darius as well in 100 Thieves as they make their final decision in the second ban phase.
Yeah, it's going to be one really interesting for me. A lot of strong mid lane picks are up and available here. I'm thinking of the Victor right away over for Blaze on that 4, and then you give Dragoon that top lane counter pick because after the Akali ban and how much Sniper was able to do in this game, you want to just put your top laner in the best position possible here, and that's why the Victor actually ends up being banned away. That's pretty solid from 100 next, but I think Vex being available is something that could be picked up. Blaze, he plays it. He's very competent on this pick, and it fits his aggressive playstyle where he can facilitate the rest of his team, especially Griffin. So I also think it's a nice combination with Jhin. You have a lot of this long-range engage when you think about the Deadly Flourish, Curtain Call, of course the Shadow Surge. I think Syndra is also a fine option. Again, another champion Blaze definitely is able to put a lot of work in, and I think overall I like the direction of this draft a lot better from no team.
Absolutely. I do think I would have liked the Vex with this composition a little bit better. It does give it the additional range, right? The last thing that you really want is for 100 Thieves, especially having a Leona locked in and a Viego locked in, to get the initiation that they're looking for in one of these fights. And if that is locked in, okay, I was going to say it's not quite as much damage as maybe you would want right now, but it is going to be a Graves, and this is one of those picks where we've seen Graves actually in the top lane multiple times. I think Barrick is one that we saw day number 1 bring it through and do a very good job with that as well. Oh my goodness, they love to do this to me. They love to do this as long as they don't hover the team out. I'm a lot more okay with the hovers that these teams like.
Don't worry about the hover. Don't worry about the hovers.
Right. It is the Orianna that's going to be locked in opposition of the Syndra there, and that's going to kind of facilitate this potential for initiation for the Leona. For Fnatic with this Viego to actually heavily go in. And would you look at that, we've got an Akshan.
That's an interesting pick. Really quickly, I want to talk about the Orianna. I really like that one, even though it's not the greatest matchup into Syndra. Ultimately, it is a little more setup on top of what Donbury's going with here in the Leona. You have a good few people who can deliver that ball for the Shockwave. A lot of playmaking potential with this ability, especially because of how you see no team's composition is going to try and play into them, and that's something they could use to kind of turn the tides of some of these team fights. But I think overall, no team, the Akshan in the top lane is certainly an interesting one. We have ranged in the bot lane, and it's interesting with these team fights as well, because the Akshan passive, a very controversial topic in the League of Legends community, could come in pretty clutch with how some of these fights are going to go there for Team No Team. And the thing that's nice too is because, I mean, this is what I was hoping for. This is a lot simpler. This front to back. Jishuka, he's going to be looking for people. Or in fact, Griffin's going to be doing the same with this Trundle, and with how aggressive that they like to play, I think this suits them a lot better.
Yes, exactly. And I want to see kind of that revert back to what I'm used to for Griffin, because Griffin, I know, is this really aggressive player who wants to start fights early, right? Who finds opportunities of saying, okay, I've cleared out just, the first half of my jungle. Is there a chance for me to actually make a play here? And Trundle is the champion at the top of my list for that, at least in the current meta and at the moment, because that early crowd control really does provide so dang much. And then we're able to, use the frozen domain to get yourself in there, to supply a little bit more damage on top of it. It's very helpful. But I'm mostly excited, I think, for No Team. I mean, I'm really excited, obviously, this composition. Very much. Even if you just hopped in right now, you can tell that both of us are so much happier in what we see. We actually see cohesion. We see multiple ways that they can go about in this game. It's not their win condition. That if it falls triggers, they're just, it's kind of inevitable loss. The roaming potential that we're going to be seeing from Dragoon and Jishuka is going to be big on this one. So if same kind of situation with 100 Thieves in the last one, if No Team find themselves an early lead, they have the opportunity to make these really early roams, and that is going to be something that can really get the ball rolling, get into a snowball, right? Make it into the biggest snowball ever.
That's right. Even what Nunu would be proud of.
Yes.
So 100 Thieves next. I think overall, I still think I do like what they're going to be able to do in the earlier parts of the game. And when you talk about support roams, of course, the situation is still the same for Donbury, even though now he's on the Leona. His ability to impact the map, while he's been playing for this team has been very good, and something I'm looking forward to seeing again for how some of these team fights are going to start off, with how he's able to find a lot of these these alternate angles, ones that maybe enemies aren't necessarily expecting here. So No Team, even though I think they have a much better draft this time around, I still think, as you say, they do need to worry about how they're going to be playing things early on. And I think with this Trundle in hand, and then when you compare, Viego isn't going to be able to do as much in the earlier parts of the game. The keys this time the keys to this early game are certainly in the hands of No Team. They just have to start the card.
Right, they really do, yeah. And hopefully, they're all buckled up, right, ready to go, because going into this, it is match point, right, for 100 Thieves. This is a best of 300 Thieves. Took the first one, and it was only 24 minutes. So we know that these teams aren't tired. It was a quick game, right?
True.
A lot quicker than we were really expecting, and I think it did get to the point where No Team was like, all right, you know what? We know that this is likely a loss, but it's still commendable in the fact that they say, hey, this is a potential initiation, right? The fight at the Baron, they probably knew it wasn't going to go their way, but it was a worthwhile attempt, because they find these little openings, and the fact that they're so far behind and are still capable of finding cheeks in the armor, finding some accessibility or vulnerability really to access 100 Thieves and to find some sort of advantage, they were still working at it. And that's a good sign to me for the mental of a team, and saying, hey, we didn't come in here, expectation of losing really, because they're still trying their best to do something about it, but they kind of know when to concede, and clearly have recognized maybe where some of the flaws were. And I do think a lot of it was the lack of frontline, which is something that we touched on before this game started, and before this these champions were locked in. And so we've got a lot more frontline. You got a Trundle, you got a Nautilus. That is more than what I wanted as we head into game number 2 here. Of course, Proving Grounds close qualifiers. Day number 3, we have No Team going into 100 Thieves X, and it is match point for 100 Thieves. So it's up to No Team now to stay in this one and bring things out to a game number 3.
That's right, Jolly. This is match point, a big deal here for both of these teams playing for auto qualification to the playoffs here. Loser will have to play one more match against the winner of our second match here in this stream tonight to be able to get their second chance back into playoff contention here. No team, if they want to get it and secure that here and now, Jolly, they're going to have to pull something out this game. They are going to have to make it happen.
Well, they certainly seem more poised to do so in this matchup, given the fact that they have some really good early opportunity. Even if we see a couple mistakes like we saw in the past, even if we see maybe Blaze going a little too hard when Griffin's not quite there, there's a lot more recoverability, a lot more of an opportunity for them to kind of make some plays off of the back foot and find themselves advantages still. Here next, of course, hey, you know how 100 Thieves gets once they've tasted blood, right? They don't want it to stop. They want everything to go in their favor. So they're going to try to do everything to stop no team from not only getting ahead, but trying to find a lead of their own.
At the moment, it's looking like neither jungler is interested in hiding where they will be starting out. They're both going to get leashes, and we are going to have the idea from both sides of where they're going to be here, and that is important. And it is a good thing for Fnatic that they're starting on opposite sides of the map. But overall, Viego into Trundle doesn't play too well in the 1v1, and I mean in the early levels, Viego doesn't play that well into anybody, Jolly. So you're really hoping you don't run into Griffin at this point, because that is a fight he will certainly win.
Yes, that is definitely something he's going to look for too. And hopefully it is something that he's looking for, actually, just for no team to find some success in this matchup. You know, they come into this kind of knowing that it is going to be an uphill battle, right? It is a climb, but it's not some uninsurmountable summit, right? It is still just a hill at the starts of these matches, even having the idea that this is a top seed team for sure. And Heart of Thieves next. And with young players, you were talking about adaptability and growth. This is something we see literally during the games, right?
And then we switched over to the top lane, but I think the bottom lane is something I'm most interested in this game for No Team. Scooped, we talked about it. I don't think he had a good opportunity to shine just because of what ended up happening with the pick and how much attention he got on the bottom side of the map from the enemy. So this time around, now he's got a sort of aggressive bot lane where a play can be made. Let's hold that thought. Speaking of plays, Sniper might be in trouble. Yep. Good pillar. Oh, they got him.
The flash of foe, and there it is. They get the kill. Oh no, nobody could hear me apparently for a moment there. That's unfortunate. That was a fantastic play right there. Sure, Fnatic was in the wings, but too little, too late. And Sniper had just used the teleport as well.
Well, that's a risky play here from No Team. You have Blaze move from the mid lane to help his jungler make this play happen. Put some early pressure onto Sniper, one of the, highlight players from the last game, one of the highlight players for this team. And in doing so, it does cause Blaze to lose a good chunk of a wave, maybe a wave and a half in the mid lane. If that didn't work, that would be really brutal here. But we are going to see how the replay ends up playing out here. And there it is. At this point, he recalls, he TPs back to lane, and I think that's the big deal about this thing too for this play. Sniper TP'd, and then he immediately ends up getting pressured. He does lose a lot of that wave because he's not able to TP back, and you do end up picking up a first kill. This is the early aggression I wanted to see from No Team.
And this is where you make that decision too, right? Sniper obviously has eyes on Blaze and Griffin at this point and decided to stay near the tower. That recognizes, okay, they are going to go in, trying to buy some time for Fnatic to engage here, but there was just no opportunity. It was a beautiful scat of the week that really me there from Blaze that you gotta commend.
Wow, we almost saw a fight break out here on the bottom side of the map. I think Hooray and Donbray do want to recall. Ultimately, though, you can see a bit of an EXP lead showing in the mid lane. Oh, wait a second.
There it is, another fight breaks out. It's going to be the flash forward. Jashuka ends up getting a little bit of a heal there, but the flash forward by Donbray, followed by Array, immediately means it's going to be another kill here for Array.
Oh man, there it is. It's going to be 1-0 at 5 minutes here. Really nice play from Donbray to be able to find that angle. Now Scooped and Jashuka are going to be feeling a lot of the pressure as a result of it. You can see Griffin, again, giving Sniper a bit of what I like to call the Scoop treatment. I just coined that from last game, as he's spending a lot of time in the top lane.
yeah, that's what you need to have happen though, right? Like, I think that being on the top side of the map has been very, very normal for the current meta. You've got 2 range champions here, so you know, generally don't have as much of an opportunity in terms of their positioning because they're standing a little bit farther back trying to look for their own range. But Sniper has very little of that compared to Dragoon. So there's constantly going to be this kind of pressure coming through. And it's actually Dragoon going into a fight where Fnatic is right there in the wings. Dragoon flashes forward, but he's not going to be able to make it out of that one alive. And I'm not quite sure what the thought was behind that play.
I mean, he didn't know that Fnatic was nearby, so I think that's just a good play from Fnatic to show up on this top side. Maybe expecting Griffin is going to show up, maybe expecting Dragoon has that kill pressure. Either way, right place, right time from 100 Thieves' next jungler. And although there is no Rift Herald to play for, I think an early kill going into Sniper's favor is always beneficial, especially with how much CS he's managed to lose early on because of that pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely helps. Of course, has the teleport available, right? We just saw that Sniper has to take the long walk up for the next little bit. Of course, it's more than halfway off cooldown. But it gives the opportunity. We already see no team doing what I want to see coming out of Griffin and specifically Trundle. These little invades, you're more than capable of doing them because you have the ability to push back a couple of members. Not only that, but you have the ability to throw down Frozen Domain, get yourself a little bit more speed, a little bit more disengage. And so that's what I like from a lot of these you know, highly contentious champions, whether they're banned or picked, is that they have a lot of ability to both engage and disengage. We can see right there, he's going to use both within a minute.
That's right. Now, because there wasn't really an opening to go for the dragon, no team do have the option to go for it if they want to, as bot lane looking like it's going to be shoved in. But we're going to have to see. Fnatic might, if he does end up getting level 6 off of this camp, I think there's a real chance for 100 Thieves next to go for this fight. But I think at the moment, everyone's just going to go back to farming. We're going to have the blue buffs given over to Blaze so that he can continue pressuring and try to force priority in the mid lane here.
Now we see Fnatic once again pop up. Fnatic doesn't care about his jungle. He doesn't care that he's behind. He cares about the kills. But look, Griffin
nice.
is in the wings. It's going to be Jashuka who is the target here. Okay, we're taking a lot of damage, but not that much. It's going to be a Ray that picks up the kill. Another lockdown for Griffin who's going to be followed up immediately by the root. So much crowd control. It's a double kill. Give it over to the one player that you really don't want to pick up a double kill, being a Ray.
That's right, and also Fnatic is able to pick up all these resets, Jolly, and he's in a very, very good position here, especially taking supports as Viego. Jolly, it feels so very good, and we're going to see the replay come through. This is good from Griffin to show up because they were looking for an opening to start this play. The problem is, before anything could really get done in terms of DPS, Jashuka lost most of his life as it is, and again, you give Viego the resets, you know how it goes. We've all played solo queue.
It's true. And this, I mean, Shuka is kind of the one that you're hoping, all right, hey, I'm in here, I'm taking the damage, deal what you can. But the problem on top of it, too, is that you had Scoops and Griffin, they weren't really quite in a position, and the target acquisition wasn't quite there, right? You had some damage kind of going across multiple members, but the real acquisition should have been get as close to Scooped as possible, and I think that's what Shuka was doing. And I think maybe a little bit more communication might have helped no team out there, but this is what you expect from 100 Thieves next, right? It's non-stop aggression, particularly from Fnatic. I know you were talking about how it's a lot harder for Fnatic to, you know, make some of the early engages. Of course, we're now at 9 minutes, but if there is a player who is going to say, I don't care what the champion's capable of doing early. I know what I am capable of doing early. It's going to be Fnatic who makes those early moves.
That's fair, and Fnatic, definitely that player who is good at facilitating the rest of his team. It's no surprise he's able to find work, especially pre-6, and especially such a powerful bot lane in Array and Dawnbrain, because they don't quite have that pressure on the top side. Sniper has been going through it this game. Actually, you're going to hold that thought. They want to fight Jolly.
Yes, they do. Griffin is taking quite a bit of damage. Flashes out of a solar flare, but Fnatic is on the backside, dealing a lot. And Dragoon is at least going to pick up the one kill in response. It is now a 3v3, and Griffin has been taking most of the aggro. A beautiful shockwave coming out here, and Array is now in the wings, going to be able to pick up late. Should be able to pick up Griffin, no problem. And now it's Jashuka, who has to flash over the wall. Out come the long shots. It's going to be a nice little hook away, and a blast cone over the wall, meaning Jashuka stays alive, but 2 more kills for Array. Woo-wee! This champion is going to be beefy.
5-0 already at the 10-minute mark. Array once again in the position to be the carry for 100 Thieves next. And that's the thing with this roster too. Even though a lot of pressure and attention is being put onto Sniper in the top lane, as he is a very talented player and skilled in his own right, ultimately 100 Thieves next, they can just mix it up. Jolly. They can play through whoever they need to, and with how they drafted this one out, they had so many options.
And I think there was a really quick recognition, too, by Fnatic that, hey, okay, Griffin is trying to get out Sniper, right? They had the successful first blood, or Griffin picked that up. But they weren't really able to follow that up too much in dealing a bunch of additional damage to Sniper, right? He started playing a lot more safely. He started to have Fnatic actually come up, and as soon as there was a responding kill onto Dragoon that evened things out, Sniper's like, yeah, I'm fine. You're good, Fnatic. Go spend time in the bottom lane. Go spend time in the mid lane. This is a player, as young as he is, has confidence in himself and has the confidence of his team on top of it.
Now, I love this. Dawnbray and Fnatic linking up, moving around, trying to make plays. Blaze does have flash. He's going to have to use it. Oh, my God. Still connects.
That's so much damage. It's not an opportunity to get out of that one. This is the ultimate coming up, and Array flashes away. Jashuka now goes in. Out comes the curtain call. It should be a lot of damage, but the final shot doesn't even connect, let alone deal enough damage to ensure a kill.
Yeah, and I mean, the red gun ultimate does give you a lot of heal when it lands. Really nicely played by Array, and now Fnatic looking to see what he can get done. Oh, wow, he almost gets the kill. Scratch that. He's going to be able to get the kill and the reset. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, and well, no problem. I mean, at this point, things have relaxed again, and you're just getting so many more kills in the pockets of 100 Thieves next. You can see it there, like 4,000 gold ahead at this point here. Again, leads pretty much everywhere except the top lane. And when you think about the damage, when you think about how well 100 Thieves next are going to do into the late game, especially with Array being as fed as he is, no team, they're going to have to make some plays happen very, very soon if they want to find their way back in. The thing is, I like that Blaze was there early on, making the roam play, helping set up the rest of his team, but it felt like since that play around the first few minutes, hasn't been able to be repeated.
Yeah, it was a good one, but it was very quickly recognized by 100 Thieves next. They're like, oh, that's how you want to play? Well, we can play we can do that as the root on a Griffin, followed up by the Solar player top. Dawnbray, the target here. Out comes the shockwave. That does a lot of damage. Griffin will be the next target. Fnatic going in.
You're kidding.
No way! Able to get the hook after picking up the soul of the Nautilus right there. Going to follow it up, trying to get onto Scoop. It's a lot of damage, but Dragoon does manage, thanks to the ultimate there, to be able to pick up the kill. That was actually beautifully done from this top laner of no team.
Was right, really nicely picked up from Dragoon. Being able to get something here, I think, is a big deal. I mean, he's the one with the most kills on the team so far, and it shows in the itemization. He's the only one on his team that has a mythic item at the moment, but you look across at 100 Thieves next, 3 out of the 5 members have theirs good to go. Even Sniper, Jolly, who's been the victim of a lot of pressure in the earlier parts of the game here. Oh my god, now look at him. I'm pretty sure that's just a kill, isn't it?
Oh, straight up, he's going to flash for it. He's going to make it flashy. Maybe not necessary, but definitely makes it happen. And that was actually beautifully done. Dawnbray's the cattle dog right there, says, I'll make sure they don't go anywhere. You take your time, Insanity. Wait for that Q to come back up. And, I mean, when you're sitting at 1 health, there's nothing you can do about that.
Oh, man. And unfortunately, Griffin felt there was nothing he could do with that Rift Herald. Had to just drop it because it was going to expire. And it just ends up being gold. Doesn't get to charge. Now Insanity's getting to put damage into this turret. 100 Thieves next, winning across the map as always, and even Sniper is going ahead and stealing some of Griffin's camps. Nothing he can do about it, Jolly.
Yeah, nothing you can do. And you got the dragon as well, second dragon of the game. Of course, every single dragon so far in this series has been picked up by 100 Thieves next, and they are 6k gold up. This is not nearly as bad, though, as we saw in that last game. It's going to be the Hex Flash over the wall by Dawnbray, and you can't get out of that one. Not with all the crowd control. We'll have to see if Array did actually pick that one up. No, wait, yes, it was Array that picked that one up. The previous kill picked up there by Dawnbray, and now this rift is kind of just being run by 100 Thieves.
All right, Jolly. I'm gonna do something that I've been a little scared to do, but I'm gonna do it. I would very much like production to show us the gold graph, if possible, or the gold numbers. I just want to. Oh god,
I'm scared
Array
of that.
got all that local gold. I am scared, and you know what? The fact that it hasn't come up, it's fine. Oh, okay, now they show it.
Yeah, Dombre now is in danger. This might be one of the more successful curtain calls that we've saw. It's not going to be the damage from the curtain call that gets it, but Griffin is going to at least pick up the one. Of course, 100 Thieves next says that's okay. It was Dombre. That's kind of his part of the game. Right?
That's right. He's expendable, and you saw the graph, everybody. It speaks for itself. An insane climb for 100 Thieves next. Just, my God, Jolly, this is tough. 7K again. We find ourselves in a very similar situation where 100 Thieves next are well on track to another sub 25-minute game and just punching their ticket to the playoffs immediately. No need to play another game. No need to worry about anything until later next week.
Yup. It was a good attempt to start things out by no team. They picked up the first blood, right? We had that early roam coming out of Griffin, but it was pretty mirrored by Fnatic and showing up and actually getting a lot of pressure here for, of course, no surprise, Array. And Array, I talked about Array a lot at the beginning. There's a reason. This is part of the reason as the Solar Flare comes out. They're going to follow it up here with the Shockwave. It's the Ignite that should be the last tick damage. No, Griffin barely stays alive here. So many pop-ups, and Array finally gets shut down. Jishuka will be taken down as well as Fnatic, who goes in very hard, including the Soul here on True Dragoon. Should be able to do enough damage here. That leaves just 2 members in place and Scooped on the run. And it is going to be a nice little scat of the week there to prevent Dombre from connecting and continuing that fight.
Okay, well, that is a pretty big deal that Blaze ends up getting the shutdown. That is a lot of gold into the Syndra's pocket. Nice way to really catch things up here. And you can see it in the replay. They get very aggressive, layering their CC really well. And somehow Griffin does live with 13 HP. The thing to look for, it's Blaze. A really nice scatter of the week. Makes it easy to pick up this shutdown. And basically makes it so that this is probably the best fight no team, have seen all series long. And even then, Jolly, it's still lopsided.
Yeah. And not just lopsided, but I mean, it was visually lopsided too, right? A little bit of a split off there in Dragoon, who is certainly one of the players who deal the most damage, who can reposition himself incredibly well with the heroic swing, who has the capacity to, utilize that. We were talking even just about the passive, right? And then trying to use comeuppance towards the end of things. We saw a really solid kill coming from this player, but hey, you separate him out from the rest of the team. And if that's a big part of your damage, it allows 100 Thieves next to focus who they want to focus. And you know that even though there's rarely miscommunication within this team, in that instance, there's no way that they can miscommunicate who their target is.
Now, Griffin will be spotted out on the blue trinket that came from the sniper, so he won't be fooled and get caught out by this play in the bottom side. But you get a turret. Considering it's your first turret of the game, it does mean you can catch up somewhat in gold in that way. You're picking up some of these objective bounties as well. Problem is, 100 Thieves next, they have the Rift Herald. They're going to be taking more turrets in their favor, and they're going to be able to just continue snowballing this game here. Shelly probably doesn't get to charge the tier 3, but ultimately damage is done. Speaking of damage,
oh, maybe she will, thanks to that beautiful shockwave coming through. And yeah, you can't focus on
you're joking.
Second charge.
You're
Griffin
joking.
goes down. It's Fnatic. Once again, the Heartbreaker comes out, and certainly some broken hearts on the side of no team. There is a fantastic curtain call, but Dombre says, hey, I'm support. I do support well. It's going to drop the Solar Flare in response to prevent the other 2 members here in Dragoon and Jishuka from engaging on the fight, and that means that if Ray gets to re-engage, this should be a very quick cleanup. Your Scoops now just needs to run because there's so much mobility on the Aphelios. They're going to call that a victory, head back home.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking, Scoop. It's not worth it, buddy. Just let him go. Oh. That's, yeah. The white flag is appropriate. That is unfortunate. He's not even able to stop the backs. It feels like no team just can't take anything here, Jolly. And it's 100 Thieves just taking everything for them there. Their chance at even playing this game, their chance at qualifying for the playoffs after this match.
Yeah, it feels like it feels like, after this match isn't going to be too far out, right? The last game went to 24 minutes. Now that's a quick game. Our usual has been, in the past when I started casting, I would have said, average game is 25 to 35 minutes, right? That 10-minute buffer. Recently, games have been much closer to the 30-minute, 40-minute, 10-minute buffer right there. That's not the case with 100 Thieves next. This is very classic for them. I think they have one of the lower average game times in the Proving Grounds close qualified circuit between these 8 teams right now. And we can see exactly why, even when there's an opportunity for the opposing team to find themselves an advantage, 100 Thieves next says, ha, well, it's not enough to deal with us.
That's right. 100 Thieves next, or no team rather, feels like every play they make just ends up being countered right away because of time. The time to kill is so long with how far behind no team are, and it gives 100 Thieves next time to move up across the map, happily take part. Oh, we're fighting? All right, yeah, no problem. I'm gonna bring all the homies.
Griffin meant to take that, or was trying to pass it over to Dragoon. I'm not quite sure. With the red buff I'm talking about. Maybe it was kind of a panic thing because Dawn Bray had used the vision cone. But yeah, Griffin, I mean, you know, it could be worse, but it is the red buff there taken by Griffin when Dragoon was there assisting with taking down the red buff the entire time. You would think that you want to hand it over to that Akshan on the top.
Maybe. Although we've seen Griffin do a good amount of work, so I think it'll be fine either way.
Oh,
now
yeah,
Sniper.
Yeah, it could be a lot worse. That's going to be the ultimate there on to Sniper, and now it's just scooped on the run because in comes some teleports. The shockwave means that, oh my goodness, Dragoon is not even able to participate in this fight. Sniper finally gets taken down, and it's going to be Griffin who does so, but that means Insanity is the next target. So much damage coming out of that, Insanity now with the pull. Jishuka has to just run away. It's going to be really tough to do, though, when you have 3 members of 100 Thieves next on your back, and that is a very clean ace.
Go ahead and start off the Baron as a result. And we're going to take a look at this play again. You can see it. No team trying to find whatever angles they can to start these fights off. The thing is, Fnatic, again, reading them like the morning paper, Jolly. Showing up to buy time for the TPs to come through. And at this point, like every other fight we've seen the last 10 minutes, 100 Thieves say, oh, word? We're fighting? All right.
Exactly. That's kind of, you know, what I was just referring to at the beginning of the game of like, all right, you can find your successes, right? They managed to at least pick something up there. They take down Sniper, which is great. But, hey, all right, you take one, we're going to take your whole team, and that's all that you're going to get. And then on top of it, we're going to get ourselves a couple of objectives here throughout the map. So 26 and 8, we are now looking at about 13,000 gold lead in favor of 100 Thieves next. They're kind of writing the script now at this point, deep down.
At this point, it feels like they've written the script. Past tense, Jolly, as it really feels like no team. Very few, very limited avenues to get back into this game here. Feels like 100 Thieves next have all but punched their ticket. And look at this. Look how aggressive they can be.
There it is. That's a nice amount of damage. Blaze can't even participate in the fight. That's how far ahead Array is here. That's how far ahead Insanity is in damage.
My God.
And oh my goodness, all it takes is a quick weapon swap. That's going to be a deadly flourish coming out of Fnatic, picking up the soul of Scooped on that. Jin, a double kill. And another, I was going to say actually clean. No, this one wasn't actually clean, but still, every time 100 Thieves next, only losing one single member while finding an ace back to back.
They're also going to get that ace to win the game, Jolly. They have the wave, they have the Baron buff, and no team don't have the spawn timers to do anything about it here. They'll get the 4v4 in a couple of seconds, but even there seems to be no time for that. 100 Thieves next will punch their ticket to the playoffs in a 2-0 fashion.
2-0, 24 minutes I thought was a pretty quick game. Yeah, make it 23 and a half. I swear, 100 Thieves is just like, I see what you're saying. I see what you like here, but let's make it better this next time. And that's exactly what they did here. It was still a better team composition from no team. I still do like the fact that they were able to execute it out a little bit more. They were a lot safer towards the latter half of the game because of the fact that they actually had the ability to initiate or try to, you know, really just kind of disconnect from a lot of these fights, given the fact that they had a secure front line. But, you know, when you go into a team like 100 Thieves, if there are any opportunities for them to take you down, if there are any openings to where they're like, but we have this upper hand, they're going to multiply that by 10. And this is a reason that this team is already the first team now to officially be locked in here for the playoffs. And I would be surprised if I would be more surprised if we didn't see them just kind of continue on this streak and find themselves some more of these sweeps.
Absolutely. 100 Thieves, very, very constantly just reminding us that they are one of the favorites going into this tournament. They could very well win the whole thing. And keep in mind, I know Golden Guardians Academy in this tournament, and I'm still saying that, which is just insane, the level of play that this roster has shown, especially with the young talent, the more experienced talent on this roster, especially when you look at Insanity in the mid lane. It is just there's so much to offer when you look at 100 Thieves next, and they're constantly reminding us why they're the org that is just so well known for these days for developing talent and promoting them too, as we've seen.
Yeah. And this is the, this is 100 Thieves next. They've got their academy team, right? You're talking, when you bring up GGA, that's the academy team, the only academy team that is actually officially in here. So as we take a quick look at the post-game breakdown, we can see just how big of a sway in gold things took place. And it was 10 minutes really where it began that massive uphill climb. But you're looking at 15,000 gold difference in only 23 minutes. We were about over 10,000 when you were looking at like 8 minutes ago, closer to 15, 17 minutes in the game, which is a massive amount. But it's something that we have come to anticipate from 100 Thieves, as crazy of a number as that is.
Right, and we're just going to continue to follow this team later on into the tournament, later on into the middle of next week to see how well they're going to perform in playoffs. Spoiler alert, it's probably going to be pretty damn good.
Right. Yeah, this is the expectation. This is not anything out of the ordinary. I like to root for the underdogs. There's a reason that every other person, analyst, caster, everybody in this had anticipated 100 Thieves coming out ahead. I was hoping to see maybe no team kind of buckle down a little bit more, because we have seen some really incredible things from this team. But it's difficult to stand up to somebody when they are 100 Thieves in this young, almost they're prodigal. They really are. This is a bunch of prodigies that we have on this team, and you're going to see a lot more of them. And speaking of seeing a lot more of them, we do have an interview coming up after a very short break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with one of these members of 100 Thieves X answering some questions.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Izzy. I'm your interview host. I'm joined today by 100 Thieves Next Sniper. Sniper, how are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm good. Congratulations on the 2-0 series against No Team. Now, I heard about this pick from our casters just before the broadcast started, just through Twitter and whatnot. Tell me about this Turbo Chem Tank Akali pick.
So I think it was my teammate, Insanity. He actually told me to try it. And it seemed really OP. I tried it earlier in solo queue, and I kind of popped off. So that's kind of where I got it from. Shout out to my mid, Insanity.
Yeah, absolutely. Credit to Insanity for the pick. Because I did check your op.dg and I was like, how much has this been practiced?
Yeah.
Was it only that one solo queue game?
Yeah, it was. My call is pretty good, and I just need to know what to build on the champion, and then I'll take it from there.
Nice. And what are the comms like making that kind of, testing out that new tech in a competitive scene?
It's like I think it's normal because I've tried it out in solo queue before, like we were just talking about. So I was pretty confident on the build, and it seemed really strong. Everyone's been trying it out recently, so I decided to pull it out, and I did okay.
Yeah. And what do you think overall for you as a player and kind of what makes this team so flexible and, making these picks to get these competitive leads?
Yeah, I think so. I think 3 out of 5 of my teammates have played in academy or even LCS before. So I think that definitely helped our communication. That's really the only thing we struggle in. I think as a team. So if we can just get our communication to be better, I mean we'll be LCS level, no time.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now let's talk a little bit about game 2. You're heading into a bit of a different, draft up against No Team with the Graves and the Viego, and then you're also, heading into their team with a couple more front lines than that game 1. Were you guys nervous at all about that game, or kind of were you having different expectations, or did you kind of expect that second grand slam of a game?
So personally, I wasn't nervous. I always play with confidence. And I think that every single one of my teammates play with confidence as well. But I think for me at least, during my laning phase, I shouldn't have leashed. I should have just started longsword 3-pot with time rep tonic as my rune page, secondary rune page, and just fought him level 1. So I kind of grieved that, and then I got dove at level 3, and that kind of screwed my game up. But I didn't get tilted, so that's what kept us going.
A strong mental is important. Now, as a younger member of this squad, have you kind of found mentors in your more veteran teammates?
Kind of, yeah. Insanity has been helping me a lot. Shout out to David. But yeah, I think every single one of my teammates are just amazing. They're fun to work with. They're really good too. So I'm just looking forward to having a good time and to just to just keep improving as the day go by.
Absolutely. And kind of as a follow up to that, what kind of sets a game up for you to be like, man, I love this game. This is so fun. What do you find most fun on the Rift?
So can I talk about outside of the Rift for a bit? The Rift?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, it's mainly just my older brother, Viper. So shout out to him. He kind of introduced me to the game, and I think just now in the Rift, in the game, I think just trying out different types of champions. Because the past 2 months I've just been working on my champion pool since I was previously a 2-trick, a Riven Irelia player. And now I'm kind of just seeing what I like, and I'm just trying out everything. And yeah, it's been really fun, just trying new picks out.
Absolutely, and I love how much hunger you have for this game.
Thank you.
Now, kind of on the topic of brothers, I have to ask this because I myself am a twin.
Nice.
Are you and your brother identical?
We are not identical. I think there's a picture on him, of him on his Twitter. I'm not sure if you can find it anymore, but I think it's somewhere there. But yeah, we are not identical. We are fraternal twins. What about you?
Absolutely. Oh, we're not. We're very close. We're not.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Well, great series. One last question before I go. Just at the end of the tournament, what are you looking forward to about moving on?
I'm kind of looking forward to playing against the top tier academy teams, and LCS teams. I don't really think there's any competition in amateur. as long as like I play good, obviously. Uh, but yeah, I don't like personally I think our team is like tough academy level. I know we just started, but from scrims I think we're like really good, and we're just like we're trying to make our way up to LCS. I think like as a team.
Absolutely. Well, I love the confidence. Best of luck in the tournament. We're going to throw it back to a break, and we'll return with the second series shortly.
Peace.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a nice interview that we've got here for the Unified Proving Grounds Circuit. I'm Travesty, and I am joined here with the ever so noticeable Crimson here from Radiance. How are you doing here?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. How about you, man?
Look, I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for agreeing to get this interview in with me. I think you guys had a very interesting series to start us off for our first week after Open Qualifier, and I want to touch on that real quick. You guys had an interesting way to go about the series. Game 1, Game 2, back and forth affair. Game 3, unfortunately, did kind of hit you guys in the wrong way.
How was everything at that point after you guys had that scuffle at the beginning?
I think after the first game, after we lost, we were all still confident, like as in our abilities to win the second game. And literally, like the second game after I saw what they picked, like I actually thought it was the freeze tournament game. And like honestly, the third game, like we knew we were better than them. We could have just drafted like a Cinder comp, but we wanted to go. Well, we wanted to end it off in a good way.
I can understand that. I mean, look, sometimes you get that confidence and whatnot. You get to see the composition, see how it plays out, and you're like, hold on, we got this. And you know what? You're Trendamere mid, man. That was something else that was spicy. We were like, everybody on the desk was just like, okay, he's bringing top laners into the mid lane. Let's go.
But yeah, we didn't test that Trinity at all in scrims. Like it just looked like a great pick, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
They just had faith on you to run it for them.
Yep, exactly.
I like that. And is that something that we can expect to see from you a little bit more? Is this the beginning of the champion ocean that we are staring into?
Yep, for sure. I definitely have a lot of pocket picks mid lane that I want to test out, and I'm definitely not afraid to show them.
All right, hello. I'm excited. You got me all excited for your matchup coming up, man. And you guys do have interesting competition in terms of Team Ambition, who has had their own style that they're trying to utilize. And 100 Thieves Nets, they turned around in their interview and they said, well, Fnatic, to quote him, was just like, this was kind of a little bit of a wake-up call to be like, I got to recognize that these guys have talent. How are you guys feeling going in there, seeing how 100 Thieves had their match against Team Ambition?
I think we're all really confident still. Like I have no doubt in my mind that we'll win tomorrow, and we'll eventually get semis and then finals, hopefully against 100 Thieves.
Oh, okay. So you want the setup, is what I'm hearing. The storyline writes itself there, and this is the question that I was about to ask. Is there a team in particular that you want to face, or is it just like you're like, I want the 100 Thieves Nets run back for the blood feud there?
I think the only team I really want to go up against right now is probably just 100 Thieves. Yeah, I really want to face my brother, and I want to show him how what my team has to show, or what I have to offer.
Gotcha, I got you. And last but not least, I gotta ask the big question: why mid lane? Everybody else is a top laner, man.
Well, I mean, for top lane, like I honestly, like that was my first ever role I wanted to try, but I noticed that both of my brothers wanted to play top lane, of course, but like I wanted to be kind of different, Like I saw like I don't know if you heard about Yasuo, but or like the streamer at least, like I really enjoyed watching him, and like the champion pool he played. So after like some thinking and some time, like I'm just like I want to play mid lane, Like that this was the role that meant for me, And I feel like just mid lane can impact a lot more to the game than top lane, so I just wanted to honestly go for it.
I think some people would agree with you on that one, for sure. But it's very interesting to hear that you were kind of inspired from a content creator. So we're going to have to see if you can go the distance and be able to show everybody what Crimson has in store. That being said, is there anything that you would like to say to anybody who's cheering you on individually or is a big Radiance stan?
I just want to say thank you for all the support, guys, and hopefully we can win and eventually face my brother in the finals.
All right, absolutely. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here. Wanting to pick up them dubs and make their way to the final, you can see Radiance's journey over on the Unified Proving Grounds Circuit stream that happens on Mondays and Tuesdays. You'll be able to see all the action. He just mentioned one of the games is happening on January 17th, so make sure you go ahead and check it out if you're not already there, and have yourselves a fantastic day.
And we are back, of course, thanks to Travesty as usual for supplying cool interviews and whatnot here. Hopefully my camera now, because I have closed out of Opera. All right, guys, I'm not going to be holding us back anymore here, Beatdown. But we had a pretty quick 2-0, and it looks like on the Academy side of things as well, as we get back into this, based on the fact that we finished our 2 24-minute games, and they also had a 2-0 already up on board, means that's probably pretty quick. When you have a best of 3 that fully completes within an hour, it tends to be a little one-sided. And that is definitely what we saw in that first one. But hopefully going into this second matchup, and of course the last matchup that we have here on the UEA stream for the day is going to be Radiance versus Team Ambition. And this is one, you know, we also had kind of counter predictions on this one for you here, Beatdown. I think
right.
You ended up siding with Radiance, and you know, I've seen some really good stuff from Team Ambition. So is there any other reason? Is there a follow-up reason as to why you picked Radiance, or is it just based on the fact that they have just been performing a little bit better than Team Ambition overall in terms of numbers?
I think it's been definitely recent performances. This was admittedly a good bit harder for me to predict than the first one with 100 Thieves and no team. I definitely gave this one a lot of thought. And I think ultimately that I think Radiance, despite the fact that they have such young talent on their roster, I mean, a lot of them 15, 16-year-olds, when you look at Bluster, their jungler, you also have Crimson, who we just saw being interviewed by Travesty before you and I came live. Jolly. Yep. He's actually the twin brother of Sniper, who we just saw helped 100 Thieves next dominate their way to a win in the first match of the night. So it's just such talented players, especially from that family. I don't know. I feel like we've done that joke. That joke's been done into the dirt, but that's not our fault because like it's just the natural inclination of us as casters to make jokes like these, and they just have so many players in that family who are just ridiculous. And Crimson's another one.
That's the thing. When you've already got 3 on board, it really does make a big difference for a team here. And I like to see, that we do have, you know, a little bit of contention, at least coming into this match, right? We weren't really expecting maybe 24-minute games out of the last one, but this is one that I think all of us really across the board, since you saw those predictions, I think there were, you know, 3 or 4 members that did end up actually voting for Ambition. So Radiance is definitely the heavier sided scale. But this is, I think, definitely one of the more difficult ones in the past couple of days, really, that we've had, right? Because this is day number 3 for the closed qualifiers. Both of the teams are showing a lot of improvement. And I think that's probably why I sided with Team Ambition, is their ability to kind of adjust and adapt on the fly has been really impressive. So while Radiance in the overall, when you look at it on paper, when you look at the statistics, they have been doing overall just a bit better of a job. But Team Ambition has shown really a lot of promise. And I think that there are a lot of players on this team that are taking this moment, you know, to be in the limelight, to shine, to really prove that they are absolutely here for a reason, right? This is the top 8 teams. There's a big deal to be a part of this closed qualifier, especially as we get closer and closer to playoffs, Beatdown.
That's right, and I'm excited to see how these teams are going to improve. The improvement they're going to show us on the day, Jolly. Because even though I think Radiance are going to be the ones who come out on top here, I think Team Ambition are looking very good at this point as well, and how much they've improved. This is actually their players that I've seen out in Unified Premier League as well. A lot of these players who I think have a good amount of potential on their end as well. They have these unique drafts that they like to play, especially part of it being facilitated by their mid and jungle. Anti and Nemesis 9, both going for those AD picks. I mean, against 100 Thieves next last week in their first best of 3 outside of the open qualifiers, you saw things like the Yone come through for Nemesis. You saw the Talon and Zed come through from Ansi. So these very aggressive picks that they try to make plays with, that I think if Radiance aren't prepared for these things, they could get snowballed and lose.
Yeah, and not only that, but I think the talent ended up working out. You know, they don't always work out in these kinds of situations.
True.
Definitely something where Team Ambition, hey, they've got a lot of ambition when it comes to playing some of these crazy compositions. The name is really very fitting for them. And I do think just the consistency coming out of Radiance is really something that you also have to kind of, you know, point out, right? Raheem and Light Pulse are incredible bottom lane. We just had that interview with Crimson, who is a standout player. And I think consistency is one of the biggest things between, you know, like Sniper, between Crimson, between I don't even know if there are more than that, because those are the only 3 that I'm like, these are the three members that I'm familiar with. But my goodness, if there's more talent that comes out of that family, I sincerely think that we need to maybe freeze some of their DNA or something.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of potential in those genes, and it's as you say. I mean, we can start looking and talking over about the Radiance players. Porsche is definitely a player who's made his way around the amateur scene, but still fairly on the young side. But again, when we look at Bluster, Crimson, young players with a lot of potential. Crimson is someone I definitely have my eye on as well, because he is that aggressive player who the name of the game for this team, get Crimson out of lane. This dude is nuts when it comes to skirmishing, fighting. Just get him out of the laning phase and allow him to help the rest of your team go towards the win here. He does play a lot of mages, especially the Syndra, but the thing that he's most known for on the ladder is the Yasuo and the Yone, and if somehow Bluster manages to grab himself the Diana, we could see that Yasuo Yone come, or the Yasuo Diana combination come out for the squad, because we haven't actually seen Crimson bring out the Yasuo or the Yone in organized play yet.
Yeah, I was going to say we do have, I think, a couple of picks for Yasuo, Yasuo or Yone, only one or two, but I don't think it's been successful at all. I think if there was a player to make it work, it would be a Crimson, but definitely a situation where you're kind of risking things if it doesn't fall into the meta as easily, if it doesn't fit the composition. I think that has been the name of the game for us in the last couple of days, really all 3 days here on the Proving Grounds, whether you were watching the open qualifiers, if you guys tuned into that, or even the closed qualifiers here. We also just talked about it in our last matchup, right, with 100 Thieves versus No Team. There was a lot more of a pushback coming out of No Team when they had a composition, even though the game was the same amount of time, right? Even though the gold lead was absolutely massive for 100 Thieves at the end of it, there was a lot more pushback. It did take a lot more time for 100 Thieves to really get that upward climb, transition things heavily into their favor. So as I'm talking about the compositions, we are going to head directly into the draft here for this game number 1. It is again a best of 3. Radiance is going to be on the blue side, Team Ambition on the red side. We're already kicking things off with some pretty classic bans. Honestly, I don't think there's been a single game here where I haven't seen Caitlyn as the first ban for one of the teams, right?
She's in such a strong position right now, so lane dominant, and it's so it's pretty easy to get her snowballing at this point, just with the lethal tempo changes and how strong she is. Most people don't want to deal with it. Some teams, sure, they have an answer, but most people, they're very happy to just get rid of it, especially if you're on the red side. And you can see a Team Ambition are really getting into Raheen's champ pool here. Raheen being a player who has spent a good amount of time in the amateur collegiate scene, worth noting, has played in equal amounts of support as well as marksman in the offseason. So maybe a bit of rust needing to be shaken off for him in the bottom lane. But I mean, ultimately, Jhin still being available, I think is something you can definitely prioritize, something he's always been very good at. And with how strong it is currently in this metagame, I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's definitely an easy one to pick early, and that has been a big part of it too. Wow, it's going to be a Lulu first pick. I was going to say we've seen a lot of we have seen a lot of supports and ADCs as first pick. I haven't seen a Lulu first pick yet so far. You've got a lot of opportunity. This is technically a flex pick, though we really haven't seen it in anything other than support role in quite a while now, just because of the limited damage that she deals, right? She's great in terms of her utility. Right. She's great at applying the slow with the glitter lance, the shield. The polymorph is the biggest one, of course, that can be transferred, that and the whimsy. And it is, you touched on the Diana there, beatdown before this even started, and it is going to be the first selection here for Team Ambition to lock in. They got to hover over the Zyra, we haven't seen. I would be a lot more comfortable with the Sona. Yep. Yeah, so Sona's still kind of, not in meta, but definitely not completely out. Not a bad champion by any means. We just don't see her as much in terms of pick ban.
Right, and you know what? She offers a lot of utility in this particular instance. When you see Diana, I can already tell that Team Ambition are looking for this kind of all-in burst damage type composition here, and the Sona ultimate there is a good way for you to be able to start up these fights. If you can catch people out, you can set the rest of your team up for success here. And as time goes on, I was wondering more if we were going to see that pick come through on Radiance's side. So with Team Ambition taking it away, will they go for this Yasuo or something along those lines in mid lane? The Renekton is already taken away, which is usually known as a pretty good pairing with the Diana as well, with how strong she currently is. I don't want to talk about it, Jolly. Stop looking at me. Stop laughing. No,
this is why I rooted for this team. Exactly why.
I don't see it. I'm covering it.
Stuff like this.
It's not real.
I love it. I love it.
It's not
real.
there.
I love it. We've got the Sona and the Seraphine lock-in, right? The non-sister sisters. There was that whole joke that, of course, when Seraphine first came out, I'm a big fan. You don't play Seraphine well. If anybody who has problems with Seraphine just doesn't play her well enough, because she is so much fun. Her and Vex are two of the champions that have come out in the last bit, Of course, Seraphine being a bit older than Vex. Oh my gosh, I don't care if you don't like them. They're just a blast to play, right? They've got a lot of versatility to their kit. They have a lot of obscene range. Their ultimates are just stupid. Sure, maybe it's a little bit of a BS fun, but it's still fun, okay?
Fair enough, fine. If you enjoy it, we can have our differences of opinion, Jolly. It's cool. And I mean, with that picked up, interestingly enough, I am a little surprised that the Yasuo wasn't grabbed. before the ban phase, just because, of course, Radiance are going to take it away. If you have this composition with the Yasuo, it would have been something disgusting. In fact, they also get rid of the Yone too, Jolly. They want to make sure there's they want to remove as much combo from this Wombo that we're seeing come through on Team Ambition's side. And ultimately, it is still very much there. And the Graves, at the very least, is going to offer some of the DPS that we have been missing a little bit. And at this point, speaking of DPS, what are we going to see in the mid lane? We know Nemesis plays a lot of those AD picks. The one he definitely most commonly plays are not available anymore. With Zed off the table, Talon off the table by Team Ambition's own design, what are they going to look for? I mean, you're playing into Victor. I feel like you are going to have to go the Corki route. Or other way around. You see Corki on Radiance, I think you got to play Victor.
Yeah, absolutely. Victor is definitely the choice going into this one. They're gonna actually follow it up with a lot more initiation here for Radiance as their final pick comes through in the Jarvan. It was good. Radiance, you could see, was trying to say, maybe we can at least get the counter pick potentially if we can get Ambition to pick their mid laner. But no, they really throw us off here by locking in the Sona and the Seraphine and giving themselves a lot of flexibility on this one, right? Because you've got the Graves towards the top side. And now at this point, you're really just, you can swap some of these around, right? I would love to see just this bottom lane come through, though, out of Team Ambition. And it's going to be the Aurelia that gets locked in here. So you still have some flexibility, you still have some opportunities for some adjustments here from Team Ambition. It's pretty kind of written out on the pages in front of you for Radiance. But look at how squishy this team on Ambition is. I mean, they have frontline, sure. They have initiation, they have the ability, but it's not tanky frontline. Just because they're on the front line doesn't mean they can absorb all the damage, right? That just means they're at the forefront of the fight to try to make these initiations happen. That's definitely the case for an Aurelia. That's the case for a Diana. But in terms of opposing and Porsche on a Renekton and a Jarvan, you get Cataclysmed, you get the slice and dice coming through, and there's not a lot you can do. There is a lot of crowd control that you have to acknowledge on Ambition, and then the follow-up, of course, coming through from the Diana and the Aurelia. So I do like kind of the focus on those two towards the end, but it's a lot of squish here, Beatdown.
Right, and the thing I think, and I want to talk about Team Ambition's comp first, since we're on that. And it's interesting. It's an interesting comp because you see the Son of Seraphine, where that bot lane is very difficult to kill. The healing and shielding is a pretty absurd to deal with here. So for the most part, you're going to safely be able to farm your way up to the later parts of the game, unless you get a lot of jungle attention. And to be fair, Bluster is playing the J4, so the setup is absolutely there. They're going to have to be very careful of these things. So I think the thing that goes really well for TA is that if they get through this laning phase, I think they're going to be a pretty tough to deal with on Radiance's side. Because let's look at Radiance's comp. You have, especially because the Lulu is there, your main engage is going to be Bluster on this J4. And because of that, because of the gap closing necessary, you have a lot of options to start things off with things like the Encore, followed up by the Crescendo. And then you know what I'm getting at here, the Wombo combo. And there's got to be another word that rhymes with Wombo combo to really just sell how many of these ultimates are going to be working. It's okay. We'll figure it out later.
You shouldn't have asked. Yeah. That's a later thing.
The point is, TA, they're going to be very based around their ultimates. It's less about how much damage they're going to be able to do over time here. It is just one and done. Like a candle, they're just going to try and basically snuff out Radiance if they can a few seconds after these fights start.
Yeah, and with the crowd control, you know, that they have, and it's not an obscene amount of crowd control, right? Of course, you've got a decent amount coming out of the Seraphine, and then the ability to initiate, right, coming as well with the Seraphine, the Sona. The smoke screen, I think, is always underrated as a form of crowd control, right? Because it does it forces you either, hey, I keep blindly shooting if I have the capacity to do that, right? No autos, I can keep blindly throwing things out, or everyone's automatic reaction when you get smoke screen is walk back the other way, right? So kind of forcing the direction, the positioning of a player, I do think is a really big deal, and especially considering how some close range on here. Of course, you've got the FLAs, you've got the Corki with the capacity to stay back, but they do at the end of the day want to really try to get in, right? We're going to be looking for opportunities for this package to be used here by the Corki for Crimson, and Crimson is such an aggressive player. We just saw Sniper. These brothers are all the same. I mean, they're not all the same, obviously, I can't say that, but very similar in their styles, right? They play together, they've clearly trained together. You can tell that, you know, ever from the start, or right from the start, General Sniper is like, all right, yeah, guys, like I'll help y'all out. We'll figure things out together. And so they do have very, very similar styles. So I do think you're definitely right in that beatdown. If Team Ambition is able to really get a lot of pressure in the early game, it's going to set them up to kind of just shut down Radiance in the late game. But if it gets late enough in the game, no matter what, the lack of a front line on Team Ambition really could spell their demise or just disaster for them as the minutes tick by.
So the thing going for Radiance in their favor is that like you do have some survivability when you think about all the bursts TA are looking for. You are going to get some of that shielding from Lulu healing if she goes the route of that Moonstone Renewer. You also have the Wild Growth to kind of help one of your squishies survive the burst damage coming through. And when these ultimate, and I really mean it, TA are very, very ultimate centered. If you get to these situations where ults are committed before major objectives, Radiance will have a very good opportunity to win out on some of these fights. So managing these abilities is going to be very key for TA, and of course keeping track of them will be important for Radiance. I think the thing going in Radiance's favor early on as well is that you have a very strong top side. Jarvan, Renekton, you're going to make Decoy and Anti's life very difficult if you manage to press that pressure point very hard. And that's what I want to see Radiance do in the earlier parts of the game. Yes, Zelda Seraphine is annoying. You can try to punish them, but Raheen and Light Pulse do have this survivability in lane, especially with that Lulu shielding. They're not going to be in a position where you have to necessarily worry about them because Sona Seraphine also won't have as much kill threat as traditional bot lanes. So just Porsche, Bluster, use topside, put Decoy in the dumpster. If you want to win this game, I think you just take him out. You don't want to see him no more.
Absolutely. Well, it does look like we do have time for a very quick break before we get into the games. So don't go anywhere. Again, this is game number 1 here, of course, between Radiance and Team Ambition. Another best of 3 to set up here for the Proving Ground closed qualifiers. So we will be right back. Thank you guys for sticking with us. We are getting right into this game number 1 between Radiance and Team Ambition. Of course, a best of 3. Radiance starting on the blue side. Team Ambition on the red side. And as, we have had it for today, at least on this UEA stream, I'm joined by the wonderful Beatdown Boulevard. How are we feeling now, Beatdown? We had a pretty quick first round, right? How are we feeling going into 2?
Feeling really excited. Both of these teams especially fighting for the chance to play their next game and qualify for playoffs, but they have to beat the opponent in front of them here. Radiance, team full of a lot of young players, some who have definitely spent some time around the scene, and Team Ambition, a lot of players who maybe haven't gotten as much acclaim, recognition in the amateur scene. And we're actually not going to see much of the game just yet. We had a disconnect. I think it did show up on stream, so very, very soon we'll be back into game 1. I'm still excited about it, though, even right now.
Yeah. We do, of course, know that it is a player issue right now, so everybody cross your fingers, right, for the ISPs around the world to pull through for this
for
game.
America, especially.
America. I mean, I guess because we get servers, right? We have server benefits. ISP, pretty brutal, especially when you only got a choice of 1 or 2, as a lot of us in particular areas have that restriction applied to us. But we definitely want to see. That was actually the slight delay, the slight break that we ended up having to take was really, really high ping and then followed up by an actual disconnect. Certainly something that you would rather see early in the game than towards the end or in the middle as a team fight is breaking out, right? You at least have the recoverability. The game hasn't really even started. There have been no kills. Nothing has died yet, not even a minion. So it at least is something that is caught early on. Hopefully something that can be resolved here, right? Because if this player isn't able to play at 100%, might have to pull in a sub of some sort. So again, fingers crossed, happy thoughts out into the universe, out into the Wi-Fi signals.
Well, I mean, hopefully they're playing on Ethernet. But besides that, I fully agree with you, Jolly. And we're going to have to see. I mean, now we have this moment to just kind of take a breather and see what things are going to look like before we actually start the game. Again, I'm just interested in how this early game is going to play out. I highlighted towards the end of the draft how I'm expecting Radiance to play towards the top side. That's still something I really want to see. You have this Jarvan, you have this Renekton, use it. Ruin Decoy's life in the top lane here on this Graves. Do not allow him to be able to farm things up. And because of Decoy will have the push, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Bluster start from bottom, 3 camp his way to the top lane for a very easy gank. And I think applying that pressure will really stifle what Team Ambition want to do, just because of the fact that a lot of wombo combo is there and any follow-up damage is going to be on Decoy. So if you set him back, he won't be able to do that effectively. And we're back in the game, Jolly. Thankfully, as now we can see how the early game is going to play out. We do see some early vision placed.
Nothing too crazy. Standard start, right?
Yeah. Nothing too exciting so far. I think the big thing worth noting, Bluster did put that ward onto Anti's red buff. So the idea now is you know where Anti is, you know where he's going to be. And Diana, she can't 1v1 very early on. So Anti's going to have to be very, very careful.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, just in terms of Team Ambition, you got to be careful in general. The fact that you do have the potential to kind of lose your ability to really stay heavily in this game. Big part that we talked about is no frontline, really a big lack of frontline, no tanky frontline to absorb a lot of aggression. And as we know, the more items the bruisers have, the more survivability they have, and the harder and harder it is to actually have a long sustained fight to where they get taken down and these squishy members towards the front don't. So I was kind of, not confused about the Graves pick, right? Because there's a lot of AD and they definitely need that for this team. They have, quite a bit from Nemesis, but they want to round it out with something like the Graves. I guess, the question will be whether that will be enough for them if they get a lead here to actually lead into the late game in terms of stability, because they do, you've got lifesteal on top of it, right? You at least have some vamp that you're looking at. You have the heals coming from Chuki's and Nightstar as well. So once it gets to the team fight stage, as long as Ambition isn't too far behind, they have options. But the farther and farther the Radiance gets ahead in the early part of the game absolutely limits every single choice that Team Ambition has if they fall behind towards the later part of the game.
Speaking of, Bluster did end up going for the 3 camp. Now he will be level 3 and applying some pressure onto Anti with those double buffs. Oh, yeah, he's going to have to flash.
Gonna have to do it. Anti is taking that aggro, and it's going to be, oh my gosh, a flash away by Anti, who picks up really very little out of that one, right? After the fight, you do have Bluster still with the flash. Anti used the flash, and oh no, that is the last thing that we want right here, especially in a situation of an invade, of course.
No, I think he's okay. Might have just been a delay from the problem we were experiencing earlier, because I did see Anti go for the recall. But ultimately, Anti probably is happy at the very least that he managed to pick up that blue buff. But ultimately, he had to blow his flash in the process here. So it's a really good call from Bluster to go for this play. He had Crimson move in with him too. Because of that, now Anti's under pressure. Diana needs itemization, needs levels, particularly that magic level 6, to be able to be actually competent in any sort of skirmish or dueling situation here. So now Anti has to be very careful about his pathing, and if Bluster runs into him again soon, well, I think that's going to result in a kill.
Yeah, especially, given the mobility, right? Bluster's at level 3 now. You've got the flag and drag. You have a lot of different opportunities to either engage or disengage as this player. And I think recognition was definitely there in the early part of, all right, hey, I've got kind of a bit of a one-up on this. Whether or not I pick up the kill, as long as I can get something from it, then we have a victory. And you saw the second that flash went out, sure, Bluster could have probably continued on there, but decided there's absolutely no need. The Flawless Duet is going to hit there. Crimson's going to take quite a bit of damage from Nemesis as we get a little bit of a back and forth in the mid lane, but we can see just a very slight gold lead. Sure, it's under 5 minutes. It's only a couple hundred, but it still is a couple hundred. And a lot of that has to do right here with this mid lane in the selection that Nemesis has chosen in Aurelia.
And then Nemesis, player we know, who although can play mages, does really like to flex onto those AD picks, really show us mechanics that this player has, and we're seeing it come through with the matchup that is definitely favored for Aurelia early on. So I'm looking to see how Nemesis is going to be able to navigate in these team fights. We've seen him in the past be able to do so pretty well in these picks, so I am expecting he'll be able to do so again. And with how important Nemesis and Decoy are going to be in these team fights after the initial burst, for Team Ambition's sake, they better hope so too.
I kind of feel like Radiance set Team Ambition up to go with this Seraphine Sona. It feels like one of those things where they're like, maybe we could try this. Maybe we could, maybe this is going to be a team that we can run it. And the second you see the first lock-in, first pick as a Lulu, the answer is absolutely, because you can't really run this into something like if there's a Thresh on the other side, if there's a Nautilus on the other side. So the fact that this champion was selected for Light Pulse as the first pick here really gave Ambition the opportunity to play this one out. Of course, Raheen is going to be doing a lot of damage. It's going to be the exhaust, a forced flash away. Anti is in the wings, but so is Bluster. There is a ward there, so Nightstar, Anti, and Chukis are all very aware of what's going on here. Light Pulse has to flash away from this after the exhaust was expended there. The cleanse was used by Raheen, as you mentioned just a moment ago there. So beat down. It's not going to result in any kills, but we do get several summoner spells out. I think it was like 4, 5 across the board, maybe even 6.
Something like that, but ultimately the play is actually very positive for Team Ambition because the trades on the way back, because Anti was there first in the bottom lane, Bluster wasn't able to actually impact it the way he would like to. Because of that, first Dragon in Team Ambition's pocket, and this is a pretty big deal. Being able to stack up towards Dragon's Soul is nice. The initial stats on the Infernal Drake is also always welcome from the individual Dragon. And ultimately, Team Ambition coming out on top, I think, so far as neutral objectives going here. Besides that, you look across the map, not a whole lot else has happened. And Porsche, it seems like, has been largely left alone on the top side of the map this far.
Yeah, that's definitely more of an expectation here, right? Porsche is going to struggle at the first part just because you have a lot of range here from Decoy, but you also have to consider the fact that they're using Rage. They don't have to worry about mana, and Decoy, as Graves, is going to be expending a lot of it if he decides to pop out a bunch of Qs, if he has to use his smoke screen multiple times, right? Or even has to... is forced to dash, whether it's for an aggressive play or to navigate out of this. So it's nice for Porsche in this matchup to say, cool, okay, I can sustain myself, right? He doesn't have the range really to push me out as much as he would like. And once I do, I'm going to be able to take this fight no problem. And I'm going to be the one that Decoy is running away from.
So far, not a whole lot else has gone on. Worth noting, too, we're at almost 8 minutes, Charlie, and it's still 0-0. First Blood has not come through for any team so far. It's definitely been a lot more slow, a lot more controlled, and a lot more farming than I may have expected, especially from Radiance's side. However, Bluster is getting very close to level 6. Anti is actually already there. meaning the ultimates are starting to come online across the board, and that means that this is where Team Ambition starts to come online, where they can start to look for plays. Anti already has that Hextech Alternator, Amp Tome, a good bit of AP in the early parts of the game, and a good angle could start off a really good fight for Team Ambition if they want to make a play for the Rift Herald.
That was the ultimate. That was Raheem. Raheem just ulted and he missed it. It went right in between both of those members there. And that means the Anti recognizes, hey, here's the situation, get a flash in. Everything is going to miss onto Raheem, though. And it was a good attempt by Team Ambition to make a play off of maybe a bit of a miss ult there from Raheem, but it turns into nothing. So it's a bit of saving grace here for Radiance's bottom lane.
Yeah, right. I'm pretty sure he went for the red gun heal with that Moonlight Vigil, but ultimately not having to build flash in that play is a big deal, especially because Anti flashed and didn't get anything from it. Again, Summoner Spell back on cooldown, something Radiance could look to abuse in the coming minutes here, but ultimately Bluster's going to be very happy with the fact that, hey, Diana's bot, no problem. I'm going to pick up Rift Herald number 1. We're going to see what kind of place Shelly can get for them in the top lane here, or rather on the top side of the map, because Crimson is already on the way too. He actually has the package. Actually pretty good presence of mind for Decoy to just recall, not be part of the situation, ends up dodging what would have been a very dangerous dive. And so that means it's just going to be plate after plate going over into Radiance's pocket.
That feels pretty good, especially considering the fact that Team Ambition has had a little bit of a lead here, both in gold and also just in creep. We can take another look at that mid lane, which was the most contentious of these lanes here. And you're looking at about a 20 gold lead still for Nemesis, which is to be expected, right? Aurelia has that advantage in the early part of this game. Crimson, being the one that was counterpicked here, is really struggling. But that means that this might even be the first tower under 10 minutes here as the Rift Herald is going to come out. Radiance picked it up. That's going to be the one charge off of Shelly, and that's all you need to say, all right, this is the gold that we were looking for. Decoy tries to go in with some damage, but again, Bluster has so much mobility. He's going to be able to flag and drag here. The ultimate actually comes out from Decoy, trying to get a little bit of additional damage on, and in goes Aurelia. Vanguard's edge comes out. Porsche just has to use the dominance to escape from this one, and Bluster is already the heck out of there. So again, more summoner spells expended, more ultimates expended. Nothing to come of it. The charm, the ulti from Nightstar is going to look out, and look at the damage that is coming out of Seraphine. It's going to be a 10.5 minute first blood here for Nightstar.
And on the Seraphine, no less. Very nice encore coming through to get him under tower range. And now Raheem is in a bit of trouble. Luckily, he does have the flash. More than likely is going to have to commit it because that power cord, power cord is all it's going to take.
That crescendo was totally unnecessary, all right?
Just in case.
I'm pretty sure the death already came through, but hey, if you want to commit to it, you know that you have the opportunity. Might as well as we take another look at the replay here for that play.
Right, and I was expecting this to be Raheem and Light Pulse applying a lot of pressure because you know Sona is in the mid lane, that the Seraphine is alone, but look at the timing. Ends up getting charmed. And just in time for that melee minion to die and Light Pulse to take all the aggro. Really nicely done here from Nightstar on the Seraphine pick. Getting the unexpected 2v1 kill. At least it was unexpected if you were Light Pulse.
Yeah, definitely. Not unexpected if, again, I mean, I was talking about busted ultis, right? You're looking at both Nightstar and Chugies. You're looking at the crescendo. You're looking at the echo. You know, these musical ultimates are insane. They have crazy range. You've got a lot of crowd control, whether it's the charm or even just the hard lockdown that you're going to be getting from the crescendo. And sure, Chugies might have accidentally thrown it out a little bit early, had a lot, had a lot of momentum going forward on that play. Really wanted to ensure that they were going to be able to take down both members in Raheem and Lightpulse. It's worth the toss out there, right? Lightpulse still hasn't even hit level 6 yet, and Chugies is now halfway off of cooldown for Crescendo. In the meantime, Radiance recognizes that they do have Team Ambition having just recalled, so they are going to pick up the second dragon of the game, an Ocean Drake in that. We can see that the soul now, beatdown, is going to be a Mountain Soul.
Both teams are one dragon apiece, Jolly, so the soul so far is anybody's game. Worth noting, Nightstar has ultimate, it is coming back, Chugies doesn't, but because of this wave clear from Seraphine is so good, the dive is no longer possible, especially with Anti there just to cover it. Overall, it was a good read, and honestly, even if there was a wave, had they gone in, they may have regretted it. The problem is, okay, they must know.
Yeah, there was no echo at the time.
Oh, Anti's there.
Sorry, there was no encore at the time. Anti's gonna go in. In comes the ult with the flag.
Damage
followed up
there
by the Cataclysm. Chugies is taking a lot. It looks like Anti's going for it. And oh my goodness, what an encore again. Nightstar really shows off why they
are comfortable with taking this selection. Crimson tries to come in for the assist and then very quickly realizes, I do not want to be a part of this. It's going to be a double kill going over to Anti following a flash.
And I do hope we see a replay of that one, because overall, really nicely played from Team Ambition, making it so Raheem doesn't actually get to participate in that fight. And in doing so, the Cataclysm ultimately doesn't mean anything. You have a Jarvan who is going tank, which means the damage is nice, but once the combo is out, once the abilities are all cooled out, you're not autoing anybody to death anytime soon. And we're going to see the replay of how this fight came back. Keep an eye on Anti and where he is, and watch what it does to Raheem. Yeah, they're able to start things off, but they know the Moonfall is available, so Raheem is trying to very carefully avoid it, but what he doesn't realize is that Anti has his flash back up.
Yeah, risky play here for Radiance, and Crimson,
Truly.
of course, does make it out. But Bluster went in really hard, right? We saw the flag and drag forward. There was no flash available, but then immediately followed up by the Cataclysm, and you got to consider, hey, if you are going to Cataclysm, you are also stuck in that, right? You don't have a flash.
Yes.
You don't drag. You so locked into this position. But man, that, what was it? Was it the 3-man, 4-man ulti coming out of Nightstar? Absolute insanity. 3-man ulti, picking up a kill, full Charmin, really allowing Team Ambition to say, okay, we know who we need to target now. We don't have to kind of break this down and say who's our best option. Let's make the call. Nightstar did that, throwing out the ultimate and saying, hey, everybody's a target now. They're all really low.
Now as we go back to just farming things out, we take a look at the gold lead. Just take stock of the situation we're in here. Team Ambition finding the early leads that they were hoping for here. And it is off the back of their bot lane. And of course, Anti's participation in this bottom side, on the bottom side plays that have come through. And you can see it, the gold lead over time here in the charts. Definitely a bit back and forth, a little up and down, but Team Ambition now firmly in control of the lead here.
Yeah, it looks like it was a really, really quick up to, 1,500 gold at the 10-minute mark, right? It was very, very even all the way up until 10 minutes. Then Radiance just took themselves a massive lead. And I think it had to do with the fact that they were able to grab the tower. They were able to grab the Equalizing Dragon pretty quickly after with the fight. And just as quickly, Team Ambition say, all right, sure, you were close to 2K. Now we're not quite gonna double that lead, but we are going to put it up. And now, yes, at this point, it has absolutely doubled. And it is going to be at least a little bit of a consolation prize in Radiance picking up here Rift Herald. They're going to be able to get some more pressure. That is what allowed them to get that early lead, right? Having the first Rift Herald and getting the first tower within the 14 minutes, meaning they get all of those plates. Nemesis has to flash away, gets polymorph, but it won't be enough here. Setting up for a flawless duet just in case somebody tries to follow up on him. But no, it's just going to be Radiance saying, whatever, we'll take another tower instead.
It is nice. Chili does get a good amount of value. It takes 4 members to do so. The thing now they have to be careful of, Decoy is here, Anti is here. The Moonfall is available, Jolly.
Oh my gosh, look at the damage. It ends up being Wild Growth that comes out. We're going to follow it up with the Crescendo. In goes Anti with the Moonfall. Doesn't quite do as much damage as they would have hoped, and Life Pulse is able to follow this up with a flash to get out. No members of Radiance following in that fight.
No, they came very, very close, Jolly. And Radiance being able to dodge that is important. You don't want to give away too many kills for Team Ambition who are already ahead. This is nice. This is what I was talking about in draft, though, where if you're in a situation, Team Ambition use some of their key team fighting ultimates and ultimately not get any kills just before an objective. Well, now we can see this play coming in bot. They can set up for Dragon.
Oh, comes the teleport, is the package.
The damage!
Will the Vanguard Edge be enough? A beautiful, flawless duet coming out of Nemesis means that there's enough time for Decoy to join in on this one. And now you have multiple members kind of running. Raheem, of course, flashing forward. Is going to be able to pick up a kill. That's a shutdown given over to Porsche, who has just flashed forward for that. Now it's Decoy versus 3 members here. But that is the first kill of the game for Radiance at 17 minutes.
And it's an important one at that, Jolly. Still no Moonfall, still no Crescendo. It means that Radiant should have a really good chance at making a play for this Dragon here, especially because they're starting to catch out Decoy. Raheem still has ult worth noting.
Yep, still available. Decoy's going to take a bit. Is able to join up with the rest of the team, though. It's
Anti has ult again.
Coming out of Bluster in is the Cataclysm. Does manage to get 2 members here. All 3 actually.
Look at Anti
to pick up the one on the back. Anti finds the one, but will go down quickly after. Very, very quick recognition by Radiance that they need to turn away from Decoy and change their aggro push. And they're going to be able to pick up 3. So just within the last minute and a half, we're from 0 kills to half the kills that Team Ambition has gotten in 18 minutes.
And I mean, this fight, for lack of a better term, was ambitious from Team Ambition, and you can see how it plays out. Again, the team fight ultimates aren't quite there where you want them to be. Despite that, Chuki's does get a pretty decent encore, but I think when you have people splitting up where they want to be and what they're doing, the fact is you don't end up taking down the core members of Radiance, and you can see it in the fact that Crimson throughout most of that fight retained a lot of his HP. Raheen did the same, so they were able to throw out the DPS as needed, and that's going to allow Radiance to catch up a little bit while picking up some shutdowns as we saw, and they've kept this game now just under 2,000 gold.
That's huge. That's a big difference, right? They minimized the gold lead by more than half. I think we were getting close to about a 5,000 gold lead that Team Ambition had, and a big part of that, they had bounties on the heads of 3 or 4 members. So now, as we quickly see here, it is still, of course, in favor of Team Ambition. Thank you, production, for constantly pulling that up for us. But all right, getting close to the 4,000 mark, and now it has been about halved right here. Feels pretty good for Radiance to be in that position, especially leading in towards the 20-minute mark, right? Once you get Baron spawning, you're kind of toward the late half of this game, or the late game portion, at least, mid to late game. And that's where we were talking about the composition for Radiance, finding a way to excel in the fact that they have these frontline engagers that can also a lot of damage. For Team Ambition, sure, they've got engagement, but they don't really have somebody to take aggro.
Well, at the moment, Team Ambition putting a lot of pressure in this mid lane here. So far, nobody has shown up in the bot lane, so Radiance are going to take this opportunity to try and shove it out, potentially threaten that tower with so many people away from this lane. You actually have Bluster going for the invade as well. He might catch somebody out, but we're at a point where Ambition, they have a lot of their ultimates ready to go. Most of them are in this bottom side of the map, so now you just want to try and make a play for this turret and hope you can walk away.
They get 1 and 1 in response here, so it's 3-2. 20 minutes and 5 towers down. Pretty good for both of these teams. They've got at least a little bit of pressure, both on opposite sides of the map here. But the mid lane is clearly where both of these teams are joining back up. Trying to find a solid team fight, trying to find some of this mid lane pressure. And of course, a lot of that has to do now with Crimson being able to kind of turn this around, facing an uphill battle in terms of items, in terms of experience and gold they've been able to accumulate from minions. You can see that it is still about a 50 lead in favor of Nemesis here on the Aurelia. But the later this game goes, the better off it is for Crimson to be able to follow up the initiations of Porsche and Bluster. And the scarier it gets for TM Ambition and recognition that, yeah, that front line is not responding. It is a nice engage here. Anti finds it. It's a flash away from the B drop to prevent the lockdown, but it doesn't matter because Nightstar still manages to pick up the one. And that means that only a minute after it spawns, Team Ambition make an ambitious move and decide to go for the Baron.
Worth noting, Nightstar still holds on to the Encore, which means it's going to be tough. Radiance, they have to stop this Baron. This is Team Ambition's way to snowball this game into a win. So they're going to do what they can. Porsche is going to pop the Dominus. It's too late.
Oh my gosh, that was fast! Holy cow, that was way faster than I expected. You know, we get the Fog of War kind of sight. Out comes
big
the package,
package?
and then it's Moonlight. That's a lot of damage onto Anti, but the Vanguard's edge does come through. Nemesis here on the front line. Nightstar, way too low to be able to follow up any initiations. All of the ultimates there coming out if they were available from Team Ambition, and they all survived with the Baron buff.
And Crimson trying to go in deep, make the aggressive play, but he wasn't able to get it done. Even with the Ludens, even with that extra damage on the package, it just wasn't enough to take anybody down. And now Team Ambition have the tools to really put Radiance to bed here in Game 1. They're up 5k gold. They have this opportunity to continue affecting multiple lanes here. For the most part, they've just been focusing on 4-1ing, having decoy split into the side lane, and having the rest of the team as the core 4 in the mid lane. And because of how all their ultimates work, at this point with this gold lead, they could even look for 4v5s if the Wombo is strong enough, Jolly.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the cooldowns that you're looking at on some of these ultimates, right? They are big ultimates. They make a big impact, particularly when you are able to, get the crescendo and the encore lined up together. It makes it really easy for Team Ambition. Even without that front line, they don't have to worry about it, right? There's no damage to be dealt to them if they're locked down for this big span of time like they can be. So that means that it's up to Radiance kind of to say, okay, can we get their ultimates out? Can we put them into situations where they think maybe they have the upper hand, but they don't, and we survive, and we at least get that little bit of an upper hand, because now Radiance has to kind of pick and choose and find these small victories instead of looking for massive team fights that they will take over or topple over.
Speaking of small victories, because they managed to get their second Drake, this is only Team Ambition's second dragon here. So no soul point has been picked up yet for either team, which means Radiance can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief that they managed to get those earlier dragons, because it does mean that they do have some time to be making some of these plays. No major objective coming up for the next little bit. You do have Baron coming up in maybe 3 minutes time, almost 5 minutes till the next Drake. So you have these opportunities. Look at the vision on the top side of the jungle here. A lot of pinks to make sure that Nemesis won't see it coming. However, he's got a sixth sense for these things, Jolly. Will it matter?
Absolutely, even with all the pings coming through, Nemesis tries to go in, ends up getting exhausted here. It was a good attempt with Flawless Duet to lock down Bluster, but it's not going to happen when it's 3v1. And it does end up being a little bit of a shutdown here in favor of Radiance.
That's right, and it's a nice pickup onto Bluster. Team Ambition will use that pressure, though, because they know multiple people are there, to go ahead and try and take this tier 2 turret. I say try. It's going to be very simple. Porsche is under a bit of threat, so he's going to have to be very careful lest he get just comboed at this point. So it's still trades going on across the map here.
Beat drop. That was so much damage.
Yeah.
That was so much damage coming out of this Seraphine. Holy cow.
It was, and that's the thing. Like, Seraphine, the reason people pick her mid bot is that once the itemization comes through, there's a good amount of damage on top of the fact that her early wave clear is nice. The Night Star, he is a menace, especially with the fact that he's 4-1. Jolly, he's building a death cap. He has 5.
I saw that.
He has 5 stacks on the Dark Seal.
5 stacked on the Dark Seal, which was picked up quite early. Of course, the Embrace already completed, but the big thing really is that burn damage from the Leandries, and then follow it up with the massive amounts of damage that you're getting from Aurelia. Already having the Blade, already having the Gore Drinker, right, for survivability, so that's why we've been seeing Anti going in, or sorry, not Anti, but Nemesis going in so darn hard and surviving a lot longer than he should be, particularly because he is itemizing to be that frontline here. But then you got Graves as well, now having completed the Bloodthirster on top of that Blade. So, I mean, it's looking good for Ambition. Everything that we were kind of talking about Beatdown before the game started that they needed to kind of check the boxes off of in the early part of the game, they excelled at. And while Radiance did have some really solid counterplays, they've been able to pick up a lot of towers. They've been able to get 2 of those dragons and at least set Team Ambition back. Everything is kind of falling into place in what TA was planning for this composition.
And I like how TA have been using their solo laners here, with how the core 3 when it comes to Wombo Combo and Anti-Night Star and Chookies are basically part of the core, and they're just slotting Nemesis and Decoy out as they see fit. Now it's Nemesis who's splitting alone on the side, and he's going to require an even bigger presence than Decoy would. So in doing so, you do have this opportunity, if Radiance overcommit to one side of the map to try and take down Nemesis, to once again take something on the other side of the map. And it's been what's keeping Ambition in this game, or ahead of this game so far, I should say. Still holding on to 6K as we got Baron coming up in about a minute's time. I think that's what both these teams are going to look to play for.
Yeah, and not all is lost. 6K, certainly not a big deal. I mean, nothing that we even saw close to in the shorter games that we witnessed earlier today, if you were around for the No Team versus 100 Thieves X game that we saw earlier. So Radiance definitely not out of it. And again, the later and later this game goes, you know, once we hit the 30-minute mark, hopefully at least Radiance has had the opportunity to get enough gold to finish up their third item, because that's really where Team Ambition has been finding a lot of success too, because there's so much damage in these champions if they are at that third item. And we're not only looking at that, we were just talking about it for Nightstar, for instance. Sure, all 3 items completed now that that death cap has been finished, but then the 5 stacks on the Dark Seal on top of it, that's an investment that, you know, you need to kind of find him. And Nightstar has only gone down once towards the earlier part of this game. So they're feeling very confident.
Yeah, and I like what Radiance are doing here. There's a bit of vision on the top side of the map, but they're focusing on the bottom. Are they forcing this?
It is. It's an initiation. Out comes the Encore. It's going to be followed up at the Crescendo. Somehow manages to miss everything when a flute flashes out. I mean, the Anti get the fight that they were looking for. Nightstar finding the one of the Vanguard's edge coming out. And oh my gosh, was Raheem even there? Maybe for half a second until the Vanguard's edge came out.
and so well done. Look at the damage in that fight. Almost 4,500 just coming out of Nightstar, and that was maybe, what, 7-8 seconds of combat?
Maybe even that. And the thing is, too, this was I actually like the play Radiance were going for there. They knew that they needed to set up vision around this dragon so they could try and get their soul point. They know how important these ultimates are to Team Ambition's comp. They tried to force them out and hope that they could walk away and reset the fight for the dragon, but it doesn't quite work. They do get caught out. The bait is taken, and now, because of the Team Ambition, we'll be able to get the second Baron here. We probably will have a dragon trade, but the Baron is already gone, and Radiance are making their way to this bottom side of the map. This will be taken by Radiance, so this is really your only consolation. No,
there's an opportunity for a steal here. There's a chance. Oh, it's going to be taken there by Radiance. Of course, it was Decoy. That was the one that was going in. That's what I like to throw out the ultimate, right, as the Graves. That's kind of your best opportunity. We can see still on cooldown. No. There it is, the encore. It's at least going to catch the one, followed up by the beat drop, and that will lock down force towards the backside. That means the front three members here, Team Ambition, are going to be going in. Vanguard's to come out, followed up with the dance from Nemesis, who is doing so much damage. Totally okay with taking this tower, at least for the time being, to chase the members of Radiance off and away. And not a single member has lost the Baron buff once more, even with a fight immediately following up that take.
We're going to see a replay of the fight that just taken place after the dragon is taken here. You can see it on the minimap. Because of how quickly the Baron was taken, immediately Team Ambition are moving their way to this bottom side of the map. And once again, despite their best efforts, Radiance not able to actually run away. And because enough time passed, the ultimate cooldowns came back. And at that point, that was all she wrote. Radiance just give away another chunk of gold here, and it was all off the play earlier where they tried to bait out the team fight ultimates of Team Ambition.
And it was, a good take by Radiance there to find that dragon. They at least set themselves up for the soul, but what is their opportunity of getting it here now that Team Ambition has managed to pick up this Baron? They have broken into the base of Radiance. While they didn't find success down at the bottom side, they have two Baron buffed cannons now hitting this inhibitor. They're just looking to take the one inhib, really, and then probably head back out, put some more vision down in the opposing jungle. Anti potentially looking for something more here, though. And Beat-Drop's not going to find in the encore. That's going to be the first one that we actually see miss here by Nightstar. But again, not a super long cooldown. The rest of the team still have theirs up and available if they do decide to engage here. It looks like Radiance is going to be really careful about this, though, completely recognizing how much damage Team Ambition has over them.
Right. Now they're going to make the play onto Anti, but he's going to stopwatch. So, I mean, that's it. That's the play.
Yeah, that's well timed. Anti will take a lot of damage, will end up going down thanks to the cleave there from Porsche, who ends up using the dominance, trying to stay alive, trying to stay in this fight. That's one of the members now who does not have the Baron buff, but it's going to be the second inhibitor now to go down in favor of Ambition. And Radiance, even with their frontliners, have been taking a lot of damage here. This is probably now the time when Team Ambition says, okay, you know what, that was good enough for us. We can probably leave on that note.
Right, I mean, you don't have Anti, big part of your core 3 in terms of ultimate combos here. Question is, they're going to turn back.
Yeah, Nemesis goes back in the Vanguard's edge. Coming out, the survivability is massive. Nightstar finds one Decoy. Now sending a light pulse away from this fight. Doesn't even need the help of the rest of the team. A double kill pickup for Nightstar. Sure, the heal was used, but that's all that's necessary here. As it's another E that comes through, and oh my god, Anti says, hey, I want to pad my stats. Let me ensure that not a single member of Radiance is here to stop my team from taking the Nexus, and that is going to do it. Team Ambition find themselves out in a successful, a fantastic start here. 31.5 minutes. 7 to 20 are the kills. 12k gold in favor of Team Ambition. It felt kind of up in the air beatdown. It felt like there was a big opportunity for Radiance to try to take things back into their hands. I think Team Ambition recognized that, though, and said, yeah, we're not going to let it happen.
I think I want to give a lot of props to Radiance, all things considered, for the thought process behind the play around the fifth dragon spawning. And I think that was really smart to try and force out those ults and then make a play for dragon after you reset, walk back, TP back, whatever the case may be. But it didn't work. And I think at that point, that's when we really knew this game was over and Team Ambition were going to take it down. We're at this point where everybody's level 16. Those cooldowns are as short as they could possibly be, not to mention the ability haste factoring in for a lot of these players too, means that these windows were very short as it was, and every time they tried to get those ults out, it always cost so much that it never ended up being worth it here. So although Team Ambition won't probably get to play Sarasota Seraphine next game. I think this still ended up being really good for them. They played around their team fight ults very well. And ultimately, I think Anti as well did an especially good job despite the early game pressure he was under.
Yeah, that, and I think, obviously, Stan, you're going to be looking at Nightstar, right? Seraphine was able to get so many of those kills. I really have to commend Nemesis, though, on the initiations, the engagements. Even right there at the very end, where the team had split off, Nemesis ends up getting separated and caught out, and you think, uh-oh, Nemesis is probably going to be dead here, right? This is 3 members on. You get the Gore Drinker, though. You have the survivability that's coming through from this player, and so it meant that so much damage was supplied down, and a plan for the team to kind of navigate away from the 1 kill that they managed to get to say, okay, we can get another ace off of this. And then especially there at the end, we saw, Nemesis say, hey, I can pad my stats, right? I can get the 1 kill. Sure, I'm going into Fountain. I will definitely die. There's absolutely no way I can come out ahead of this. But if I am capable of taking this kill, that just boosts my own individual ego and ensures that nothing can happen when my team tries to take this finally. So we can see right there, just about 10 minutes was the one opportunity that Radiance had where they were, 1,500 up, more than the only time throughout that game, and close to 13 or, just over 12,000 in the lead for Team Ambition. But look at that nice little curve downward, right? It wasn't one big play that got them that. It was these it was the Baron play, it was the following Baron play. It was allowing Radiance to take control of those dragons by recognizing that the Team Ambition didn't necessarily need them. And yeah, it was just everybody playing on the same page. It's beautiful to see that work out.
And Radiance is going to stay on the blue side going into game 2 here. We're going to see if they can find a way to secure themselves some a different kind of power pick to be able to hopefully win things out there, just because of the fact that I thought the draft was fine. Didn't play the early game like I was expecting they would, because I think they did need to hard snowball a lane early on, and it just wasn't panning out. Once we got to level 6, it was probably done and dusted. But I think we're going to see things change up just a bit during the game 2 draft. So, fingers crossed for a game 3. We'll see.
Oh, yeah. We always want that, of course, especially with this being the more contentious of the 2 matches that we've been looking at. My fingers crossed is maybe no first pick Lulu, but we're going to have to figure that out. Of course, we're going to be going into draft after a very quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Game number 2 here between Team Radiance and Team Ambition.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm Izzy. I'm joined today with Anticipation of Team Ambition. Anticipation, how are you?
I'm doing very well, and you?
Good. Now, thanks for speaking with me today. Before we talk about your last series against 100 Next and your upcoming series against Radiance, tell the audience a bit about yourself and how you got started in competitive League.
So, I'm Vincent, or Anticipation, as you wish. I've been playing competitive League of Legends since 2K16. I was playing a couple of Battlefly tournaments with my friend, the good time and everything. And in 2K20, Season 10, I started playing in UCL, which was a really good league at the time, and it was between Diamond 2 and Challenger, and Master Elo that you could participate in. And so I went to Challenger, which was over the limit, and I started trying out for big teams and everything like this because I had more potential than just UCL. So I went to UPL with scouting for Pro Scene, which was a pretty good team at the time. I tried to qualify for different for big rounds tournaments. It didn't work out that well because I had limitation about my schedule and everything like this. But I was doing pretty well, even though I was playing a lot of WoW at the time. I was only Diamond 1 45% win rate, even though I was 56% win rate Challenger last season, since I was spamming WoW a little bit too much. And then someone helped me out a lot with this, and she helped me getting through this 55% win rate Diamond things, and I went to Challenger back in only 2 months, so I was pretty proud of myself.
Nice.
And there I'm now with Team Ambition doing pretty well in this tournament, so I'm pretty happy about it.
Yeah, are there any nerves kind of going into your first big circuit qualifier for Proving Grounds?
I don't feel the pressure, I'd say, because I've played versus a lot of the players in solo queue, and generally I'm doing pretty well. So I'd say I don't have any nemesis or stress about it. I feel pretty confident in general.
Yeah. And how long has this Team Ambition roster been together leading up to the circuit qualifier in terms of practice?
We have been practicing only for about 2 weeks, I'd say. So at the start we had 5 scrims or so into it, and then we developed our playstyle progressively by playing a couple of scrims, built like block of 3 only, and we're still doing pretty well. Aggressive playstyle, and we liked it. But yeah, short amount of time together, and we bond pretty well.
Absolutely. And in such little time, you guys were able to put up a great series and take game 2 off of 100 Thieves Next in the first day of groups, with 4 dragons stacked and a pretty dominant scoreline. And even in the other 2 games, you guys definitely putting up a good fight. What do you think enabled your team to do so well in that match?
In the one we won, or
Yeah, and the one you won, maybe just the whole series as a whole. What do you guys think that you did well?
Okay, so we had this big name, right? General Sniper, which was like their biggest like player, and the guy we needed to play around, not play around, because he will definitely wreck us. So we decided to play bot side and try to counter the jungle, which was probably one of their weakest part in their team. So we really played around it, and we tried countering what they were doing, so we get a good lead in CS and everything, since the Xinjiao driven meta is pretty weak, I think, and Assassins can definitely get a big lead, as I have done in the games. So yeah, we played around the fact that they could get the lead in CS, play around bot lane, Nemesis, my mid laner, which has pretty good mechanics. We're playing sides, and we tried to just ignore General Sniper as much as we could and get the lead for ourselves.
That was really smart, and that might just be the secret sauce to beating them. And aside from what you guys have done well, what were kind of things that you learned and what you took away from this series that you're going to really focus in on in order to find success against Radiant this next week?
So we need to play more controlled, because the thing with us is that we can get a pretty goddamnly big lead in the early game, but then we have difficulty to like not be too proactive and like go for too many plays, and sometimes we don't have our cooldowns and we just like force a fight randomly. So yeah, we need to be more controlled. That's what we learned with them, definitely, because game 3 we had a good lead early game and we started like getting picked, trying random plays, and it didn't work out for us. So definitely we're gonna play more control style. We're gonna try to cycle drakes objectives.
We're back, of course. Thanks for those fantastic pre-recorded interviews, as well as, of course, the post-game interviews that we are going to get, and we have already gotten between our first match, and it is match point now, beatdown for Team Ambition, so they are looking forward to potentially being the winners, the ones who get the opportunity to have that interview, the post-game interview with Izzy here. But
Right.
Radiance, they've got the hunger. This is a situation where whichever team here goes down ends up going home, right? You're out of the
Right.
tournament. And both of these teams have really shown that they deserve to be here. This is a contentious matchup between these two, but Radiance do need to kind of figure out how to stop Team Ambition's really, cheesy comps and sneaky plays from coming through.
Right, and this is a big deal for both of these teams. You are playing so that you can hopefully, again, play for a chance to qualify for the playoffs. Their first match of the night, we saw 100 Thieves Next end up qualifying, and their opponents, Team No Team, are going to play the winner of this match to decide who the last team from this group will be in the playoffs match. But right now, this matchup right here, Radiance, Team Ambition. Ambition finding a really good game one with that Sona Seraphine and the Diana. Insane wombo combo potential, and really no way for Radiance to be able to play this one out. So as a result, Radiance, backs against the wall, have to go back to the drawing board. What's that going to look like?
What is that going to look like? They decided to stick with the blue side, like you said before the break here, beatdown. I did like what they brought to the table, right? I do think that maybe the first flaw and what could have opened the gates to really allow Team Ambition to run away with that Sona Seraphine was first locking the Lulu, right? Lulu used to be a big flex pick. I mean, Lulu really is only viable right now in the support role. And so by saying, hey, our first pick, we're investing this much into this player, it allows Team Ambition to say, all right, what can we do to have fun? And this is one of those teams where if they find some cheesy maneuver that works incredibly well against against really just a caster support, an early pick caster support, they're going to go for. It does give potentially the opportunity for Radiance to, kind of switch up their bans and try to take one of those away, but it's one of those things that they don't really want to have to do, right? They had the Olaf, the Zen, and the Karma. Now, Karma is incredibly strong. We just all really hear, with the Seraphine, anything kind of works, but it's the crowd control that allowed Team Ambition to run wild. Radiance being once again on the blue side is still kind of offering Team Ambition, though, the ability for the counterplay here. So I'm assuming that Radiance is going into this having chosen blue side with a firm decision of, okay, this is what our first pick is going to be. This is what's going to turn things around.
Here we go. We're going to go into Game 2 Champ Select to get an idea of what this one is going to look like. So far, Radiance still prioritizing that Olaf, getting rid of it. But it's as you say, Seraphine, maybe Sona, going to be banned away. Probably just Seraphine. I don't think you need to ban both necessarily, since there are much less situations where you can actually pull out the Sona. But for Team Ambition, I'm wondering what they're going to look like as well, just because if that option is actually taken away from them and they can't go that route, what will their team composition look like? I mean, we know Nemesis good on the AD picks. The Yasuo Yone is definitely a big thing of his. Also, we saw him play an excellent Irelia in Game 1 as well with that Gore Drinker. Nobody was ever going to kill this guy. So the mid jungle is especially an interesting one to me, just because they like to play a lot of interesting picks.
I do. Now we have Team Ambition. They get to decide, all right, do we want this up? Do we still want to ban out the Kayn? There wasn't really any of the picks here in this last matchup that were very difficult for Team Ambition, right? There wasn't quite one particular outstanding champion or play. It was really good teamwork and cohesion where they were able to find themselves successful fights. They were able to shut down Team Ambition, but it wasn't that. And I'm not sure what happened there, if they missed their opportunity, if maybe there was actually a ban there that is going to come through. But I guess we'll find out. All right, we'll wait for production to let us know. It is going to be a switch over to the Viego, and I think that is a much more efficient first pick than going with a Lulu. It really just kind of reveals your hand as to what you plan on doing in terms of the composition. Try to focus on getting some utility and pushing really early towards the bottom side of the lane. Now it could be anywhere.
So it's looking like we get confirmation Team Ambition ended up missing their ban, so it will be null. And at this point, it does allow Radiance to go for a power pick right there in that Viego. It is nice because overall, even though it's not too strong early, scales really well. And as you say, Jolly, it doesn't give away a whole lot of what Team wants to do because he's a very flexible champion. You can run him in different kinds of compositions. But worth noting now, Anti, the Talon that he does like to play, even though it did lose against 100 Thieves next, it is something that he could get a lot of work done with here. And as soon as I start thinking what the damage profile is going to look like, you have AP in the bot lane. I can already tell we're going to see Nemesis on an AD pick again.
Yeah, definitely something that we like to see. I mean, that was, you don't really expect the Irelia to be the one as the front line. We talked about that at the beginning of the composition, how you don't have a heavy tank. You have somebody who, after not too sure, is going to be able to be the initiator here. And that does qualify as frontline. But the survivability comes through after a couple of items. And Team Ambition played that so well, that Irelia was played so well, that the early game came pretty quickly for them. And not only that, but there was extra pressure because it was a counter pick into the core key. And Team Ambition still has the opportunity to go for something like that. So they're focusing for Radiance at least a little bit more on the damage here, as we can see the lock-in is going to be Vayne and a Gangplank as well, which is, I don't want to keep using the word, but it's an ambitious pick for, the third pick here, the last pick in the first round.
Right, it is a little earlier than some would like to see it, but Porsche is actually a pretty competent Gangplank player, so it's not that surprising to see him pull it out so confidently. Now it's going to be blind and could be played into the Jace. It looks like it will, which means already there's a lot of AD going on in the top side. I'm curious to see if Nemesis will actually commit to an AD melee matchup. Will we see the Irelia? Or maybe he'll actually index into the mages that we know that he is capable of playing. It just doesn't seem to be something he prefers to do. But still worth noting, Victor's up, Vex, Sidra. A lot of the usual mids haven't been banned, haven't been picked so far.
The Lulu is going to be banned, so that's a little bit of respect coming out of Team Ambition. Excuse me, and of course Radiance decides, the Irelia is not worth passing through right now, even though, as you mentioned, Beatdown, there is a lot of attack already out of Ambition. Aurelia provides a lot more than just attack damage, right? So it's not something that Radiance wants to allow, and especially with how well Nemesis played off of that, those flawless duets coming really in clutch to the point where, hey, you drop one end of the flawless duet, and Nemesis has so much patience with it that it just kind of stops. It stops initiations. It's like, all right, I either know that I'm going to get locked down with this flawless duet, or I back away and I can't really keep this fight up.
We'll have to see. I really like that Corki ban there for that 5th ban on the blue side for Radiance, and we'll see what is going on here at this point. I mean, when you think about it, support is up for grabs, mid is up for grabs, so we will see Nemesis go over to the mages, and I like this one a lot. You offer a lot of burst damage. You continue this profile for the most part. You see a lot of poke, and you see a lot of damage done at range here, so I like that we're seeing Nemesis kind of flex his muscles a little bit. The Kassadin is certainly an interesting pick. I actually kind of like it just because of how well it would scale, but I think Syndra would also do just fine just because you look at Radiance's comp overall, they can move forward, they can kite it out, and Syndra I think helps you do both as well. So now the only thing I'm interested in is what's the support matchup going to look like? You don't have a lot of engage, so I feel like you have to go something like Nautilus, Alistar, Rakan is a good example too, Thresh, whatever the case may be, just not an enchanter.
Yeah, not an enchanter. Rakan, is great for these engagements. It's great to facilitate the rest of the team, but when you do know there's a Ziggs that has already been selected here, Rakan can be kind of dangerous because you are pretty susceptible to taking a lot of damage in the early parts of the game. Team Ambition, they've got to be messing with me here, right? There's no way that they're actually going to lock this one in. I would be wildly surprised. Of course, having banned out the Leona and the Lulu, those are two that you definitely don't want to get into with the Morgana, so maybe they were kind of expecting to do something like this, or they might just go with the tanky initiator, gives them a lot more opportunities for the rest of the team to follow things up, and it does kind of even things out by not going a damage dealer in response here. It kind of makes it easier for Radiance to start the game out, at least in the lower half of the map.
Right. And then on Team Ambition's side, this comp ends up working out quite well, I think, with how they want to play this one. They have a lot of poke. They have a lot of damage from range, and if they manage to get a lead early and get to the point where they're moving to these objectives first, Jolly, they're going to be whittling down Radiance, and that's why you see the Lulu ban, making sure the shielding is not available so that they can mitigate some of that poke damage, especially when you think about Vayne, who is a little shorter range of an AD carry compared to most, especially in this meta, even with lethal tempo and what it does now in Season 12. It's still going to be a little tough for Raheen to navigate these team fights. He's going to have to keep an eye on Chukies, make sure he can't lock him down, and make it so that when Light Pulse makes these plays, he can do that damage.
And that's definitely something that he is capable of doing, right? And Raheen, sure, you got to get in close, but like I said, it's really going to be the damage from Nightstar that you got to kind of be careful of. And based on that low range, it makes it a lot more difficult for Raheen to be able to safely farm in the early parts of the game. Light Pulse will kind of offer a little bit of help with that. Having the Battle Dance, having the ability to, come back, hide some of that shielding, as well as the Grand Entrance, right? To at least get a little bit of a pop-up here. Because it is a situation where if Nightstar gets a little too far forward, while there is some health remaining for Raheen and Light Pulse, they have plenty of an opportunity to go in and respond. But you also have to consider how slow the start of the game was in that round number 1. We didn't see a first blood until after, I think it was 10 and a half minutes. And yeah, it was Nightstar who managed to pick that one up. But it was a pretty aggressive play coming out of Radiance, and it ended up being, I think, two invaders as well coming down. So both of these teams are probably going to try to take it a little bit easy. Nightstar is the one that I would be afraid of if I was on Radiance, but if you find a pickup, you got to still keep looking for these opportunities, even though he's got the range advantage and things like that. I do see a bit of an opportunity, though, for Team Ambition because Nightstar has the additional range, because they are very squishy for both Raheen and Light Pulse. Chukies has the chance to do a lot of early roaming as well. If it is a situation where you want to go in and help Nemesis, if you're looking at Anti having to focus towards the top side of the map because Porsche does play a very, very good gangplank, you got some chance here for that Nautilus to supply some crowd control in other areas of the map, whereas Light Pulse has much less of an opportunity to do that.
It is interesting though, because we are seeing the move away from the Enchanter support picks for both support. So I think Light Pulse and Chukis will have the opportunity to be able to move around the map, especially when you think about Nightstar and how he's playing the Ziggs, where it's pretty safe in the 1v2. Not a whole lot he has to worry about because he has the satchel to get him out of trouble, and he also has the bouncing bombs to be able to farm at range and effectively under turrets. So I think we will see some cross-map play come through. I think early game, especially before plates fall, is going to be nice for Radiant, just because of the fact that Porsche on this Gangplank, since the TP change is coming through, Gangplank already has got a much better early game just because of how much he can influence the map with that cannon barrage when he comes to level 6.
That and I mean, his barrels do an insane amount of damage, even right at the start, right? If you can get a chain of just 2 into somebody like Jace, the decoy is running here, it can supply a lot of damage, and then you add the slight crowd control that it offers, as well as that damage in that tiny low. It'll be very good for them, but we will have to see exactly how it plays out now as we get into game number 2 between Radiance and Team Ambition. Whoever falters here in this overall in the best of 3 will end up going home, and whoever wins is going to have to play no team to continue on in this fight. Of course, that's not going to be tonight. This is our last best of 3 for the night, but it's something to look forward to, right, Beatdown?
That's right. And Radiance, the ones who are going to have to really clutch up here after losing in game 1. They're going to start it off with a level 1 play, it looks like. They do have Light Pulse. It's probably going to start that grand entrance anyway, so if they caught somebody out, it would probably be donezo for them.
Yeah, definitely, especially being decoy, right? Doesn't look like they're actually going to commit to this one as we see the 2 recalls go through, or the 3 recalls, sorry. It is still these 2 members, though. And Decoy, as we see the fog of war from his perspective, has not yet had eyes on these members of Radiance. And really, nobody on the side of Team Ambition has had vision of Radiance, so they have no idea where things are starting.
Right, and because you're going to see Anti start at the bottom of the map, Decoy's just going to walk to lane immediately, and because the leash is coming bot side, you're already expecting Raheen and Light Pulse to potentially come late. What he won't expect is that this Rakan is going to be in the top lane. Teams do this sometimes, keeping their support top to get an early kill. And for a top laner like Jace, actually losing his life will be a big deal, because usually he wants to play for lane dominance, and more like he's getting dominated.
It is a flash away, and it is going to be, of course, Light Pulse utilizing that Ignite. So that's 1 summoner spell down per side. Also means that Raheen starts here alone. So Chukis might be looking for an initiation. They don't technically know where the rest of the team is. Nice. You can anticipate the Bluster is probably towards the lower half of the map based on the fact that Light Pulse is up there. But, it could have been better, but it still was not a poor play from Radiance. You really don't miss out on much by sending Light Pulse down.
No, not at all. And I actually think that was a great play from Radiance, because look at Gangplank and Jace as top laners. The first backs for both of these champions is very important for Porsche. He wants to come back to lane with TP with that Sheen so he can trade more effectively. And Decoy, he wants to go for something different. He wants to be able to back with the tier and that serrated Dirk. So that's when he really starts to come online in the laning phase. But because he's forced to TP, if Porsche continues trading as effectively as he has been, Decoy will be forced to back at an inopportune moment and end up losing out on a lot of farm, not reaching the spike the way he needs to. And with that one play, Porsche could very well just be running things in the top lane with how well he's trading so far, with how well he's going to scale. I think this is a big deal for Radiance.
It really is. And Porsche is so good here. They are actually going to be looking for the initiation onto Decoy. You get the knock away, so Porsche is going to take some damage. Ends up flashing directly into Andy. Andy's going to find the responding kill, but it ends up being Bluster who manages to find the one responding and barely capable of staying alive. That is going to be a double kill going over to Bluster.
And I love this play coming out from Radiance. Top and jungle, especially Bluster. He's at level 3. He says, forget my top side. We have to punish Decoy even further. And he's going to come in. And I love how they wait this out. They time it so that they can get their combo out immediately and live to tell the tale. Even though Anti trades the fact that it is 1-4-2, it just doesn't end up making a difference here, Jolly. And it is a really nice play into this early game, because Decoy, again, Jace, lane dominant champion. Well, he died twice. He just died once and was forced to back. What flash?
Only the flash from Porsche, because Porsche was taking that final tower shot. Sorry, there's been, I get occasionally a lag to where it sounds like, stop talking, oh my gosh, looks like Nightstar is going to be able to get out of that one, even though Chuki's is not around. Porsche ends up being really, really close to the edge of, of turret aggro, and the beam, the bolt was already on its way down, so the flash might have been a little helpful, to be honest, for Anti to be able to just go in and say, hey, cool, I'm right here. I'm able to at least turn this around and get a responding kill. So it's not just a 1 for 0. It does end up being a 2 for 1. But hey, putting numbers on the board is still something, right? And Radiance only has a 500 gold lead now. I think Bluster is very aware that they can just continue to kind of push forward on this top because of how much prowess Porsche has on Gangplank, but also just Gangplank in the overall, like you mentioned too, beat down regarding the Cannon Barrage later on.
Right, and it's worth noting too, Porsche got to walk back to lane with Sheen, and he holds on to his TP. So he has complete control over this lane here. Decoy is down 20 CS, only has 9 to his name, and right now, Nemesis could be in trouble. Look who's here.
Nice little pop up there from Light Pulse, but in response, Chuki's is also here. Nemesis taking a lot of damage. The Ignite does come through. Bluster is on the way because there is a fight between Anti, Decoy, and Bluster. So there's another Ignite expended up at the top. That's going to be the passive.
Oh, nice
coming down to Chuki's. Bluster tries to turn it around. Crimson is the next target. Chuki's will go down thanks to a couple of tower shots, but it means the Team Ambition is able to find a double kill for Nemesis.
Really nice. Crimson not being in the mid lane means he is going to be able, he's going to lose out on a good amount of farm as he comes back to lane. We're going to see the replay of how everything started out here. We are going to go to the replay. So there you go. And I like this play. Light Pulse is in the area trying to make plays, but of course Chuki's is nearby too. And I think the thing that's really important is it's happening in the background. Bluster is losing out on a trade, and you can see him just show into frame, low, igniting, trying to get out, and he doesn't have flash. So it's easy for the rest of the team to be able to make this play, finish it up, and not lose anything in the process. I think the only downside is that Decoy actually got literally nothing for it.
We do have another moment right here. Don't know exactly what is going on, and hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on wood, all of that stuff, that it is not a player that's having an issue, and that it will be quickly resolved, because this one's already heating up to be a spectacular match. I think that fight evened out the kills. I think we're looking at 3-3, and we're looking at 2 members with double kills, right? We're looking at Bluster, who picked up the early double kill, and now we're looking at Nemesis, who was just able to pick up the early kill. And I think that those 2 players in particular are really, and have been really standout players for either of these teams, so it really could go either direction. And Viego going into the late game has so much survivability and sustainability. If you get kind of an early boost on that, it can really provide for the mid game, and at least helping the rest of your team kind of support you in getting to that late game.
And I think it's important too that you mentioned the double picked up by Nemesis. Victor being that champion who scales like nobody's business, especially now with how he's looking in Season 12 and how strong he is, how common we're seeing him. That is a kind of way back into the game. The fact that you do have a lot of damage, you still have this ability to play from long range if you're on the side of Team Ambition. I think Nemesis is now very quickly becoming that kind of win condition here, just because of how Decoy's been effectively removed from the game, Jolly. And I think that was really smart of Radiance, very surgical for them to commit Light Pulse to that level 1 play. And for Decoy, it's just been downhill ever since, Jolly. He can't play the game. I'm pretty sure before the pause, he was still at 9 CS. He rolled down for the mid lane play, Jolly. You know what he got for that? Nothing. Not a single thing.
Absolutely nothing. And that's one of those things. Jace is definitely a champion as we get back into game. Thank goodness Jace is a champion.
He has 10 CS.
Oh my god, you're right. It's 3, almost 4 times the CS that Porsche has here. Jace is a champion where if you fall behind, there's not a lot of recovery. You know, my expectation when there's a lock-in for a Gangplank is, yes, Jace is very good into that. Gnar is the other one, but Gnar also offers the utility for the team play. So I was kind of hoping or expecting that. You know, it does cut the damage a little bit, but it allows kind of some ability to play from behind. Jace, you can't do that. So you're totally right here. Beat down that Decoy is just kind of out of it. And Radiance can continue to pressure this. They can continue to feed Porsche or Bluster, really either of these. Of course, now as we see Crimson and Bluster are navigating into the enemy jungle, just bullying Anti here, forcing Nemesis to make the way up, and they're going to transition this into a collapse once again on Decoy, who is a pretty open opportunity for a kill.
Dude, Decoy is just in the blender. He's down 2 levels, down so much gold in CS. Now you see him switch to the Mercury Cannon, hoping like, please God, let me get a kill, let me get something, just give it to me. But he's not going to be able to get it as Anti, not level 6, doesn't have the ultimate. Cannon Barrage, you know, Charlie, it's just for safe measure, just to make sure.
Ooh, that's going to be a nice little satchel charge there from
okay,
Nightstar. Some solid positioning here, but he does get condemned into the wall. Can he take down Light Pulse in the meantime? No. Raheen says, yeah, I can take a tower shot for that, pick up yet another kill, and now it is in favor here of Radiance, who find themselves at almost a gold differential, not a massive amount. At about half minutes in, but certainly feeling like they are leading up to an early late game for themselves.
I think it's really worth noting Nemesis is the reason this gold lead isn't that big for Radiance at the moment here. Those kills, the CS lead he's got for himself is part of what is doing it, and that's why I'm leaning towards him as a win con for this team potentially. But man, you are playing a man down. Decoy is still level 4, Jolly. It is so hard for Team Ambition to be able to do much of anything. And we saw how much of an impact Crimson is having in these plays across the map. We talked about it. Get Crimson out of lane, Jolly. That is what Radiance love to do. This player, twin brother of Sniper, the top laner for 100 Thieves next to, is just a family of superstars. And Crimson is not going to put himself up there with the best of them.
Absolutely. Hey, you know what? It might not be as big of a name as we see for some of the other brothers, but still one where there's a big opportunity to make it through to the playoffs, right? All you have to do is Radiance. It's not as easy as just winning the one round like we're seeing for Team Ambition, because they are a step ahead right now, having won the first game. They're themselves up for a lot of success, and I like the adjustments that they've also made to their composition. And there are young players as well on this team. We have a lot. This is the most young players I think I've ever seen, really in all of amateur League of Legends, and I've been doing this for a couple of years now. So it's very exciting to see how much of an investment is put into these younger players and how much they are capable of proving to whoever picks them up that there is a reason they are here. There's a reason that eyes are on them. And while maybe it's less than some of the other players at the moment, it has nothing to do with them being young. It just has to do with the fact that their faces have not been exposed as much. And oh my goodness, look at ultimate coming out of Ziggs. A great recognition here by Chukis to get the heck out of here. It's going to be a double kill. Anti able to flip over the wall. So while Radiance is finding success in the top lane, Team Ambition recognize that they can kind of do the same thing here for themselves in the bottom. It's going to be the execute. Chukis will stay alive. I'm not sure what happened.
It's a fast recall. It's a fast recall. It's all planned. We're going to go into this replay and take a look at how we got to this point here. Just get a second look at this play that just took place. And it's like you said, a lot of pressure on the top side of the map from Radiance. It does leave Raheen exposed, and I think Team Ambition have been doing a solid job thus far, but no better than what we're seeing right here. This dive as this wave comes through. It is easy. 1, 2, 3, Raheen. See you later. Have a sick one. Go kick rocks. I don't know. Whatever you want to call it here. And in doing so, you get the double kill onto the Ziggs, which ends up tying the gold lead. And I actually think it's going to give a lead here because Nightstar ended up executing the turret, picking all that gold up solo here. So even though Porsche is doing a lot of work topside, you can see it. Team Ambition, all the gold they've picked up, so they don't have a lead. They're within 400.
And that was huge for Anti. I don't know if you saw. Anti recognizes I can't take like more than one tower shot. Two tower shots is it, and then I am at very, very little health. We saw those two take place. So what Anti did there in recognizing we can get the second kill here onto Light Pulse is, all right, walk up, throw down Ignite, let the team do the rest, and it's going to be another attempted engage here. Anti gets condemned into the wall. Raheen taking a lot of damage. Chukis is going to stall out Light Pulse. Anti continuing this fight.
Cannon Barrage.
For something. Out comes the Cannon Barrage, though. That's going to provide a nice little slow here. Nightstar with the ultimate picks up the kill there. Light Pulse with a beautiful stopwatch is going to make it out of this, but the depth charge comes through, and it's a double kill for Nightstar.
There it is, Team Ambition just smashing this bottom lane as their direct answer to everything Decoy's been going through. On the top side of the map, Radiance will answer mid. Can they actually secure this kill? I think they will.
Yeah, they can. Absolutely. Bluster already dealing a lot of damage. That Chaos Storm means nothing to these players. That means that they are going to find an equalizing tower that puts both of these teams sitting at 2 and essentially no gold difference between them.
Right. It's very minor at this point. And we think about how, in this case, if we think about how Team Ambition wants to be playing this comp, I think this game state still benefits them a good amount just because of how Radiance don't or have this bit of a range problem. Again, we talk about how Raheen needs to get up a little closer than other AD carries to be able to do damage in this game. And you look on the other side here, even though Decoy is very, 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 very far behind, just several orders of magnitudes behind of Porsche, he's still going to be able to do a good amount of poke with Shock Blast from a safe range. So can Nemesis, so can Nightstar. So because of that, the damage is there from this bottom side of the map from Team Ambition, and it can be enough if Radiance don't find their way in.
Oh no, I was muted there.
It's okay, just start your point over.
Yeah, whatever it was. Like, I can remember what I said 3 seconds ago. Come on, Beatdown, that's a little...
God, what a mood.
Inspirational, I guess. No, Radiance do have themselves in a bit of a lead, right? It's less than 500 gold, sure, but it is something that Team Ambition kind of seemed like they were taking their hands, or at least getting a pretty solid grip around. Radiance, by taking that second tower, at least put themselves a bump ahead, and the positioning helps out here by having that mid lane tower taken down. Team Ambition is focusing clearly more on the bottom side of the map, and so it does open up a few opportunities here for Radiance to try to get pressure around both of these major objectives in the Dragon, and of course for now the Rift Herald following it up. So it does feel, it feels like all the right players, right, on the side of the division, all the right players being Nightstar are getting the kills that they need to, whereas everything's kind of spread around on Radiance. The only thing that you've got 2 of is Bluster, and that's literally off of the double kill that kind of started this game out. So Radiance hopefully have the confidence to go in on some of these engages, and there it is. It's going to be the quickness that comes through, and of course Light Pulse manages to pick that one up thanks to the Ignite on the other side. Both Bluster and an equalizing dragon as well.
And that is actually a little unlucky that Light Pulse ends up picking it up. You probably want that on Raheen, Crimson, or Bluster, but ultimately you do send Nightstar to the gray screen, preventing him from farming just a little bit now. And Porsche, of course, trying to save the tower with the cannon barrage from a screen away. He actually will be able to protect the turret in the process too. Oof. But ultimately, these plays from Radiance are good. The fact that they're still able to try and punish people out here, especially Nightstar and Nemesis, because those are the people they need to close the gap on. And that's a lot of pressure onto Light Pulse being the main form of engaging, gap closing. We talked about how important that is for Radiance as a squad. So this support player, this Rakan, is going to have to go so very big.
It's going to get harder, too, as Chuki's gets tankier. Has a little bit more of an opportunity to engage. These depth charges are going to be huge for the later game, especially if they're able to pop onto members like Raheen and Porsche. It's going to be a flash forced out of Raheen, and all it took was a Q from Chuki's. This should mean they are able to now take down the 3rd tower, and Radiance has, has had the benefit. So we just keep seeing equalizing towers come through immediately after the tie is broken.
Right. Exactly. And you can see it though. Radiance actually have a pretty strong gold lead. A lot of that, actually the entirety of that, is because Porsche is so monstrously ahead of Decoy. So it's worth noting, if you have Porsche on the split, even if he is helping with the cannon barrage, I think he isn't going to be as impactful, and that 4v4 will actually very heavily favor Ambition.
Oh my goodness, look at that Nightstar, just in the right
He
place.
wants
Bluster
it,
now
Jolly.
needs to get out of here, but that is an engage. They're going in. Oh my goodness, by Nightstar. It was a flash away. It's gonna be the, that's picked up here by Radiance. I could have sworn that Team Ambition actually had that one already. They're moving their way down, at least for Nemesis and Decoy, to try to respond to this, but there's not much they can do in a 3v2. Porsche and Bluster do both end up going down, though, and Nightstar managed to stay alive in that bottom fight.
Somehow, with small amounts of HP, this bot laner, the Ziggs, does get to live to fight another day, Jolly. But still, Team Ambition, I find them to be in still a really good position. Again, the gold lead, I can't stress this enough, just under 2k in favor of Radiance, but that is all on the top lane, and Porsche is going to have to go big in these 5v5s to make use of that gold. He certainly has the damage to do so, with the Essence Silver already in his pocket and the shield bow as well. And we're going to take a look at this replay.
Yeah, let's see what happened in the bottom lane, because we did have to navigate away as it was just a 1v1.
Right, and it's Decoy. I mean, you can see it. He's 3 levels down on Porsche. I feel like he could have 1v1'd him under tower, but just to be safe, Bluster is going to help him out in the process here. And the thing is, they actually took a lot of damage from the turrets making this play happen. And even though the Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't hit, you can see that Nightstar got the kill. But either way, we're going to come back to live because it's looking like something might happen. Anti is looking for a play. He might be able to find it. Oh, they're looking. I think we may have lost. Okay.
It's gonna be Crimson that finds the kill. Will the fight still go on? Nemesis is looking for something. Raheen is here now. It's quite a bit of damage, of course, coming out of this Victor. That should be the end of that, unless Team Ambition wants to be too ambitious.
All right, we've seen it happen before, but ultimately, I think their aggression is part of what won them game 1, as well as the very creative draft in their side. So now they're going to get this mid-tier 1 turret. Oh! Now Porsche just flexing. And as much as, wow, okay, Decoy's 3 levels
Decoy.
down.
What a dodge. Oh my gosh, Decoy. Stays alive, of course, right next to the barrel, so that's not going to work. There's another tower in favor of Ambition. Raheen so very low. Nemesis still at full health is okay with taking a tower shot or 2. Some good pressure in the mid lane. Radiance is, Ambition is okay with allowing Decoy to fall there to get some additional pressure in the mid.
Right now, this pressure is going to allow Ambition to continue holding control over this bottom side of the map. And what that means is Dragon coming up very soon. About 15 seconds on that. Team Ambition should be able to go and make a play for it if they want to. But we're seeing some recalls come through with 10 seconds left, which is certainly interesting, especially with Decoy. Yeah, okay, so he will move to the mid lane. Team Ambition do feel like they have the time to be able to just go for these resets, spend some of the gold they've earned for themselves. Or maybe they're looking for the fight after the Dragon instead of the Dragon itself, because it's only going to be Radiance's second one.
Yeah, either way, it's number 2. And I think Team Ambition kind of acknowledges that if they lose this fight here, it's really going to push Radiance over the edge in their lead. Whereas right now, it's incredibly minimal. So it is a really risky play to respond to that. And they have the Rift Herald as well coming through. So this might be an exposure to one of the inhibitor towers. On the backside, Light Pulse decides to go in. The quickness comes out, as does the ultimate Night. Radiance is able to group back up and escape the potential fate of dying.
Right, and you can see it. They're throwing some poke here. That Enhanced Shock Blast is going to land. But even though no one dies, you still get a lot of pressure here. Now you get control over the top side of the map. And this is what I was talking about. Team Ambition trying to get to these neutral objectives first because they have a lot of damage from range and because they also have the better all-in. Team Ambition getting to objectives first is very bad for Radiance. They're going to have to be doing the phase checking. They're the ones clearing the mid-wave second, moving into the jungle second, and just basically reacting to everything Team Ambition has been doing.
That's where Team Ambition wants to be with their team composition. And you don't want to give Radiance any additional pressure over. We do have to consider Radiance put a lot. Bluster put a lot into supporting Porsche in the top side. Porsche is sitting at 1, 2, and 4. Yes, has about 100 creep over Decoy because Decoy was so badly harassed. But what could have been, I mean, kind of a game-changing player here and a game-changing champion because Porsche is so darn good at this game playing was really staunch because it with the force that Nightstar showed in the bottom and also with Nemesis in the mid lane, it forced Porsche to navigate out of the lane early. It forced Porsche to kind of make this adjustment down to the bottom side, and it's put him into a sticky situation once or twice. And now we can see Anti trying to take advantage of this forward pressure here from Porsche. We have Light Pulse making his way down. And that means that Anti is not going to follow up on this, recognizing Radiance definitely sees what we're doing here. Might give them the chance to find a bit of a pinch here, though.
Oh, this is a play in the
quickness.
making.
Oh, the quickness. It is going to be a wonderful grand entrance. All you need is the quick touch by the quickness, then follow it up with grand entrance. That means it's going to be
look at this.
Radiance taking one down, but hey, that was all just a decoy. Decoy was literally a decoy. He laid it out for you guys in such an obvious. Chookies is very, very low here, but Team Ambition should be able to get this just fine. It does look like Radiance is here in the wings, wanting to start something out right over the wall. It's going to be Bluster first who starts this one out, and that means that one member, now two members, because Nightstar will go down, are going to lose the Baron buff right off the bat. Nemesis is so darn low. Bluster is going to move in, utilizing that Hallowed Mist to move in, and it's a triple kill for Bluster. No members have the Baron buff.
That's right, it ended up getting cleared up, and we're going to see the replay. I like the call, truthfully, from Ambition to start this off across the map, and you can see it. The collapse onto Anti, and Decoy started off with chasing onto Porsche here, and in a second, you'll see the rest of the squad of Radiance come here to his rescue, and it ends up being a kill. Look at the mini-map. You can see pretty early on that there's the call for the Baron ends up being made. You just wait for Light Pulse and Bluster to show up on the mini-map. The problem with that call and what ultimately ends up being their downfall is that the fight afterwards takes place. You take a lot of damage from Baron, and it's tough for Team Ambition to be able to walk away from this one.
Yep. Yeah, it wasn't... They were hoping for a lot more damage onto that Baron. They were hoping for a much quicker pickup. But by having two members down there at the bottom, it gave Radiance the opportunity to say, hey, yeah, one of our members is getting down, right? But where is the rest of Team Ambition? And the buff. Sure, you get the gold. Sure, you take this objective off the map so that Radiance cannot get themselves, get a lot of pressure. But if you're not able to use that buff to get additional gold, to get additional pressure in these lanes, to get even one tower potentially,
right.
That all just goes out the window with a misplayed fight, or honestly with really a misplayed initiation or engagement on that Baron.
So Team Ambition they do get the gold, 300 each for securing it. I think that's part of why the lead is still non-astronomical for the side of Radiance. But ultimately, yeah, it is a little bit of an unfortunate play on Ambition's side, getting collapsed on that. I mean, props to Radiance for pulling the trigger and making that happen, moving all the way across the map. Members like Bluster moving in there to start resetting on the vehicle, getting to those 3 kills. So now, because the Baron doesn't end up doing a whole lot of anything because so many people were on gray screen for some time, it actually allowed Radiance to get a more firm control on the map. And I think they've had all series long, and you can see it now. Mid is pushed, mid is pushing, bottom is pushing, and top is about to be the same here. And it gives Radiance this room to breathe that they have been lacking. So now they can clear up some vision for themselves here and make it so that they can actually control the area around these neutral objectives.
Team Ambition does still have quite a bit of vision laid down, so they at least have that going for themselves because they did really have pretty solid control over the top side of the map as soon as Porsche decided down towards the lower half. It does give Porsche, though, now a bounty. He's been alive for quite a while, is over 200 creep score, so is sitting nice and pretty. Of course, Crimson and Nemesis are equaled out, and Nemesis was a big standout player in the last matchup and being able to find an advantage, having the counter picks there, right? But we know that Crimson had that opportunity going into this game. Maybe Team Ambition finding something here. Porsche and Light Pulse are on their own, but Bluster is in the wings. Crimson can be there if he is needed. He does still have his teleport available. They realize Bluster is the solo one here, though. So it's Team Ambition. Honestly, they're just trying. They're seeing what they can do. Radiance still recognizes that just the presence of a couple of their members is enough to push Team Ambition away from starting a fight.
Yeah, at this point, wow. It's a lot of damage. Porsche has built the IE, so those barrels are going to hurt like nobody's business. And at this point, they have pressure on multiple lanes here. Nemesis is going to take this opportunity to actually do a bit of split pushing here. Being able to finish this turret, I think, is much a big deal. A lot of local gold in his favor and helping Team Ambition narrow down this lead a little bit. But right now, with not a whole lot to fight for, Air Drake is up, but you don't really care that much if it's Radiant's sole point. So Team Ambition, they're just going to let this one go and continue clearing waves on this top and mid side of the map.
And it is, only 1,000 difference. So actually, since Team Ambition has gone down in that fight, they have been able to actually minimize the amount of gold that Radiant. Sure, it wasn't a massive lead, and it still isn't at this point, but it still says something. When Radiance clears out the whole team, Team Ambition just had the respawn on Decoy immediately after, so no Baron buffs, and they weren't really capable of taking a ton
off of Team Ambition. They got the next dragon, they got another tower or two, but Team Ambition is still ahead in that manner in the towers. So they have their advantages. Radiance, the members though, are starting to get really scary. And I think that's what Team Ambition is kind of hesitant about, right? Is we can't just run into Force. There's just too much damage coming from this player. We can't just run into Bluster. And if the two of them are together, we have to play by their rules.
And that's why it's so important. Wow.
Wow. All right. That is a lot of damage.
Wow.
Nightstar, of course, the ultimate doesn't quite get what they want. Anti is on the backside, though. And Bluster is taking a lot here. Gonna have to Heartbreaker out of that fight,
they're
actually.
looking.
And what looked like Radiance having so much damage here over Team Ambition, I mean, Radiance did almost no damage. That was Team Ambition hitting everything and also dodging everything on top of it.
Right, this is what I mean. The skill shots, the range damage from Team Ambition so strong at the moment here, and it's gotten them so much pressure, so much so Nemesis TPs. If somebody walks up, they get a pick, they're just going to full send, but now it's Light Pulse who's looking.
Looking, out comes the Cannon Barrage, and instantly Bluster takes down Nightstar. That was so much damage for the side of Team Ambition. They have to run away from this. It is Chukies, try to get out, manages to get the hook forward. Light Pulse takes a lot of damage, gets stunned up, and Victor finds himself one. Nemesis taking a shutdown there. Crimson, of course, takes down Chukies, who was absorbing the majority of the damage on that. And overall, after the disconnect, Radiance does find themselves one kill up in the fight.
Light Pulse, the player we were talking about needing to go big here.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, it's done. But props to Light Pulse for finding that angle, setting up that big play for Radiance to be able to get the pushback on the Team Ambition. He was a player we were highlighting how it was a lot of pressure on him to be able to set these fights up, being that main source of engage. He's been doing a good job so far this game. He's actually built the Zhonya's, which means even more aggressive angles are going to be available to him in these coming fights here with that stasis on a cooldown.
Yep. Still, it's still in favor of Radiance, right, for the gold here. 51 and 50, so just 2K is what we're looking at. Now we are sitting at about 2 minutes until the next dragon. Of course, you're looking at 3 clouds back to back. And it's not a huge one. We were talking about Cloud Drake for both of these teams. They already have some repositioning available in their kits, both of them across the board, and do have some, initiation, disengage, as well as engage. So I think Team Ambition is okay with potentially giving this one up, knowing that one more big fight could really be the push that Radiance needs to take over this game. And they do. They want to close this out in 2. They want it to be a 2-0 sweep. They don't want to have to go to a game 3 where it is match point or game point across the board.
That's right. And Radiance team, so much young talent, backs against the wall, really are putting up a fight against Team Ambition here. Especially with how things went during that game 1 and how strongly they were dominated by Team Ambition. You highlighted it, Jolly, when we were in Champ Select. That ability to bounce back, kind of avoid getting tilted and falling behind as a result of it and just kind of losing to yourself here. No, that is not present on Team Radiance. And now, we talked about it. It's important for Ambition to get to these objectives first. The poke is there. The Baron is being started. And look at where Light Pulse is. He's the one to watch for.
Cannon Barrage comes out. It's a lot of damage onto Anti and Decoy. Light Pulse on the backside. So is Bluster.
He's not here.
Heartbreakers over the wall.
Big knockup.
Oh my gosh. The lockdown there followed up by the charm means Radiance is going to find themselves a massive successful fight. And they are also going to lose the Baron. Team Ambition, they did manage to snag it. Sure, 2 members don't have it, but 3 do.
That, I think, is a much better scenario here. You are going to see the recall, the pressure coming through because Radiance, they have all 5 members alive and good to go, which means even though you have Baron, it's going to be hard to truly push these waves out. And what that means, 20 seconds, it's going to be the Soul coming through from Radiance. And I actually think this Cloud Soul is a big deal. Getting the movement speed when you are using your ultimate is going to benefit a couple people, but one I want to highlight, Light Pulse on this Rakan. Speaking of, we're going to see how he did in this replay and how he set things up here. You can see it. It was a good call from Team Ambition to start this Baron off. They do so much damage to it with all the champions that they have. But the thing is, keep an eye on Light Pulse. Keep an eye on this Rakan to see how he sets up the fight.
I do think Team Ambition, it was a good call to start this one, but they actually ended up losing a few seconds that could have potentially kept Decoy alive here.
Yeah, and there it is. Big double, setting it up. Again, you allow Viego to start resetting, and it is a lot easier for you to snowball into a team fight win. And now, off-screen, Radiance have gotten that Cloud Soul, and it means Light Pulse's engages are that much better when he uses the quickness. And that is a big problem for Team Ambition, who have to worry about that grand entrance.
It certainly hurts, and with Decoy being so shut down as he is, it makes it almost feel like a 4v5, right? Decoy is kind of just a body, and has actually been supplying a decoy position here to try to allow Team Ambition to follow up on some of these things. Look at the damage, though, that comes through right there onto Chukis. The rest of the team is not there. Decoy's on the backside. It's a big engagement from Radiance. Anti is too far behind to really do much of anything in here. Nemesis is going to barely stay alive thanks to the zone use on that. Light Pulse is going to do the same thing. And Anti finds the one. Oh my gosh, the Q, though, from Force
the shock blast!
Too dang much. What a shock blast coming from Decoy. Manages to stay alive, but can he survive this one? Should be able to use the blast cone over the wall. Doesn't go over the wall.
He's gonna
though.
get.
And Porsche's looking for something here. Oh, so close. Porsche's quick reflexes allow him to make a Q though, and that's enough damage to take down the third member of Ambition.
Yeah, props to Decoy though for making the play. He's been honestly, despite how much he's gone through, how far behind he is, he's done a really good job at just trying to set up these plays and finding a lot of success. Now, Raheen. I'm pretty sure Raheen is done, right? Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, that was a nice little condemn, though.
Bye.
It was a very good condemn. Of course, you know, when you're walking into the enemy's jungle, it's really difficult because you know that you're not going to be walking towards one of your teammates. And that's when you kind of have to stop the fight or stop the chase for Team Ambition. But hey, if you see Raheen forced to jump into your jungle, you're like, all right, cool. This is definitely just a solo.
Man, we are just back and forth here. It feels like the team fights, because of Light Pulse, really favor Radiance. But Team Ambition always managed to get these exit kills that just stall the game out that much more. And at this point, I want to revise my opinion about how these comps are going to interact. If Light Pulse just continues to engage the way he has been, Radiance look like they'll be in a good spot to potentially win this game here.
Anti's going to go in. It forces the flash out onto Porsche. It's going to be a lot of damage.
Wow.
No way to get the barrel. Now Anti has to run away. It's going to be the quickness, though, and he will immediately get taken down here in response. But, hey, that's the best option, right? Porsche was definitely going to stop the recall.
Yeah, I mean, it's technically positive just because the shutdown you picked up on Porsche was a little better than the one you gave away as Anti. Ultimately, it is nice winning out that 1v1 and putting a lot of gold on this a Talon. And that is important, I think, because we've seen Anti and how he's playing in these fights. He's trying to assassinate people like Raheen. He's shown he can 1v1 pretty much anybody on Radiance's side.
Yeah.
So how these fights are going to work is the poke is coming through, the engage is coming through from people like Chukis. Anti, he's going to be doing his own thing. He's going to be on his own solo mission, assassinating the poor fool that ends up being isolated.
And now, I mean, the gold is there's an insubstantial difference, right? We just saw, actually a second ago, it was literally exactly evened out. I think it was when it was about 62K. So this is still, man, it's at 33 and a half minutes in about, and this is still so even. I think you're right, Beatdown, that when it comes to these fights that Radiance is able to initiate, they have the upper hand. They have a lot of raw damage. I think a big part of it is that they started the fight with Porsche's ultimate. The Cannon Barrage supplies a bunch of damage. It also supplies the slow to allow Radiance to get into the position, and especially with the Cloud Drake or the Cloud Soul, they are capable of doing that much easier. Team Ambition, you're right, has these quick exit kills, but we have to acknowledge too that a lot of these fights end up being 4v5s, not because Decoy doesn't supply much, but because, for instance, Anti in the last one just wasn't there until the very, very end. Now we can see the quickness come out one more time. The ultimate from Nightstar. So much damage from Porsche and his Cannon Barrage, though. And it looks like Radiance has finally found themselves a big success story.
Wow.
Leading to putting this out to number 3. It's a double kill there for Porsche. Now, the two living members of Team Ambition have to just recall.
There it is. 1 for 2 in favor of Radiance, and you can see it. The team fight is just too good here, and Team Ambition now are the ones who are going to have to get very creative if they want to be able to do something about how this is going to play out. And you can see it in this replay. Again, keep an eye on Light Pulse, the Rakan. It's so easy. You just use the quickness. You charm multiple members, and the stasis is the big thing too, allowing you to get more aggressive and allowing you to live long enough that you can even make more aggressive plays again.
Yeah, there's so much damage from that cannon barrage, and that's how like all fights have been starting, right? Beatdown is throw the cannon barrage out, and gosh, the slow is one thing. The damage is really there for the ultimate. You don't really expect, you expect the Q to come through. You expect the autos and the barrels to really chunk you down, but you don't think a second and a half, 2 seconds maybe within that ultimate as you're trying to make your way out thanks to the slow on it. Is going to knock you down to like half health, but that's exactly what we've seen. So even if Radiance don't find themselves maybe the perfect positioning on these initiations, they have the time, they have the opportunities thanks to Porsche's positioning on his ultimate, and that we can anticipate will always be on point.
Now, this is a dragon. Ambition can no longer ignore. This is going to be the difference maker. Radiance, they've been winning fights all game long. They have to win one more, Jolly, to close it out and take us to game 3.
I think it was a chain of 2 barrels. That's all it takes. And again, it is the cannon barrage.
Oh, wait, that's big?
Nemesis who finds the one. The light pulse goes down. Crimson, of course, takes down Nemesis in response. Anti, once more, is not really able to find the position to actually really initiate on this fight. And it was good of Radiance to seclude a couple of members there of Team Ambition. And even though they only got 1 kill, they're able to very quickly pick up this Elder Dragon. And now things are really starting to sway in their favor. The gold lead, while the towers aren't there, they have the opportunity. They have buffs available, as we can see Crimson still having that one. Anti is going to be jumped on. It's going to be the unleashed power that does come through. It's not going to pick up the kill. Crimson's still looking for something. Not going to find it.
Still, props to Crimson. Played excellent in that fight, and honestly, I think the main reason they won it out is because he managed to get a very big scatter the week. Insane burst damage coming through from the Syndra in this young player, and I think it will be enough here. Elder buff means that Team Ambition, they step wrong. They look at Radiance funny, and Radiance can just pull the trigger, Jolly.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And one of the things I think that Team Ambition had as an advantage to where it felt like they were in control, even though the gold lead wasn't really in their favor, even though Radiance had about equal objectives, or if not more, was the pressure that they had supplied early on and the towers that they'd gotten early on to kind of expose these inhibitor towers. But now that doesn't matter, right? That was 10-15 minutes ago that they had that advantage, and they weren't really able to collapse on it thanks to Radiance finding themselves some fights and incredible initiations. And that has led them to being equal, if not ahead, in terms of cracking open this space. As we can see, there is an exposed inhibitor for themselves. They don't have as much pressure towards the top side, but that's totally okay, because we are still looking at another 10 seconds left on this Baron buff. They've got pressure across the map in all of these lanes, and it's Radiance's game to lose at this point.
That it is. Gold lead approaching the point where it doesn't matter anymore, but Radiance members are getting to that full build part of the game here, where the damage is just so strong. Bluster has the GA built for himself. They're doing a good job at clearing up this vision, making it hard for Team Ambition, and you create these pockets of darkness, which make Light Pulse's job so much easier for finding these angles, finding these plays to be made.
Feels a lot better for Radiance to early pick somebody like the VA as opposed to somebody like the Lulu. It did force Team Ambition kind of back on their heels in having to find some counters, but there are no easy counters to a lot of the champions that Radiance decided to lock in. And with such consistency as Porsche on this Gangplank and Bluster on this Viego, it really didn't matter that, Crimson had fallen behind in the early parts, where he didn't have much of an opportunity to do much. And a big thing that you touched on at the beginning of this beatdown, before really even the game started, was Light Pulse's capacity to provide just all the initiation in the world for Radiance, and we've seen it time and time again.
At this point, that Elder buff has expired. Trying to get some poke off our Team Ambition, but this is very difficult. GAs are out in full force. It seems like Porsche also has one for himself here, and what these teams are going to be fighting for is for this Baron. A minute 30. You see Ambition doing their best, very slowly pushing their vision line forward so that they can potentially actually contest for vision in the river here. But it's tough. It feels like now at this point, they get to the river first, Light Pulse finds the angle. They don't get to the river first. Guess what, Jolie? Light Pulse finds the angle. Anti, who's been struggling to find an angle the last 20 minutes or so, is going to have to go big on a flank with this Talon. Burst somebody down. Again, I'm looking at Raheen, I'm looking at Crimson. If you can somehow burst Porsche, well, that's just wonderful.
Oh, that's fantastic, especially through his ability to cleanse himself, through his
Yes.
ability to get some healing down
The
as
GA.
well, because Ambition the GA on top of that. I mean, I talked about uphill climbs and how this is not for either of these teams. At this point now in the game, I mean, this is kind of looking at Mount Everest, right? And it's not that they're far behind. On paper, it doesn't look that bad. Radiance just has that much of an overhead, really, over Team Ambition. They, just like in that first game where we were talking about Team Ambition kind of writing the script, Radiance has done the exact same for this and continues to do so. Team Ambition have to play reactively here to find themselves some success.
There it is. Now, again, this fight for mid lane priority, the dance is being performed. Because now we do have Anti looking for these angles, trying to see if he can catch somebody out here. Crimson, oh my god, he's actually in a bit of trouble, but he has to be careful. The rest of the team is there. Now, Decoy, he's been struggling all game, but he has reached the 4-item mark. Those shock blasts, especially the empowered ones, hurt quite a bit.
Anti knows that he's going to get caught out here. Decoy is in the wings. It's a lot of damage onto Bluster, as well as an Ignite being burned there by Anti. That means Team Ambition does have the pressure they're looking
I like
for.
this.
You can see the pings all the way across the map. Instead of
they take
going
it so
for the
quickly.
Baron, they are going into the base. That means that everybody on Radiance needs to recall here, giving them the opportunity now to turn around and go for the Baron immediately.
I love this from Team Ambition. They managed to take that inhibitor. They demolish these turrets so very quickly. And that's right. They look like they want to go for the flip here. They had the vision that showed Radiance hadn't started the Baron yet, so they had the opportunity, but it's actually the brush play that they're looking for. Oh my gosh, that was a big ward from Light Pulse to make sure they didn't get caught out. But now you have the cannon barrage. It's looking like the opposite is trying to be attempted by Radiance, trying to rout the members of Team Ambition so that this mid wave can get pushed in very deep.
I have to commend Team Ambition in their patience. As soon as they realize, all right, Radiance is winning out in these team fights, what can we do? Where can we navigate ourselves to maybe find some success in a fight, to maybe find some sort of advantage? This is not a very good position here for Anti, but of course, being
Another
a
Elder.
sneaky talent, does go down. That's a lot of damage there onto Decoy and Anti. It's a flash away by Porsche. Light Pulse is on the back. Out comes the quickness. A beautiful scatter of the week is going to follow it up. Chukis takes so much damage here. Anti might end up going down. Tries to re-engage onto Bluster. It'll be Bluster who picks up the kill. Now they continue the fight on, and it's Nemesis follow up target. Can they continue on to finding out the last surviving member here in Nightstar? There is going to be a teleport forward. Nightstar does make it out alive, but for how long now that all of Radiance is in the base and looking to end the game right here? That's the ace, and that is the end of game number 2. Almost 43 minutes here is how long it took Radiance to find enough of an advantage to actually close out the game, but they have pushed it to a game number 3.
And there it is, Radiance, the roster with such young talent that we highlighted, managed to bring it back here. They were at the brink, Jolly. I'm not even talking about just the series. Even in that particular game, in game 2, they managed to bring it back. And honestly, some great play. A lot of credit goes to Light Pulse because of us for the mid game and the late game. He was an excellent source of engage, but we also got to give props to Crimson. Insane stuns coming from the stat of the week. So very often finding multiple members, and we got to this point in the game where it was just all execution between both of these teams, and Radiance, they managed to out-execute Ambition.
They do, and Ambition now being on the losing side going into this game point. Both players, or these teams, sitting at one victorious fight on the Rift. Team Ambition has decided to opt for the red side once more, so it's going to be another play of Radiance having that early first pick. The Viego came through a lot cleaner, so we might finally see some adjustments here in the picks and the bans in the early part of the game. But before we get into that, we are going to take a very quick break. Of course, you're not going to want to miss the follow-up here in the tiebreaker, because whoever loses today is going to go home and lose their position in this tournament. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 3 here in the Proving Grounds Close Qualifiers. We're back. Hopefully for this next matchup, you have to see less of our faces than you guys have kind of been forced to over the last little bit. Of course, these tech issues, we have you guys sticking with us, working through us on these. And of course, thank you to production for, I mean, hitting everything face first, right? Just it doesn't matter whether it's going to take them super long, doesn't matter if it's a quick fix, they're on it like that. So we really appreciate production for everything that they do and letting us even be here to cast these amazing matches. And that beatdown was an amazing one. It was also a long match.
Yeah, you could say that one. It was one where we did kind of see a lot of back and forth here. I really like the early play from Radiance, making sure Decoy was irrelevant until maybe 25 minutes in the game where he could actually be a functional champion. And I think that was really nice how much pressure they exerted onto him early on. Of course, Ambition trade by pressuring the bottom side of the map. And for a while, it seemed like it was worth it for Ambition because they were able to have a lot of long-range damage, put a lot of DPS out in some of these skirmishes, and make it hard for the approach. But again, I got to keep hyping it up. Light Pulse with that Rakan, which is certainly getting banned away, I think did an excellent job in these team fights, closing the gap, finding these angles, making plays, and we got to give shout outs to Crimson too for playing out of his mind.
Oh yeah, and you know, I think at that point too, Bluster as well for recognizing, hey, you know what? I can get Porsche pretty quickly, you know, with this ball rolling. And Porsche as well. I mean, really, you know, it's not just one player. The ultimates that came from Porsche, I think we saw maybe one that wasn't insanely impactful in terms of the rest of the team being able to initiate or, you know, whether it was the slow, whether it was the damage, it all ended up lining up perfectly. And so that's definitely another one that you got to look out for. And I think Jace, very obviously not going to be the option here. I don't know if banning Gangplank is really the way to go here because that means that you are going to be giving up, you know, either Caitlyn or Jinx if you do, I mean, as opposed to taking out the Lulu, or at least hopefully Team Ambition locks in a third ban, right? Because I guess since the last one they didn't even have a third one, you might as well replace nothing with something.
Yeah, that is a good point. At that point, you basically can't go wrong. So as we go into this draft here, and we do have Team Ambition staying on the red side, are they gonna? What are we going to see? Is the Rakan going to get taken away? Will Ambition ban a third champ in phase 1?
Hopefully, I do sincerely think that is one that we want to see. You know, I'm not sure who their third ban might have been in the first game. We saw that it was Kane, actually. Even with that coming through, it ended up being Viego that Bluster decided to go for, and that was very, very helpful. No matter who Bluster picks, though, this is going to be a very, very aggressive play. So it is the Olaf, it is still the Zed. The Karma has been the classic one. They might stick with the Seraphine because that was utilized very well in game number 1, where Team Ambition took a 30-minute win compared to 47. That's a pretty big difference, right? And I'm pretty sure that is, you know, one of the longest games that we have seen, if not the longest game that we have had so far in these 3 days of Proving Grounds. I'm sure if you guys were tuning or if you happen to see even just the break screen, you would have seen that it was a 2-0 in favor of Bay State. So, you know, a tip of the hat to you, Beatdown. I guess you did get that one right. Now let's see if you're able to also have predicted this Radiance win, because I think I sided with Team Ambition, you sided with Radiance. So far, you're at 100% for the day, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
I'm not doing so hot for the day, but that's okay. We've got a great game coming up to follow up. Follow up first couple. So yeah, so I'm winning in this sense, right?
Yeah, we got a game 3. This is as hype as it's gonna get, especially with 100 next stomping no team in match 1. We get to go to this game 3 point here. Now the Viego is still going to go through. The Gangplank is absolutely paid respect to and is immediately taken off the board, but still the 80 carry bans there, making a lot of the strongest picks no longer available for Raheen here. Interestingly enough, we're going to see Anti go for the Hecarim in the jungle role, which is something you don't see too often. But when I talk about team comps and how I like when simpler drafts where teams go for this front to back, it's easy to execute, it's really hard to go wrong with. I think this one also comes to mind here with how even though you can't do much in the early levels, once you get to level 6, Hecarim, that Onslaught of Shadows, is able to do a lot of value. Look, I know I'm not supposed to pay attention to hovers, but I remember Crimson is a nasty Yasuo, so if that came out,
yeah.
Okay, god damn it.
It was a showing. It was a showing. Crimson, there's still the opportunity right now for Crimson to be able to select the Yasuo or the Yone, right? Because both of them are good opportunities. They don't really have any big pop-ups at the moment, so, they're not quite supplying right now that sort of composition. They could go back to something like the Renekton. We saw that on Porsche in game number 1. And, in that one, Decoy had a lot more of an early opportunity. There was a lot more focus there from Anti to help out. So, hey, going back to the Renekton provides a lot of initiation for the team, right? And a lot of that front line that we're looking for. And it is going to be a Kog'Maw lock-in now for Team Ambition as we get to the second round of bans.
And that is an interesting pickup there. It's a pickup we've seen Nightstar on in the past. He's definitely very practiced on this champion, and it offers you a lot of range and just DPS. This champion, once he really starts going 2-3 items, will out DPS the best of them. And Nightstar, with honestly, all series long, all things considered, he's been playing very well. So I think in this, if he's enabled by Team Ambition, I think this is how Team Ambition go towards closing things out here, not getting reverse swept by Radiance.
And there's the respect ban as well for Light Pulse, the Rakan. It's Lulu and Rakan to round out the bans for Team Ambition. And for Radiance, you're looking at the Yuumi and the Zillion. You can always expect the Team Ambition is going to try to do something cheeky. That Karma could be a flex pick. Very likely we're going to see it. There are 4 Chukis, especially now that you do have, Yuumi would be the optimal one going into this. It's the Tahm Kench, actually. So, hey, that was a flex pick, and Radiance absolutely saw through it.
And this time around, you give Decoy a much safer matchup, where usually Tahm Kench is great in the solo, is a great weak side top laner, and something that even if Decoy does manage to fall behind, it won't be as big a deal as, say, the Jace. So I like this. Not only do they give him a solid pick, but overall, you still offer a really good front line, a good way to engage with that Abyssal Dive paired up with Anti's CC, and of course, you give Nightstar all the tools he needs to succeed. You can tell they're hard indexing on their AD carry this game. He went off on the Seraphine game 1. Now this is what a real weapon looks like.
That's right. We'll have to see if it works out for them, though, as Syndra is going to round out Radiance's picks here for this game number 3. Getting the tiebreaker here. And the first one of the day for us, the first one of the day across the board, actually, as all the other matches were 2-0 sweeps. This matters the most. We talked about how it's the most contentious anyway. This is going to go on to play up against no team, and whoever loses has to go home and is done with the close qualifier here for the tournament. And it looks like, hey, you didn't get the Yasuo you were looking for there for Crimson, but you know what? You did get the Yone lock-in, at least for Team Ambition and Nemesis.
So that's an interesting one, and I like it overall. Team Ambition, they are just going all in on the front to back, and the fact that you have so much engage, so much follow-up, and Nightstar, who's going to be very, very comfortable in the backline, just pelting out damage after damage onto the side of Radiance. This early game, I think, is going to be very crucial for Radiance. You have strong early game solo laners. You got Syndra, you have Porsche, and on this Renekton. So you need to use this value early on. You need to make plays. Either it's dive top or try and make plays in mid lane, whatever the case may be. You need to get leads early on, because I think as time goes on, even though Aphelios scales really well, Diego scales really well, with how much damage Team Ambition have later on into the game, and the fact that they have an insane front to back, if things go even or if things go their way early, Radiance might be going home.
It's the initiation, right? The engagement on the side of Ambition is insane. And then the follow-up from the back, right? Because you got Nightstar, who has been playing these champions, like Seraphine. You hang back, right? You got the Ziggs, you hang back. They're not these quick initiators. It's not like the Vayne. It's not like the Aphelios that we're seeing coming out of Radiance, coming out of Raheen. It fits the style that Nightstar has been successful with. And when you have these 3 massive initiators in Decoy, Anti, and Nemesis, and then to back it up, you've also got Chukis supporting this Kog'Maw. That's definitely, the concept behind this composition, right? Is keep Nightstar, take the front line, right? Take as much aggression as you can, allow Nightstar to provide as much damage as possible, and hey, if it doesn't work, hopefully Nightstar stays alive throughout the initiation.
Right. And the thing, too, to work, since we talked about the early game, Radiance also have a really strong 2v2. I think you have the Aphelios Thresh, one of the best duos in the game, period. And the thing is, even though you are probably going to get pushed in when you have double range bot lane, this is usually how it goes. Nowadays, especially with the changes to Glacial Augment, and now people take it on champs, on hook champs like Thresh, on Nautilus, etc. That does mean Light Pulse can run that and can go for the strong 2v2 that they already exhibit here. Because what happens in these hook into enchantment matchups is even though you get the poke, even though you get the push, you get hooked one time. Lane's over, Jolly.
Yeah. And that's part of why, part of the Yuumi ban too. If you've got the Yuumi on top of Nightstar, which can keep Nightstar alive, let Nightstar hit the back line as much as possible, Yuumi is very sufficient in doing that and also provides some crowd control, right? It's not just the survivability. And so the Thresh lock-in means that really either of these with the death sentence can certainly be a death sentence. If you got the Yuumi, you're not going to go for the Thresh, right? You're not going to be wanting to go in on something like that. It gives you a lot less opportunity in the early game. And while we've seen Light Pulse on the Lulu and the Rakan, more of these caster styles, even though Rakan obviously is a lot closer range, and not quite, still a caster in a sense. Thresh is just kind of going back to the basics here. And as you said, beat down incredibly strong with this Aphelios. And Aphelios has this early game pressure too that can be there where this Kog'Maw is going to be a little bit susceptible. So you were talking about how Radiance needs to push this early game. And I think another big aspect that we have to consider is how aggressive Bluster is, no matter who he is on. We saw it happen in the last game with the Viego. We saw it happen in the first game with the Jarvan. Kind of chains where you're like, you got to get a few rotations in your jungle. That's not the case. Bluster says, nope, I am willing to sacrifice massive portions of my jungle. I'm willing to sacrifice gold and experience if I can get the early lead. And now is really the time for that because Radiance can a big snowball push when it comes to the early game for these players that leads into a successful late game. And we are going to load into this game. It is the tiebreaker, last game of the day, as Academy is already over between Radiance and Team Ambition. Beatdown, I'm so ready.
This is it. This is for all the marbles. Loser goes home. And we're going to see if Team Ambition can deny this reverse sweep of Radiance. Team, who was falling behind early, got smoked by a bit of a cheesy composition, will be able to come back again. On Radiance's side, I've already set up what I want to talk about, but really, what I'm looking for, who I'm watching, is going to be Light Pulse. I think a big part of how they won that last game was Light Pulse finding these angles, and now that he is on the Thresh, yet another playmaker in his hands, I'm going to be watching him again, a player from Boise State who also played some time on Dignitas Mirage when they were affiliated. This dude has been around, and the experience shows in how he plays.
It certainly does. And this is a player that, I knew back on Boise State when I used to cast for them several years ago. So he has been in the scene for a little while and has found a lot of success Boise State's not a team that we see in tournaments like this. As of late, they have not found a lot of success. And a lot of these really good players have been picked up by organizations, so it feels good to say, hey, they came from us, but it also doesn't feel great to say, hey, we never really got very far and we haven't in the past. But that doesn't matter because Radiance has a big opportunity here if they are capable of getting early pressure. And in particular, Raheen and Light Pulse will likely have the support of Bluster pretty early on. We've seen it happen to where, Force just kind of gets a little early opportunity. Nightstar is already going to take so much damage here. The exhaust is coming out onto Raheen. Light Pulse is the one that actually Team Ambition is deciding to kind of aggro onto here. Chukies doesn't really take much of anything. And again, Light Pulse took most of that damage. So it ends up being, a pretty good trade here in favor of Radiance.
Right, and this is what I was talking about. The Flash Flay level 1 is a good way for you to get a pressure priority onto the double range bottom lane. Didn't end up securing a kill, but now you have pressure because they're forced to blow some of their potions, and the exhaust is not available for the next little bit as well. And there it is, Light Pulse. He's got the Hex Flash. He's looking.
Ooh. It's a lot of decent damage. Nightstar with a nice fancy footing here. It's going to avoid the death sentence. Does get hit by the play, and that's a lot of damage now coming out of Raheen. And that will be enough. Librum has enough damage to supply the first blood going over Raheen.
And this is what I'm talking about. Aphelios Thresh, very strong bot lane duo. If you are not careful, the lane could very well end before you know it. And now because of that, we're going to take a look at a replay just to just to see it all again, Jolly, just to see how that played out. Even though the Hex Flash doesn't put him in play range, what really matters is the level 2 and the fact that Nightstar, Jolly, he walked up just a little bit too close. Look at that.
Far there.
No, sir.
And oh my gosh, it's so great to be able to pick up that long range damage and being able to holster the Calibrum, right, and continue to push forward from there feels really good. Raheen, once he hits the ground running, it is very difficult for him to stop, especially on a champion like this Aphelios. And sure, like you said, Light Pulse might have missed the death sentence, but hey, you know what? All you have to do is walk back a little bit, let Nightstar think that they have it a bit of an advantage, and then just say the flay range is probably longer than you think right now.
That's right. This is an interesting time for Light Pulse to be looking. Level 2. Oh, wow. They could actually go make this play.
Porsche did not get the slice to actually hit Ante, so no dice to follow it up. Good decision there by Radiance to just say, okay, we're not going to continue on in that one. Ante has gone back into their own jungle. Team Ambition is going to be able to get one plate here, likely. Should be able to pick that up. It's kind of a risky play to do that, though. No, they're actually going to be denied the plate. Light Pulse looking maybe for a death sentence here. Not going to find it, but at least Raheen did stop that first plate from going down to Team Ambition.
Right, and Raheen, he's coming back to lane with 2 longswords, refillable pots, so he's very much in control here. Another one of those hooked lands. We're just going to see yet another kill come through, more than likely. And if we look across the rest of the map here, you got a slight CS lead for Porsche in the top lane, which is kind of what we would expect. And you have Bluster doing a pretty solid job at farming things out in the jungle. Not doing a whole lot, but, I mean, power farming is something Viego is still very happy to do. I think Crimson, even though I highlighted Light Pulse, Crimson's another player I think we should watch for. The Syndra was also instrumental in Game 2, Jolly, and we're going to see if he's going to be able to perform the same way again.
Likely will be the case. Crimson did a really good job, I think, in particular of positioning, of being in a relatively safe spot within these fights, of trying to find out a scat of the week to allow for the rest of Radiance to initiate or to follow up on an engage that maybe they had, that there was a chance for Team Ambition to escape from or get out of. And look at the pressure already coming through. Light Pulse is going to miss yet another hook. Only the first hook of this game is the one that has actually come through. But that's aggression on Light Pulse. That's going to be an exhaust onto Nightstar, onto Raheen right here. In comes Bluster, a flash forward by Chukis. Man, if the focus is on Light Pulse, that means Raheen just gets to play his game all day long. That can't keep happening for Team Ambition.
That's right. He's got pots. He's got biscuits to heal himself back up. So he's happy to take this poke, and because of the pressure from Bluster as well, that's some solo turret play gold for this Aphelios. Radiance going all in on this bottom lane, making sure their hyper carry can take them to a win here, but now Ante is in the area, and you know what? That's why you draft Aphelios Thresh.
That is a big part of it, right? The Lantern is huge for some of these, especially with Raheen and on the Aphelios being definitely one of the more vulnerable ADCs. Not a ton of crowd control, luckily for Raheen. Light Pulse provides plenty to force Chukis and Nightstar just as far back as possible. We've already seen that. It still is Nightstar who is leading the CS in the bottom lane. Of course, has the additional range for that, but ends up really just utilizing so much mana. That's the big struggle here with Nightstar, is while this Kog'Maw does have that range, does have some of these advantages, it's situations, this is actually just a really bad one here. It's going to be oh my gosh, the death sentence does actually land on a Chukis. Nightstar is going to flash forward, so Chukis will be the target. Raheen picking that one up. Good support, Chukis, keeping Nightstar alive.
Right, and Ante, all he can really do while losing out on some of his bot laners is go for the invade, steal some camps. This probably won't get him to level 6, but if he manages to steal away the wolves, then he will unlock that. Okay, so he got it. So he has the Onslaught of Shadows available. Crimson, being kind of low on mana, means there's a potential play to be made. Oh my gosh, speaking of plays.
There's some unleashed power. Very good recognition, though, there by Nemesis, having to use the ultimate to escape out of that with Bluster on the way.
Right, and in doing so, you inadvertently dissuaded dive. Ante isn't going to have an actual angle to make a play at the moment. I say it, but he's looking. Look who got found.
Well, we'll have to see if any more damage can come through here. Chukis is in the wings. It's going to be the Lantern over to Bluster, though, to send them away. And Light Pulse wins the Vision War.
Right, and Light Pulse is worth noting on this engaged champion, on the CC champion, you do have that opportunity to impact other lanes. And Light Pulse, he's been doing it since minute 2. Jolly, he's been moving around, even at level 2, trying to see if he can set people up, or at the very least apply some pressure there for Crimson in the mid lane. And if you look at top, Porsche is constantly getting these small incremental leads, getting the poke onto Decoy, and that nice roll on the tri-bus is going to spot out Chuki.
Yeah. Chuki's there, Auntie is there. Now they recognize that Porsche recognizes that they are there. That means that Porsche is just going to move down, help out Bluster and Light Pulse here on picking up the first Rift Herald of the game. A good start for them. Not only do they have a gold lead, now as Nightstar gets flashed on, it's going to be yet another kill here for Raheen. I'd love to see that fight played back as we missed out on its entirety.
And we're going to get exactly that. Shout out production for giving us this replay. And as we switch over, we're going to see exactly what took place here. Raheen, I mean, at this point, he's so strong. I see. Nightstar was in his auto attack range. And if you ask me, Jolly, that's simply unacceptable. Raheen took that personally.
Yeah, that cannot happen. That's something where Raheen, I mean, Aphelios has so much more damage, so much more of an ability to just really put out damage. Like faster shots there, especially when you got the Severum available. And it's something that Raheen is going to take advantage of every time. That's now a 300 gold bounty on the head of this player at only 9 minutes in, and they're going to follow it up with a death sentence right here. Surprisingly enough, Light Pulse did not decide to go in on that one and follow it up with the play. That might have been another death onto Chuki's, but Auntie is in the wings. Bluster trying to cut him off.
It looks like nothing is really going to take place here. A lot of late first dragons in this series here, and it's looking like Game 3 will be no exception. Although now you have Raheen 3-0, up 15 CS here. You might as well go ahead and take control over this bottom river. And that means as Light Pulse clears out vision, it just continues applying this pressure. Yeah, you have Nightstar and Chuki's on the move, but Jolly, what does that really mean? They can't do anything, so they're just going to back.
To happen. Can Porsche steal this one away? No, it's a nice little attempt. You get the little emotes. All right, it's all in good fun. I'm not going to be able to do much here. I'll just go back to my lane. But that does kind of, it forces Auntie now to head downwards, right? You can't just kind of go back up and help out Decoy if that's the plan. The question mark thing's actually coming out in the anticipation that that was the plan here. A lot of damage as Shelly gets off the single charge. No tower to go down yet, thanks to Auntie being in that mid lane instead of heading up to try to help out Decoy.
And what we just saw there from the total gold chart is that Raheen, he's ahead of everybody in the game, unsurprisingly. And with this lead, Radiance up almost 2,000 as a result of it. Means that in these team fights so far, they are going to be in a pretty good position. It is still worth noting. Team Ambition do a lot of the team fight ultimates to really play things out. And this is how they've done a good job in fights in the past. Wow, they want this dive.
Auntie goes in. It's going to be a flash away from Porsche, but Porsche is also exhausted. Auntie has to take the long way around and ends up having to use the ultimate to get out of that. Barely staying alive, and Chuki's is able to flash out of that one as well. Not a single member of Team Ambition going down, and they were able to take down Porsche.
Yeah, really nice dive onto this Renekton. He is going to allow Bluster to clear up the wave, but Porsche is going to lose out on some minions as a result here. Actually falling behind in CS, but you know what? It's worth the Jolly. You know why? Look at this pressure. You know Chuki's is top lane, and that means Nightstar is on I don't get to farm duty. He's down in CS, he's down in XP, and you know he's about to be down in turrets.
Yeah, might be even down in lives right here, depending on how far Light Pulse and Raheen decide to go. Raheen still just trying to aggro onto the tower. And oh my gosh, look at the amount of damage that comes through. Even with a tower shot or two, Light Pulse didn't even have to be a part of that fight. It is going to be the first tower down. All of those plates going over to Raheen. That's without Shelly being pulled out in the bottom. Shelly took place in the mid lane and they didn't even get a tower out. So Raheen is currently the massive carry on this team.
I'll tell you what, Jolly, we're talking about Raheen shaking off the rust because of his time spent playing support in the off-season. Well, I think the rust is shaking off. I think we even have a new coat of paint. Raheen is looking good. He's feeling good as he is taking Radiance to a lead in this mid-game.
Nemesis looking to go in on something. Nice little scat of the week, though. Means that Crimson has the opportunity to back out of that one before Auntie moves any farther in. Chuki's with the roam here. Chuki's also, keep in mind, Chuki's is the one that got that kill onto Porsche. So only a single kill on the side of Team Ambition, and it's on the support.
Certainly not ideal. And you have that same support moved to this top side of the map, linking up with the junglers, as I very much love to see. But ultimately, not many options for Team Ambition. I think Nice Star, for the first time, is getting a bit of safety to be able to farm. But even then, with Porsche heading down, he just has to move to this mid lane instead. The turret's going down. We have the switch up in terms of lane assignments, and at this point, Radiance don't have to necessarily fight for any objectives, really start off anything here. They just want to apply pressure so Raheen can farm more turret plates and just get more gold in his pocket.
There's another 30 seconds left, or 25 left for those. Light Pulse coming in to keep Raheen out of harm's way. There are still 3 members up here. It looks like it is going to be the Predator used by Anti to try to get the initiation here. Light Pulse finds the hook. The box comes out. The play on top of it is a big root on Decoy, who's forced to flash away out of this one. Chukis and Anti's not able to do anything. It's all up to Radiance. Out comes the ultimate, though, from Anti, just to try to push these members of Radiance back and off, away from Decoy without the flash now.
That's not ideal use of that Onslaught of Shadows. Anti cooldown is decently long at rank 1, and I mean, you want to be using this to start fights off. It's one of the big ultimates that's going to set up the rest of the team here. So this for Radiance is a big deal. It means that Dragon coming up in 40 seconds is something that they now have very little to worry about with regards to how easily they're going to be able to secure it, because Anti doesn't have that ultimate. And with this turret going down, with enough time for this wave to be cleared and the reset coming through from Raheen, I don't think Ambition even fight for this Dragon.
Yeah. It's really difficult to do. You know, Decoy does have teleport up and available. It doesn't have flash, though, and really hasn't been able to do much of anything in this top lane aside from maintain farm, right? Did get the assists from both Anti and Chukis to at least get the kill onto Porsche, but man, Porsche is just such a resilient player that it's not going to, I mean, set him back whatsoever. We've already got the adjustment here. We can see that Bluster is working towards, on that pit, and the pings are just now coming out, so Ambition is going to be able to get this Dragon, at least start it up. There is the vision cone. Raheen is down here, but so is Nemesis, and with Viego towards the top side of the map, it does mean that at least these are evened out. A nice little attempt by Light Pulse to try to pick it up using the death sentence.
And so far, we're seeing Radiance pretty consistently not care too much about playing for Dragon Soul, even though the fact is they've been playing for Raheen. But I mean, now that it's a Chemtech Dragon, Chemtech Rift, Chemtech Soul, I think everyone's going to start playing for these Dragons. Suddenly, people are going to realize, hey, you know what? Dragon Soul, I've always loved that buff. I'm just, I don't know what's been over me the last couple of times. I've always been a very big advocate of playing for Dragon Soul, because now, who doesn't want a free Scion passive?
Right, it's huge. That one is absolutely massive. Cool. Honestly, the 2 newest dragons in the Hex Tech and the Chem Tech have been really points of contention. If they do come up, if you see the map change in the way that either of those is going to be the soul, it really does change things. But it takes until the second dragon goes down to actually really witness what is going to happen on the Rift here. So Radiance didn't manage to take the second dragon, but they do find themselves the 4th tower now. At 16 and a half minutes. That's a lot of map pressure coming out of this team on the blue side.
Right, and you're happy to trade that dragon away for that very same pressure, because look what it's gotten you. More turrets, more gold, and just an even bigger lead. Let's take a look at Raheen for a second here. He is 4-0. He's finished at Lord Dominic's regards, and because he's just light years ahead on everybody, people stacking health, people building armor, beware. Decoy, Anti, you think you're safe? No, sir. Raheen, he's coming for you.
Poor Nightstar still just sitting 2 long swords, a pickaxe, and finished boots. Wow. On the other side, I mean, Raheen this is not an insurmountable thing, but you would literally have to disconnect Raheen from the game for Nightstar to have any capacity to really catch up here. Nightstar has been doing a good job of maintaining creep, right? Of the pressure coming through, of recognizing Light Pulse has navigated away, Raheen has navigated away. What can we do to at least get some sort of response here in favor of Team Ambition, and in particular, that pretty early pick of the Kog'Maw, I think was the last one of the first pick phase.
So that was a lot of expectations that Team Ambition had on Nightstar with this Kog'Maw, and none of it has really come to fruition. Finally, you get the Wit's End started here as the first item, so some additional attack speed. Chukis does get hit, though. It's not going to be followed up. No flame there. But look at the damage that's coming out of Raheen. It's not even necessary on the backside. Anti is forcing a flash here.
Look at the damage. He has to leave.
On Slash Shadows, forced to use in a defensive manner. Now Decoy's too far in, facing down 3 members. Unleashed Power does come out, but it's going to be Bluster that picks up the kill there. And that might do it. Still an opportunity here for Radiance to find something, and it is going to be a flash forced away out of Nightstar, but the ultimate does lock down. So much damage coming from Porsche. A beautiful lantern is going to be picked up there from Light Pulse. Now it is Nemesis on the backside. Look at the damage from Raheen, though. It's just too dang much. Bluster takes down yet another Nemesis at the flash out of this one as Bluster goes out of stasis here. But it's just the situation that we've seen in the past here in favor of Team Ambition. Nemesis, you're walking into the enemy jungle, and there's no other members of this team up and available aside from now Decoy, who has just respawned. He's going to try to go in, finds the ultimate there, but gets locked down in response. Bluster should have plenty of damage to find yet another kill here for Radiance.
And it's just insane. Everything is coming up Radiance here in this game 3. They managed to just take firm control of this game. They're up 10,000 gold now. And Crimson, I mean, I would think he's in trouble, but he's actually not. The Tongue Lash did land, actually. So I think he is.
It's a flash forward. The follow-up Tongue Lash did not land. But you do have the grab here from Decoy, and it's going to be Decoy who picks up that kill. The second kill of the game for Team Ambition after almost 20 minutes.
And we're going to see a replay of what I'm hoping is the fight in the bottom side jungle there, because this one is really interesting to me. Okay, this is exactly it. You start this fight, you chunk out Chukis, that's all well and good. But look at Anti. The fact that he's here to collapse and he actually can't get on top of Raheen before anyone can actually do anything, he is forced to ult out. That's twice in a row Anti can't use the biggest team fight tool that Team Ambition has. And because of that, it just feels like Team Ambition don't actually have a way back into these fights as long as they can continue pressuring this Hecarim and making it so that he can't properly play the game.
And it has been a lot of these ultimates, forced to be used in a defensive way. Same thing with, Fate Sealed. We just saw it happen right there. But look at that damage and the range that you end up getting when you have a champion like Aphelios that far ahead. You think you're far enough away, but that's absolutely not the case. Now you got the Moonlight Vigil up and available again. That is the Unleashed Power that comes out. Nightstar is going to go down to Crimson to start things out. The box on the other side as the rest of Radiance is looking for the initiation. Decoy is caught up by 3 members. Anti is caught up by 2 members. And yet again, Onslaught of Shadows has to be used just to escape from the fight. Nemesis comes in, deals a ton, but only 1 member is going to go down in Crimson here. And Radiance once again find themselves on the upside of these fights.
Insane. Bluster and Crimson have been playing great this game, great this series, but this is the Raheen show, Jolly. Look at this man, 5-0. And to be fair, Bluster is also 5-0, but I want to see the damage charts later on because Raheen is doing work to the members of Team Ambition. He's getting close to what I can only imagine is going to be that IE, which is going to be insane. Look at that total damage. 5K.
More than double that of Bluster.
Double that of Bluster. He almost has as much damage as the top 2 from the side of Team Ambition. And just how well they've been able to snowball their 80 carry on the side of Radiance has just been a sight.
And they haven't even had to snowball, right? Raheen has just kind of been doing all of this on his own or with the assistance of Light Pulse. But we're going to take another quick look. Oh, no, we're not. We're not going to take another quick look at that one. This is an opportunity potentially.
We're going to take a look at the vision.
Or we can see, Radiance is now pinging things out. I mean, there's very minimal vision. Team Ambition has been, out of these 3 games, definitely the ones that I would say have the higher vision score. When I look at the map, it is mostly these red wards that I'm seeing. But look how defensive they are forced to be already at, less than 22 minutes into this. Not even getting really close to that Dragon Soul. Still minimum of 2 dragons needed for Radiance to actually pick that up. But again, 6 towers this early in the game is massive. And they are looking at getting closer and closer to 10k gold lead as quickly as possible.
Man, and it's tough. As you say, the Chemtech Rift doesn't make the vision game any easier for the team who is falling behind. So many pink wards used just so that you can clear, or rather have a safe pocket of vision in your own jungle. But now look at it, the damage is going down here. Radiance are just melting this Baron, and Light Pulse, he's playing interference. He knows they are close by. Look at the hook!
My gosh, the Moonlight Vigil from Raheen will be enough. They're going to disconnect from the Baron. Raheen actually staying on this because the rest of the team is enough to deal some damage here. Light Pulse does have to flash away from that. The Scout of the Week is going to miss. A nice little Lantern, though, provides Portion opportunity to get back in with going to be the Baron down with not a single member of Radiance down. All of them maintain life up.
And we're going to see this replay, which I'm really excited about, because look at Anti in this fight. Watch the Hecarim and see how, once again, Team Ambition can't get the team fight that they are looking for, Jolly. Look at this. Anti is going in. Light Pulse is doing a good job making sure nobody can sneak up on this squad. And now watch it. He's going to hook Chukis, and then watch Anti. There it is. Big scatter of the week. Big damage coming through. And Onslaught of Shadows out of the fight. I think only one time the members of Radiance have actually been feared by that ultimate, and even then, it did not contribute to a single kill.
Yeah, just not enough follow-up there. We talked about the initiation that Team Ambition has had from the very start, and how this is a keep Nightstar alive game. When you're looking at Raheen having taken down Nightstar many times in the early part of the game, you failed at that win condition. And at that point, you need to find damage in other members. When you've got somebody like a Tom Kench on the top side, that's not where you're going to have it supplied from, right? You're not going to have it from this Karma who is building Shirelia, is building defensively. You're also not going to have it on this Yone quite yet, you know, who has, yes, one item finished up, but that is still it. And we are looking at a 3 full item Raheen. Aphelios at this point in the game is terrifying.
3 items to Nightstar's 1.5. Ahead doesn't even begin to describe it. And now you get an objective bounty. Nemesis is TPing in. This is the angle. Maybe this is the fight they finally get. Anti has the Onslaught of Shadows. Will he use it forward?
They're looking to potentially end it here. Decoy, look how much damage Decoy is already taking. Doesn't matter that you got the Iceborne Gauntlet locked in.
Moonlight Vigil?
Follows up the Vigil.
Oh my God.
Goodness, Nemesis was there for a moment, I believe, but Crimson managed to pick up the kill. Not even the Unleashed Power. Radiance looking to end this. Still has the Baron buff available for almost a full minute, and there is not a single member of Team Ambition that is alive that is capable of stopping Raheen right now. Anti tries to jump out, but they're going to get ulted there by Crimson and by Bluster, who uses the Heartbreaker to follow this up. This is the end of the game. Only 2 members of Team Ambition left alive that are still a part of this fight. Decoy on the back, the last surviving member. Can they even take down yet another one of Radiance? And no, it's just going to be Raheen, who goes a little too far forward, but did so much damage that it doesn't even matter. And that is going to be the end of the game. A 12,000 gold lead to finish things out, and a reverse sweep for Radiance.
Radiance getting smoked in game 1, managing to recover, banning out the Sonacera bot lane, making sure such cheese will never be played against them again in this series. Game 2, they made it tight. In game 3, Jolly, they had enough. They weren't interested in playing this series anymore. They wanted to send themselves home. They wanted to send us home. And now we're saying goodbye to Team Ambition, as they are now out of the close qualifiers.
It is unfortunate here to see Team Ambition, you know, do so well, fight so vehemently, and end up having to go home. But you know what? That's what happens in these tournaments, right? We're looking at the top 4 that are going to be going to the playoffs here. And now that also means that Radiance gets the opportunity to prepare themselves to go up against no team, because the winner of that, I believe that's on the 24th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
the winner of that is going to move on. So we've already got the team locked in. We saw earlier 100 Thieves is our first team to be locked into playoffs for the day. And while we don't get an answer for the second one, we at least do get an answer of who is facing who later on in the bracket.
Right, and I think we just got to take what an insane series we got to watch today, Jolly. I'm so glad that we got to cover it, and I'm so glad I was right about my prediction 100% for the day. But the big thing I want to highlight is everyone on Radiance, especially that last game, were playing out of their minds. I really do especially want to highlight Light Pulse. Game 2 and 3, the dude was a stud, and I think a big contributor, as much as you could make an argument for every other player, a big contributor of why they made Game 2 as close as it was and then won, and why Game 3 was a stomp.
And you know what's even more terrifying than a really good support or a really good ADC?
is a really good support and ADC together in one lane.
Ah.
I mean, at that point, you got Raheen
You're
and
right.
Light Pulse, and Raheen, I mean, was responding to every single one of these initiations that Light Pulse had perfectly. And in the beginning of that game, it wasn't even Light Pulse getting these death sentences, right? We saw miss after miss, and it was really fancy footing that was coming out of the side of Team Ambition. But at the same, you have to consider the fact that Aphelios was making a lot of these initiations on his own. It was Raheen going forward saying, yeah, I've got the damage down. We can poke them down. I'm totally willing to take some of this aggro because I know I can deal more than they can to me currently. And that meant that Kog'Maw, who does need a couple of items to really pop off, never even got the chance. I mean, nobody really even got the chance on the side of Team Ambition. It was, like you said, it was the Raheen show. And it was thanks to a lot of assistance coming out of Light Pulse on the Thresh, on the Rakan. And, you know, the Lulu was still there in the early parts of the game, but it's hard to go up against a combo like Seraphine and Sona. So very obviously, Radiance said, we're not going to give them an opportunity like that. We're going to go with somebody tankier to start the games out. Viego is the selection they went with. So Bluster, of course, big props to everybody on this team. But the most consistency we do have to acknowledge has come from the bottom lane in both Raheen and Light Pulse. That is going to, you know, be it for us for the day. Don't go anywhere, of course, because we do have 2 interviews coming up. We actually have a losers interview due to the fact that this is a team and Team Ambition who are no longer going to be a part of this tournament. So we want to give them, you know, a little bit of an opportunity to talk about themselves, talk about how they enjoyed the tournament and maybe what they want to work on for the future. But Radiance as well, of course, being the winners, are going to get the opportunity to talk themselves up. We don't know who those members are going to be just yet, but if you stick around, you will see both of those. Of course, we got the wonderful Izzy, who's going to be taking the lead on those interviews. So, you know what, B-Town, since this is going to be our last moment, is there anything that you wanted to say, any shout-outs you wanted to make before we close things out and send it over to Izzy on the at a break and interviews?
I'm just so glad we got to see a 3-game series, and I'm excited to see how Radiance are going to going for their qualification match.
Man, and you're 4 for 4, I believe, out of the day. I think I am.
I
1 for 4,
know.
so
I'm just so good.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, that's all right. I got a note. I got a note. Okay, from No Team. Okay, so I'm really looking forward to their performance going up against Radiance. Again, that's gonna be the 24th. But thank you guys to everyone watching. Thank you, of course, to you guys are always exceptional. I know we had a bunch of issues today, and you always pull through it and make it as easy, as simple as possible for us. So we appreciate everybody for tuning in to either this channel or Academy, of course, if you were watching those games. Hey, we appreciate you either way. That will do it from us, though. Again, don't go anywhere. We got a couple of interviews after this very quick break. Thanks for being here.
All right, everyone, welcome back. I'm Izzy, your interview host. I'm joined today by Ray of Team Ambition, Team Ambition's coach. Ray, how are you?
Could be better, but we're doing all right.
Absolutely. You guys put up a pretty good fight in those 3 games of that series. And I want to kind of go back to game 1 and discuss the draft a bit. I really enjoyed the Sarasota bot lane. It's not something we see a lot. How do you kind of set up your players to make these picks?
Well, I'd say we have a lot of trust in each other. You can tell based off our drafts from the team that in every scrim set and every match, when a matchup looks good, we trust it. So we actually haven't played that specific bot lane too many times, but it just looked like a really good lane. I had trust in the players, so we locked it in and then built the comp to match it.
Absolutely, and you followed with another AP bot lane with the Ziggs. Are those picks that you guys can really kind of, get into and explore as a team, especially with a jungler and a top lane that kind of prefer those AP picks, especially with like the Talon and Zed on Anti?
The AD picks, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, AD. Yeah.
So outside of Jinx and the Caitlyn, a lot of viability happens in the bot lane. You saw it with the Ziggs, the Seraphine. So we definitely have that option for us. I know even in the OQs, we were playing Syndra bot lane. We were still playing some of these off meta stuff. As long as the comp fits it, the boys are very confident into doing it. And yeah, it's worked out so roughly well for us.
Yeah, and I know I spoke with Auntie a couple days ago about that 100 Next series, and he mentioned that you guys were able to kind of shave that game off because you guys addressed who you were playing through and who you couldn't play through. You knew you couldn't play through topside, so you were like, all right, let's scrap that and put our resources elsewhere. Do you think you guys being able to have those strategies helped you guys put up that 40 plus minute game in game 2? You guys recognize, hey, this Jace is really behind, let's go elsewhere. What was kind of the thought process in that game?
Well, the guys just have a diehard attitude where if they're gonna go down, they're gonna go down swinging. So even when we're behind, we kind of refuse to just lie down and slow bleed. So you saw it in game number 3. Even when we were behind, we kept trying to take fights and try to make something out of the game. That's kind of the way the mentality is for the guys. I do think game 2 was definitely winnable for us, but we had a little bit of cohesion issues. The level 1 gank top lane from Light Pulse kind of set them up really, really well for that Gangplank to pop off. And yeah.
Yeah, those are tough. And, before we wrap things up, I do want to talk about your squad has been together for a relatively short time, only a few weeks leading up to this event. Any big things you guys are looking to improve as the season progresses?
I mean, the name of the game for any team, especially an amateur, is consistency. Whether in terms of like the high level play or just our floor needs to be consistent so that we don't get these snowball games on us that shouldn't really happen. So definitely as we look to improve and play together, consistency to be able to play into some of these teams is going to be vital, because you see we can definitely match up into some of the better teams. And then not that I say Radiance is a bad team, but we can definitely have our bad moments and it can cost us games.
Absolutely. Well, I know today didn't quite end up how you guys wanted it, but thank you so much for chatting with me. We're going to send it to a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking to Light Pulse of Radiance. Hey everyone, welcome back. Thanks for sticking around. I'm joined today with Lightpulse of Radiance. Lightpulse, how are you?
I'm great.
Yeah, and congratulations on such a great series. Game 1 aside, you guys came back pretty aggressively in Game 2. Breakdown kind of how your team adjusted from that first game to that second game.
Well, we really wanted their bot lane to pick a real bot lane after game 1 because they picked, Seraphine Sona. So we banned the Seraphine in game 2, and then they still tried to pick Ziggs, but we were able to 40-minute banger, get all the team fights where we wanted them. So ended up good for us.
Absolutely, and a 40-minute banger it was. And as a follow-up, going from a long game 2 into a game 3, how did you maintain that momentum in a way that enabled you to get a faster win? Because I was almost more expecting that same level of scrappiness, long win, but you guys seemed full of energy, picked it right up, and secured that win. So how did you kind of do that one?
So we're a really momentum-based team. It's evident in scrims. It's evident in all the games we've played. We really feed off of each other when we're having fun in comms. You can go back to our comms. You can hear us yelling. You can hear us having fun. Making jokes. And then sometimes, after game 1, it's a little bit deader. But as soon as things start picking up, we really go on our rampage.
Absolutely. And I think that's a really great way to describe that game 3, especially with Raheem's Aphelios. What makes you two such a good duo? Where does the synergy come from?
So Raheen and I, basically, we kind of only really wanted to play with each other. Raheen was actually going to take the split off, but we ended up getting this offer together, so we decided to go at it together. We play a lot of 2v2s, we get a lot of help from outside sources as well. We're always putting the work in, so.
Absolutely. It's great that you guys, were each other's first choices. Always a great sign of a good bot lane duo. And now, kind of looking at you more as an individual player, you're super mobile and you're a real playmaker. Has this been something that you've found to be quite natural or something that you've more so had to work on?
Definitely quite natural. I used to, before I played competitive, I only really played Bard and Thresh, so I only have always played playmaking champions. In fact, it was kind of, when I first got into competitive last split on Dignitas Mirage, I kind of had to learn the more, gritty part of League, like 2v2, support timers, all that. But then I really like that I can put in the work for those kind of what I would call, more boring things, and then I can flourish in playmaking.
Absolutely. So, going off of that, what is your mental checklist when looking for these plays? Where do you kind of identify them? Are you the shot caller, or do you kind of just follow the lead and see where those opportunities appear?
It's definitely very instinctual. Playing League for so long. I've been playing League since I was 9 years old, so it's kind of second instinct now. And then always just asking myself, am I on vision? If the enemy can see you, it's obviously a way worse engage just straight off the bat. Thinking back on game 2 where I can get a lot of flanks on Rakan or Rel, those type of champions. And then in terms of team wise, we're pretty much a 5-person talking team. Most teams I've been on before have one main shot caller. We really talk as a group. We really come to decisions together.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's great. And I know you've been playing League for a long time and you're this great playmaker. We didn't totally get to see it, but before I let you go, I want to ask, how does this Chemtech Drake and this Chemtech map kind of affect how you make plays?
Well, game 3, you could see it's impossible for the enemy to walk in. It's a kind of cringe map, but it is what it is. I think a lot of people have been complaining about it. It's really fun to watch in LCK because of they're so vision based, and it becomes Chemtech map, and then all of a sudden the losing team is just strangled out, which is honestly kind of what we did today. We were able to turn Baron, Syndra, Thresh, and Fog. What do you do? Nightstar walks in, he gets instantly blown up. So.
Yep, for sure. Well, congratulations on the series win today, and best of luck on your next. After a short break, we'll pass it back to the casters with the wrap up of today's games, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Oh, well, we're actually ending broadcast. So congratulations, you did great, and we will wrap things up for tonight.
Thank you. Store.radiance